Meron tayong nakita na medyo kulang talaga, no? Medyo wala matrain yung mga installer na yun. Kaya they are installing something that is wrongly sized up, no? For example, one of the projects I monitored, it's a 2 kilowatt off-grid project, and then I noticed that they are using 12 volts batteries, but they connected the batteries, 10 yata yon, in parallel. No? Meron ba kayong mga experience dyan na 10 12 volts battery, they are connected in parallel? And because those designers or installers were not properly trained on the technology, they are not aware what is the effect, no? What is the consequence of their design and installation? So in that case, napakalaki ang voltage drop. Napakalaki ang voltage drop dahil they are using a low voltage system, 12 volts, but the capacity is 2 kilowatts. So those are things that we as electrical practitioners have to also, properly understand. As an engineer in this profession for many years, no, I have observed so many misunderstanding about the solar technology. In fact, for some of you who are already in the solar business, you might encounter some customers, no, na they will ask you, can you design me a system na kaya yung dalawang ref o dalawang aircon, isang ref, no? Some requests like that ba? But we as engineers or practitioners, we have to educate the users. We have to educate the users about the technology. And also, as practitioners, we have to upgrade our skill also by referring to our Philippine Electrical Code. We have to refer to our Philippine Electrical Code for safety of our installations. So, sorry. So I only have 1 hour of discussion, so I'll try to be brief and I will try to be as simple as possible in the presentation. Solar technology is a complicated topic. So what you will be hearing from me is basically some kind of introduction or appreciation of the technology with emphasis on the Philippine Electrical Code. So in my presentation, I just selected some very important articles or topic that is related to solar. By the way, we at Cebu's chapter, we are also encouraging or promoting the learning of solar. In fact, for the past few months, since the beginning of the year, we already started our 56-hour solar training. So basically, this is kind of hands-on training, and also some kind of theory. And it is expected that our practitioners will be able to properly design or install solar PV systems, both off-grid and on-grid. In fact, in our training, we are emphasizing also the understanding of off-grid, because off-grid is quite challenging as a technology. In fact, most of the failures of solar are those that are installed in the off-grid areas. Okay, so that is why we electrical practitioners have to also to really understand the technology, especially for the off-grid. And in our trainings here, we really emphasize the understanding of IV curve or the current voltage curve, because the understanding of IV curve or current voltage curve of the solar panel is the beginning and end, so to speak, of solar technology. So one has to understand thoroughly about IV curve or current voltage curve of PV panels. Hopefully, our practitioners will attempt to really understand this. It is not easy to understand the so-called IV curve, but with practice and constant review of this topic and understanding it in your installations will deepen your skill or understanding of the PV system. Nowadays, a lot of installers can just buy solar panel, can buy batteries, inverters, charge controllers, etc. When they install these systems, of course, it will function. But the question is it sustainable? That is the question. Whether it is sustainable. So, the focus or content of this presentation, we start with just a review. Let's just read some articles of the PEC, and these are my presentation contents. Now, if you notice at the PEC, at the introductory pages, there is a statement about the purpose of the PEC. So the PEC has the purpose of practical safeguarding. What do we mean by this? To safeguard, to protect, practical safeguarding of people or persons and property from hazards in the use of electricity. And second, adequacy, which will result in installations that are essentially free from hazards. So, ang installation daw natin will be essentially free from hazard if we follow correctly the PEC, especially in my topic about solar technology. Intention of the code. The intention is as a design specification or an instruction manual. Design specification pala itong code natin. So dapat as a designer, we have to open our code. We have to refer to the norms here or the guidance from the code, so that the objective, the purpose will be attained. Let's say the protection of people and property from electrical hazards. And then the last one is relation to other international standards, meaning the fundamental principles of protection of safety is also uh, common to the code as well as to the other standards. For this presentation, my limitation is I will just discuss a small scale on-grid system and a small off-grid system. In the Philippine Electrical Code, if you open page 670, if you have a copy of your PEC there, so at the page 670, you can see some diagrams in our PEC. So the first diagram that is by the way, do you have a question or some feedback about your experience there in the screen that you're now facing in your laptop? Do you have some feedback? Are we okay? I mean, you can hear us, you can see us here. Mga sirs, can you hear us here? So
Sirs and ma'ams, good morning. I'm so sorry again for that technical problem. Actually, we had a 2-day dry run. We had a very successful dry run. I don't know what went wrong this morning, but Sir Rico G, pa-shout out. Sir Rico. So sirs and ma'ams, if you have any clarification or questions with the topic being discussed, kindly message us, or you can talk to us directly. Just turn on your microphone. If you have any clarification, our Sir June Baklay is very much willing to answer all your queries. Okay.
Okay, so we can now start. Um, okay, there's a question here: how to compute the solar capacity? Wait. Okay, typically there are two approaches for solar design. The first approach is to answer the question: what is the output energy of your given capacity? Let's say you have a 5 kilowatt capacity. Your question there, how much energy can that 5 kilowatt deliver? That is the first approach. The second approach to design is, if you have a certain consumer, let's say a load, what is the requirement of the load? Let's say how much energy that is required. So from that requirement, you then calculate from right to left, for example, so to speak, what is your PV panel capacity or PV array capacity? Okay, so these are the two approaches to design. Okay, so I think you can see my screen now. In our PEC, you can see on page 670 some diagrams there, like an on-grid inverter or interactive inverter, which is a very common installation system nowadays. Then there is also a diagram about AC module system. That means the solar panel has a built-in inverter or a microinverter which converts the DC to AC. So you can see their terminal, positive, negative, as input. So meaning i-connect nyo yung solar panel to those positive and negative terminal. And then there's a output there, an AC output. So that is an AC module system. Then another example is a DC coupled multi-mode system, meaning ito yung sinasabi nating hybrid system, meaning ang output natin naka-connect sa electric utility, but at the same time, we can also have energy storage. In fact, in this conference, there will be a very good topic about energy storage to be discussed by one of our governors, Engineer Lusares, who will discuss about energy storage. Then, what you are looking at now is not necessarily the fixed diagram for most hybrid systems. There are other variations of this diagram depending on some manufacturers. But basically the idea is that the system is connected to the grid, but at the same time, if there is a power interruption, you still have energy storage, and then your solar is still functional even if there's a brownout to supply power to your priority loads. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng mga hybrid. Now, so itong DC coupled, by the way, DC coupled meaning ang output ng PV array nakakonect siya sa no, controller or inverter, and then there's a connection to the battery. So meaning the battery system is connected to the DC bus in your system. Yun ang keyword there or key idea sa DC coupled. Meaning your battery and your PVRE output is connected to the DC bus. Okay? So, ito yung mga usual na tinatanong ng mga customers, di ba? Na kasi yung ano yung interactive inverter, yung grid tied inverter, yung usual na ini-install natin, kapag mag-brown out ang system ng utility, dapat mag-disconnect rin ang inverter or your solar PV system to prevent the so-called islanding, no? Which is a safety feature of grid-tied inverters. A lot of you understand this already, islanding, na dapat naka-off ang solar kapag nag-brown out. Walang export, walang power generation from the solar to the grid basta mag-brown out ang utility. Okay? That is a safety feature for grid-tied inverters. But for multi-mode inverters, let's say hybrid inverters, even if there's a brownout, pwede ka pa rin makagamit ng, because you have a battery backup. You have a battery. So meaning solar RX, your solar PV, are still generating power to supply to your priority loads in your house or your establishment. This is much more expensive compared to grid tied. The grid tied, in terms of cost, is lower compared to this hybrid. Hybrid is much more expensive. It's because of additional components like the battery. Ano? So, we apologize, by the way, for this technical problem na hindi ma-share yung screen namin dito. Anyway, you will be given a copy of this presentation. So I'll just proceed. No? Another diagram that you can see in our PEC is the DC AC coupled multi-mode system. So if you open your PEC at page 670, makita niyo yung diagram doon na output ng inverter na grid-tied nakakonect sa output sa multi-mode inverter or the hybrid inverter. So yun ang tinatawag na AC coupled, meaning ang interactive or grid-tied inverter nakakonect sa output ng AC output ng hybrid inverter. So yun ang AC coupled system. Yung standalone system naman, ito yung system na walang utility. Okay? Standalone system meaning off-grid. Walang grid, walang utility, walang cooperative. It's located in an island, for example, or in a mountain barangay or village. So this is standalone, no? Independent from the grid. And this is the most challenging system to sustain itong mga off-grid, as I mentioned in my introduction kanina, no? Now in the PEC, you can also read there that the diagrams, no? The diagrams are intended as identification only, meaning mayroong variation talaga sa actual na mga diagrams depending sa mga design sa mga manufacturers. So basahin din natin ito, no? Sa spec natin. So yung sinabi ko na yung mga off-grid, yun ang siguro tayo mga designer, we really need to review our designs, no? We implement those projects kasi sa experience ko as a monitoring engineer dati, I monitored a lot of solar PV installations. Most of the problems, in fact, majority of the problems of solar is on the off-grid. Kaya nagkaroon ng misunderstanding na itong solar daw, hindi ito magandang technology dahil failure, no? Maraming failure. Especially sa may mga battery systems. So yun talaga ang challenge ng solar. Kasi maraming mga DIY, no? Do it yourself. Sabi ko nga kanina, madaling mag-install ng solar. You just buy the components, i-install, i-connect mo lang mga components, mag-operate siya, no? But the question is, sustainable ba, no? Sustainable ba ang installation? Okay. So in our PEC, you can check chapter 6.9 on page 669 to 683. That is talking about solar PV. All the provisions about solar are discussed in that chapter. And then another chapter is 7.5 about interactive electric production sources on page 710 to 715. So magandang reference ito para sa ating mga designer. Then, of course, we have to read also the supporting articles like requirements for installation, wiring, protection, and wiring methods. We have to read also kasi solar is an electrical project. It's not mainly electronics. It is electrical. The electronic part is only the inverter. All the rest is electrical. From the solar PV, no? Wiring system, protection, output of the inverter is AC. That is, you have to design the wire properly, the protection, the grounding, etc. So, solar is really a very, very focused on electrical. No? So, ang skill natin as electrical practitioners are really in demand for solar. So, okay, basic concepts lang, no? Especially for those students now watching or those who are not really familiar with the technology, mga terminology lang. Ang isang solar panel, it is consisting of solar cells. All are connected in series. No? For example, there are 36 cells, there are 60 cells, 72 cells solar panel, or PV module, no? They are the same. They are all connected in series. And at the back of that solar panel, there is a bypass diodes. There are bypass diodes. No? There's a misunderstanding. Yung may misunderstood natin na yung nasa likod, it is not a blocking diode, but it's a bypass diode. Ang purpose is to prevent hotspots of the solar panel, no? As well as during shading condition, no? Makatulong ito. Okay? So, ang isang solar panel, if you connect it to another solar panel or a series of panels, we call it as string. All right? And then, when all the strings are connected in parallel, we call it as array. All right? So, yun ang terminology. As a series, they are string. Kung nagka-parallel sila lahat, they are array or sub-array. Okay. So, example lang nito, no? You can see here na let's say you have a 55 watt panel, you connect it in series, that is string. So, total of 110 watts for a string. And so on, no? A combination of that. Now, take note, very important as designers, we have to have a data of our solar panel when we design. Dapat meron tayong data sheet of the solar panel. And the very important data that you have to extract from that data sheet is the IEC or short circuit current and VOC of that PV panel. What are those terms? These are derived from the IV curve. So itong mga example lang sa IV curve, meaning ang performance ng solar panel is dependent on the IV curve. And dependent on two conditions. Number one, performance or output depends on irradiance or the intensity of sunlight. The second parameter or factor for the performance is the voltage, the temperature. So if the temperature of the solar cell or PV module increases, there's a slight reduction of the VOC of the voltage. So nag-shift yung IV curve. Itong example, let's say for example, you have an IV curve at 25 degrees. By the way, solar panels are rated at standard test condition at 25 degrees C. So pag umiinit yung solar panel, nag-reduce or nag-slightly reduce yung voltahe. As you can see in this slide. No? Nag-shift yung IV curve. So we practitioners, we have to understand this IV curve. No? Otherwise, we cannot troubleshoot. Yes, if we understand this, we can troubleshoot a system. If we understand IV curve. So these are a formula for calculating the IV curve, the VOC, when there's an increase in temperature. I'll just go through this. I will not elaborate. You can review afterwards. So, an example lang. Let's say we have a 6.3 kilowatt solar PV system, grid type. And using the PEC, we'll try to size the wire, the circuit breaker in the DC side, as well as the wire and the breaker at the AC side. For example, ito. The step number one, when you size up the system, especially the wire and the breaker, you have to have the data of the solar panel, especially the IEC and the VOC. No? The data sheet. Ito kasi ang basis natin sa pag-size ng wire, ang short circuit current. Okay? Short circuit meaning ito yung pinakataas na kuryente galing sa solar panel. When you short circuit the solar panel, as long as it's not connected with other components, hindi to siya masira, no? If you short circuit the solar panel, it will not be damaged as long as it's not connected with other system components like inverter. So, ang ma-measure mo doon, pag i-short circuit mo yung terminal ng solar panel, is the short circuit current. Wala kang voltahe, zero, because if you look at the IV curve, no? If you look at the IV curve of the solar panel, if you short circuit the solar panel, what happens to your voltage? Zero. Correct? Zero. If you study your IV curve, zero ang voltahe. But you have current because you have irradiance. No? As long as there is sunlight, you have current. Okay. Now, dito, you can see here in the slide, no, step by step lang. So we start with the IEC, short circuit current. Now after that, you go to page 672. No? Page 672 states that the maximum current for specific circuit shall be calculated as follows. The sum of parallel connected PV module rated short circuit current, i-multiply natin by 125%. So that's the maximum current. So to calculate the maximum current, i-multiply natin sa 125%. So that means, in this case, for example, 11.6 times 1.25, you get 14.5. Now, for the ampacity of the wire, you still have to multiply another 125%. Because that's what the code says, no? Na ang ampacity, you have to multiply by the maximum current. Ang maximum current, na-calculate natin kanina. Na ang IEC, multiply natin ng 125%, you get the maximum current. But for the ampacity, yung maximum current, i-multiply pa rin natin ulit ng another 125%. So in this case, you got 18.125 amperes. So ang wire natin, we have to size up the wire that is capable to carry that amperes. So in this case, sa example natin, we have to check then the table. But before that, alamin natin na yung wire na sa bubong ng isang bahay where you have the solar PV array, yung wire na yun, that is exposed to high temperature, di ba? Example, may conduit pipes ka doon. That is exposed to high temperature because of the sunlight. So, we have to apply the derating. Ito yung minsan makalimutan ng mga designer. To apply derating. No? So, in this instance, we have a 40 degrees C ambient temperature. So, yung derating natin is based on table sa page 676. No? Sa PEC, no? Nandun sa page 676, may derating doon. Table, no? That nakita mo temperature and so on, no? So at 40 degrees, ang derating doon is 91% for this wire, no? For a PV wire, no? So ang ginamit natin sa 90 degrees C column kasi yung mga wire na ginagamit doon sa itaas, those are 90 degrees C rated wires. Kaya sa 90 degrees column tayo nagano. So in this case, 91% ang derating. So that means ang natin, ang capacity should be 19.2 amperes. So ang standard sizes ng mga solar wires are 4 mm squared and 6 mm squared. So in our case, kaya sa 4 mm squared ito. Okay? So I'll just go through this. So, doon sa next na slide, sa table, no? Ito yung sinabi ko kanina, na kapag ang system natin is less than 100 amperes or 100 amperes or less, ang gamitin natin na column is the 60 degrees column, no? Sa page 22 ng PEC. Dahil ito ang temperature limitation ng termination. Okay? So kung wala kang data sa temperature limitation ng circuit breaker, for example, so we go to the 60 degrees C column for looking, no, the correct wire size. In this case, 3.5, but since 3.5 is not standard size for PV array, PV wires, so 4 mm squared ang pinaka next na size nito, 4 mm squared. Okay. Now, for the rating, ito yung sinabi ko kanina, no? Basta temperature rating ng conductor is 90 degrees C, doon tayo sa 90 degrees C column dahil sa temperature rating or insulation rating ng conductor. Sizing of the breaker. So sa breaker naman, ang code, sinabi doon, na ang overcurrent device shall be sized, no, not less than 125% of the maximum current. The maximum current already calculated kanina. Okay? Yung maximum current is the IEC times 125%. That's the maximum current. And then, i-multiply pa rin natin ng 125% ulit to get the ampacity. The OCPD rating. So in this case, it's a 20 ampere DC breaker for this example. Okay. The exception, may exception. For example, if there are no external sources such as parallel connected circuits or batteries, pwedeng walang circuit breaker. Ito yung mga example sa mga solar home system na ang kuryente ng load, no, is much lower than the ampacity, no, or the IEC, no. IEC is, for example, 6 amperes. Pero mga load, mga 5 amperes, maliit ba? So hindi na kailangan ng circuit breaker. Okay. Now, for AC, sa output side ng inverter. Sa output side ng inverter, ito yung sinasabi ng code sa page 713. So punta kayo sa page 713. Ang number one data that you have to secure is the inverter data. So ano yung pinaka-importanting data ng inverter na basihan natin sa pag-size up ng wire? You have to get the maximum inverter output current. Okay? In this example, the maximum inverter output current is 17. The maximum inverter current in this example is 27.3 amperes. So, sinabi ng code that the circuit inductors and overcurrent device shall be sized to carry not less than 125% of the maximum current. So, yung 27.3, i-multiply natin ng 125%. So, that would be the ampacity of the wire. But, typically, yung mga solar installation natin, galing sa inverter, mayroon kang conduit dyan. Going to the outside of the house, no? Going to the disconnect device doon sa labas. And your conduit is exposed to sunlight. So you have also to apply the rating in that instance, no? In this case. So in this case, ang ambient temperature natin na ginagamit is 40 degrees. No? And then we're using THHN, which is 90 degrees rated insulation. So doon tayo sa 90 degrees column sa table. No? Nandoon sa table. So in this case, the ampacity is about 37.5. So based on the 100 amperes column, 60 degrees column sa ampacity table, no? The wire size is 80 mm squared. Okay? So, you will be given a copy of this so you can review later on. Now, sizing of the circuit breaker. Nandun sa code pa rin, no? Page 713. The maximum current shall be the inverter continuous output current, and then the circuit conductors and overcurrent device shall be sized to carry not less than 125%. So, yung rating ng OCPD or circuit breaker is the maximum current output of the inverter times 125%. So in this case, it's 34.125. So you could use, kung mayroong available 35, but usually in the market, ang available is 40 amperes. So you use the 40 amperes circuit breaker. Okay. So, okay, now, somebody has already warned me about my time. So, ikuan ko lang, no? I-emphasize ko lang na for us installers, we have two options. Paano natin i-connect ang output ng grid tied natin? Either, no? We connect it at the supply side, no? Or at the load side. Now, ito yung common mistake ng mga installers na nakita ko, no? Na yung mga output nila ng inverter, kinikonnect nila sa circuit breaker, sa main, no? So ang wire size nila is, let's say, 5.5 mm squared. Kinukombine nila sa malaking wire, let's say in this case 38 mm squared. So ang problema nito is later on magka-loose contact ito, or loose connection. Problema ito, pwedeng masunog yung bahay dahil sa loose connection. Okay? So, as a remedy, either you use a bus bar system para secure yung connection, or you try to procure something, pwedeng i-combine mo yung connection mo doon sa terminal. But, sa akin, the best option is to have a bus bar system na para maka-bolt ka talaga sa output wires mo from the inverter. Okay? So, in this example, the Visayas Electric Company, ito yung standard metering nila setup, no? But typically, ito rin challenge sa mga installer kasi you have to bring your disconnect outside your house near the meter. Okay? So, sige lang, you just go through this presentation, and if you have some questions, no, you have some questions, you can email us or email me. We will gladly answer your question po. No? You can, can you write my email doon sa chat group. Kasi may mga participants na gusto magtanong later on after this webinar. So in your free time, on your comfortable or convenient time, you can email me. I'm glad to respond to emails, especially to questions about solar. So my time is up. We will proceed with the next parts of our activity today. Thank you very much. So again, my email is available in the chat group. You can email me questions about your design or solar, no? We are, so to speak, brothers in the profession. Magtulungan po tayo. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Sir Jun.
Thank you very much, Engineer June Baklay, for a very informative discussion. Okay, so I can see your questions here in our chat box. As mentioned by Sir June, you have his email address. You can email your question. You can email your question to him directly, and he will answer all your questions.
Hello.
Okay, so after Sir June Baklay, we will be having a audio technical presentation by one of our silver sponsor, the Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation. Yeah, I think our speaker, okay, our Mr. Gerard Mendoza. Okay. For that, let's allow me first to read the certificate of appreciation to one of our technical resource speaker on the topic of Philippine Electrical Code 2017 Articles on Solar Photovoltaic Technology in the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom conference held on September 16 to 19, 2021. Program accreditation number Oscar Echo Echo 2020-007-308. Approved 25 CPD points. Given the 16th day of September 2021. Signed, Mario C. Tabanyag, Professional Electrical Engineer, President of IAE Cebu Chapter. Lowell B. Ratilla, Professional Electrical Engineer, Vice President of Technical Affairs. Felipe C. Niliamo, Professional Electrical Engineer, Regional Governor, Region 7. And Brian A. Pasilan, Professional Electrical Engineer, the Technical Consultant and Advisor. Certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Magdaleno June Baklay Jr. to be presented by our President of the host chapter. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you very much, Sir June. Very much. I think our next speaker from Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation is now ready. Mr. Gerard Mendoza, the Technical Sales Engineer. Sir Gerard, are you ready?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, sir. Okay. I now have the screen.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay na, naka-flash na po ba? Okay. Okay, so once again, good morning everyone, especially to IIE Cebu and Eastern Visayas and Central Visayas for this opportunity to present to you our product lineup and also to have some technical presentation. So Panasonic would like to thank everyone, especially the staff and the organizer of this event. So once again, I am Gerard Mendoza, technical sales engineer of Panasonic Life Solutions Group. So we are the one who handles the electrical construction materials. So for this morning, I'll be talking about the wiring devices, which mainly switches, outlet, and our special types of wiring devices. So for a brief history of our company, so we are founded March 7th of 1918 by our father, Konosuke Matsushita. So by year 1967, PEC, it was founded by Mr. Jesus del Rosario. So this company was the one who produced first the national brand. So before Panasonic, there was National, and also there is Matsushita, which is a uh, first Filipino and Japanese venture here in the Philippines. And then afterwards, the venture was adopted the name MEPCO or Matsushita Electric Philippines Corporation. And then by year 2003, all the national brand was changed to Panasonic. So everything, lahat ng mga products na connected kay National was changed to Panasonic. That's why by year 2005, the Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation, which was located in Taytay Rizal, was adopted already by the Philippines. So here in the Philippines, we are already 54 years, and and globally, we are known for at least 105 or 104 years. So throughout the year, we have released or launched series of our different wiring devices. So I know you are familiar with this series na. So si Full Color series, si White series, si Refina, which shows sa ating mga architects and interior designers, and of course our Slim Art. So I'll be discussing this one by one after this slide. So first, our cream of the crop, yung aming pinaka matanda, pinaka veteran, and of course the top in the top market. So number one is the full color series, or we call it mainly the classic. Kaya siya classic dahil siya yung pinakaunang nirelease ni Panasonic na type of wiring device. So as you can see, the color is still off-white. Ayan. So yung ating mga veteran na electrician dyan, mga electrical practitioner, I know you are very familiar with this classic. Kasi siya pa noon si National before maging Panasonic. So binago lang po yung pangalan niya, but the specs, the rating, and the durability and quality is still the same. So same with White Series. Ayan, sumunod po sa kanya is dahil medyo tumagal na si Classic sa market. So after 10 to 15 years, White Series was released. Ayan. So dahil nagbabago yung ating technology noon at gusto na ng mga designer is mas maganda na yung aesthetic. Ayan. So we have released the White Series. So from its name, wide, wider ang switch, wider ang plate, and it has two different plates pa rin naman na so ang kanyang framing po is plastic pa din lahat. Pa rin yung kanyang framing. While yung isang klase ni white series, meron na po siyang metal support sa taas. So, once we move
problem with the Panasonic manufacturing. So be expecting Sir Mendoza to resume his presentation a while later. Again, I would like to acknowledge our participants this morning, the officers and the dignitaries of our national chapter.
I'm sorry for the disconnection.
Please,
Okay.
Sir Mendoza is back.
Okay. So to continue again. So for our next lineup is the Slim Art design or Slim Art series, which was released or launched last February 2017. It was I think 4 years na in the market. So as you can see, its wide module is wider than the wide series. So mas malaki na po yung kanyang switch, and it has three colors. So white, metallic black, and metallic gray. So this was exclusively sold here in the Philippine market only. So hindi po kayo makakakita ng ibang slim art sa ibang Panasonic sa ibang bansa. Yeah. So ito po ay exclusively sold here in the Philippines because this was a collaboration of a Filipino and Japanese culture. So dito po siya dinevelop ng ating Japanese engineers and professionals. Ayan. So as you can see, ang kanyang concept talaga is minimalist concept. Ayan. So that's why any type of interior, any type of design ng ating bahay ay pwedeng ma-cope up ni Slim Art. And then from its name, Slim Art, slimmer po siya. So let's go back to white series and full color, which has 6 to 9 mm ang kanyang thickness, while Slim Art is 5 to 6 mm na lang yung kanyang thickness ng plate. So mas slimmer po siya. And then ang kanyang gamit na po nating LED, ang ating indicator is LED na. So hindi na po tayo gumagamit ng incandescent dito. Just that is to prevent also the flickering. So isa yun kasi sa nagiging problem lalo pagka ganun yung gamit na indicator. So minsan may naiiwan pa liwanag or minsan nagfi-flicker bago siya bumukas. So we have used LED because LED, as we all know, very low ang consumption and very negligible. So hindi na siya nade-detect nung ating load, ng ating fixture. Para na lang yung standby ng TV. Ganun po yung kanyang. So this was available in all market, especially yan sa atin pong Visayas area. Pwede na po itong ma-avail sa ating market, like DIY channels and ECM channels. So Slim Art was actually, ito po yung more preferred of our architects and interior designers. Ayan. Then also one of our lineup for architectural designs is the White Series Refina naman po. Under pa rin siya ng White Series. So marami kasi nagtatanong na mga clients, especially mga owner din, if they can customize colors for our plates, like yung babagay sa kanilang interior. So, of course, our factory, naglabas sila ng colors na lang, which is we have 7 different colors, metallic colors, na yung most common na interior ng bahay. So we have metallic colors from white to gold to black, gray, and dark brown. Ayan. So these are all imprinted to our devices and plates. Ayan. Except lang po sa ating outlet. Kasi si outlet naman is nakatago naman yan pagka ini-install. Minsan nasa likod ng couch, ng cabinet. Unlike switches was laging pagkapasok mo ng bahay, yun kagad yung nakikita mo. That's why we have given emphasis to the switches and the plates. Ayan. So this was also available in our DIY channels and ating hardware. Meron na rin po itong mga to. And of course, our distributor. And then for our, ito yung pinaka ano namin, highest lineup actually, yung high-end namin, si Flatima. So comparing to the yung mga previous si Slim Art, Flatima was, so as you can see, super slim profile. So from 9mm na wide series, 6mm na Slim Art, Flatima was almost 2mm na lang ang kanyang thickness. Yan. So 2mm, imagine what gaano siya kanipis. And then ang kanya pong plate is hindi plastic or hindi poly, hindi resin, but aluminum plate. And then ang kanya pong switching mechanism is hindi na po siya toggle, but push button. So as you can see, pagka install natin to sa wall, parang part na siya ng wall. Ganon siya ka nipis. Yan. So that's why it was named Flatima. Flat na po. Ayan. So dahil medyo high-end po siya, medyo pricey lang din siya. So this was made to order actually. Special made to order. And then available din po to sa ating distributor. Bakit ba siya sinabing high-end? So I'll give you just some information. For this one gang, itong nakikita po natin, is about 2,000 pesos isang set. Ayan. So comparing po sa ibang series, mas ilang set na yon. So that's why this was installed only in at most like 15 houses dito sa Pilipinas. So including Chavit Singson, Manny Pacquiao, sino pa ba yung mga na sila Lucio Tan, mga yan. So ganun siya. So if ever na you will want this in your house, you will be included in our list. Ayan. So just to share also yung ating difference between the glow and illuminated. So meron kasi nangyayari na experience ko na sa mga project to, requirements. They want the illuminated, but then nung kanilang tinest, nung nag-mock up na, hindi yun yung ina-expect nila na nangyaring indicator. So meron kasing two different. We have the glow and illuminated. So for the glow, as you can see, naka-open yung indicator natin pag naka-open yung load. So yun po ang tawag ng glow switch. Yan. And then for illuminated naman, naka-open yung indicator pag naka-off yung load. So this is to locate naman yung position ng ating switches. Ayan. So this is a trivia lang kasi the contractors always ordering illuminated pero ang gusto pala nila glow switch. So always specify this one because there's a big difference on this. Ayan. Especially pagka kailangan sa mga infrastructure or mga industrial application like yung last time hospital yung gumamit. Ang kanyang in-orders illuminated pero ang dumating glow parang gano'n. So this is to differentiate po. And then for our other types, we have the incandescent and LED dimmer type. So for incandescent, we have 500 watts and 800 watts And ang play well, for LED naman, we have the 50 magiging compatible. Ayan. Hindi po kasi sila nagiging compatible. So, ang tendency niyan, sasabihin ni owner, sira or busted ang iyong ano. So, you always use LED dimmable when using LED dimmer switch. Ayan. Isa po yan sa mga pointers lagi or guidelines in using special types of switches. Ayan. And then, since we are experiencing pandemic na, more than a year na po, and most of our contractors at saka mga owners are nagta-transition na po sila to contactless or what we call the new normal. So Panasonic has to offer also this kind of switches. So this one is the PIR sensor, or we call it the passive infrared sensor. So this one is may difference po siya sa motion sensor actually. So for the passive infrared is human detection. That's why it's called infrared. Ayan. So mayroon pong change in temperature. Ayan. Kasi pagka motion, basta gumalaw, anything. Tama po ba? While for infrared is dapat there's a change in temperature. That's why ating katawan is mainit. Ayan po. So we have the standalone. We have two types, the surface mount and the flash type po. So for the surface mount, ito po is may kasamang built-in daylight sensor. Ayan. So what do you mean by daylight sensor? This one is to hindi lang dinidetect yung presence ng tao, but also detecting the sunlight outside. Ayan, yung ating natural light. So once na ma-detect niyang sufficient pa, okay pa yung liwanag sa labas, is hindi niya i-open totally yung ilaw. Or not totally talaga, hindi niya bubuksan. So, and same with our standalone. So standalone naman natin is, dahil flash type siya, karaniwan to is nasa mga kwarto, mga washroom areas. Ang kanyang time delay ay iisa po. So it is around 30 seconds po. So time delay means yung wala ka na sa kanyang detection range pero naka-open pa rin po siya. Yan. So for this, ang ating standalone at saka interconnectable. Sa interconnectable po is meron tayong master and auxiliary or yung master and slave. So this is to lengthen the yung range ng kanyang yung range ng ating sensor. So our master can be connected to at least 3 auxiliaries. So gaano ba kahaba 'yun? So our standalone is can be installed to a 3 to 4 ceiling height, ceiling to floor height, which is ang kanyang diameter ng kanyang detection range is about 7 meters. Ayan. So kung hallway po yung ating i-installan, we should use interconnectable. So 7 times 4, so 28 meters po yung haba nun. Ayan. So para lang din po malaman natin, yung nakakonect po kay master, ay yun din po yung kinokontrol ni auxiliary. So this is just to lengthen the coverage po. Ayan. So upon yung study namin sa aming factory, so of course, we should prevent spreading of diseases. Ayan, dahil nga contactless na yung gusto natin. Normal. But also, this is a energy saving. You can save up to 60% of your daily consumption. So, ganun po siya. So, especially yung mga tinatayo ngayon like hospitals and mga schools na bago like si Mapuwag, Makati University. These are all sensor na po ang gamit nila from their parking lot up to their rooms and facilities. They are all using PIR sensor. Yeah. So this one is for commercial and residential. So nagtanong din naman yung mga factory natin. So paano naman kaming mas matataas yung ceiling height? About 10 meters. So we also release or launch the high ceiling type which up to 10 meters nga. And then ang kanyang coverage na po, since mas mataas na siya, it is about 15 meters na. So ganun na siya kalaki. So dito, dinagdagan na po siya ng AI since mas malaki na yung kanyang coverage or yung kanyang range. So smart detection po ang tawag doon. That is to detect the blind spot. Yan. Especially kasi dito sa mga factory, may mga equipment na like mga forklifts, may mga other equipments na gumagana. That is to detect the blind spot para maiwasan din natin yung aksidente. Yan. So same with the standalone, with our residential and commercial, we have the interconnectable also for this high ceiling type. Ayan. So ang mga application po nito, mga warehouses, storage facilities, factories, even aircraft hangars, yan. Sila katulad ng Lufthansa sa NAIA, ayan. Pwede po yan. And also, kung nasa pagitan po kayo ng about 5 to 10, pwede po rin itong gamitin sa mga commercial. Walang problema po doon. Hindi ibig sabihin na pang industrial siya, doon na lang siya. So pwede rin po natin itong gamitin sa bahay dahil adjustable naman siya. So from ceiling height of 3 to 10, pwede po yan. Yeah. So these are the types of our sensors, PIR sensors natin. The standalone, interconnectable, and yung high ceiling capacity natin. So all of the applications na maisip po natin, even sa bahay, sa commercial, and even industrial are all applicable ang ating sensor. Yeah. We have also the time switch or yung TV series natin. So this one are used din for commercial, mga fast food chains like Jollibee, McDonald's, yan. They're using this for their signages. Yan. That's why meron po tayo uh, 24-hour program set up ng i-on or i-off via our capacity. Ayan. So this has a backup power of 300 hours and you can save up to at least 8% or 18% of your consumption. Ayan. So we have also aircon and outlet range. Ayan. Sa aircon natin, we have the 15 ampere and the 20 ampere. So this is applicable sa mga residential housing na nagsasama sa isang circuit yung kanilang aircon outlet. Ayan. So this is to prevent the heating of the wire and even the device itself. And then sa range natin, this is the twist lock of our twist lock, Panasonic twist lock, and you have heard this. You have to plug and then twist. So this is for the continuous electricity connection, especially sa mga industrial, mga commercial, sa kitchen, like mga equipment. Ganun. So this is to prevent the disconnection. We also have the EL guard, ayan, or the GFCI. This is class 3. So ay class C because sa Pilipinas po kasi ang ating permissible ata is about 5 to 10 milliamps for the leakage current. So that's why we are introducing the class C, ayan, para pumasok po tayo sa PEC standard. Then for our auxiliaries, we have the charging port. Ayan. So this is for charging only po. Hindi po siya pwedeng pagsaksakan for data or documents like that. So 10,000 cycle test, pasado po siya sa IEC. And it has over charging sensor. So once na mag-fully charge na yung iyong gadget, automatically kakat niya yung supply. So to prevent the overcharging po. And then sa TV natin, we have the analog and HDMI. Data ports, we have the Cat5e and Cat6. Ayan. Mostly Cat6 naman na ang ini-install. And then, telephone ports, we have RJ14 and RJ45. Ayan. We have also the floor outlets or FOs. Ayan, tinatawag natin. Ito most commonly sa mga workstations and like malls, and meron din sa tabletops and offices and factories. Ayan. So we have the shallow type. This one is, kaya po tinawag na shallow dahil ang kanyang installation is mas mababaw na comparing sa mga standard na floor outlet, which is nasa around 55 ang kanilang depth. Ito po ay nasa 46 na lang. So the difference is about malaki po. So pwede to sa mga maninipis yung flooring, yung mga slab. Yan. So si shallow type natin. And we have also the plastic type or yung round type natin. We have the pop-up, we have the shell type, and the aluminum die-cast. Ayan. All are IP55 po sila. We have also the extension cords. Ayan. Ang atin pong extension cord has a built-in breaker. May sarili pong circuit breaker yung ating extension cords. Ayan. So once na lumagpas ka sa capacity niya, we have 3,500 watts and 2,500 watts. Automatically, ikakat niya po yung supply. And then you have to reset lang. You have to remove lang kung ano yung sumobra or yung malaking kumukonsumo. And then you have to reset. So yung iba kasi umaapoy na bago malaman na nag-overload ka na eh. So this one has a own circuit breaker po. And we have also the outlet with switch. So built-in double pole switch siya. So which means this is a duplex po with grounding and shutter type. Ayan. So this is good for how household na mayroong mga toddlers, mayroong mga babies. Ayan. So this is to prevent also the damaging of your appliances, especially pag nagkaroon ng power interruptions. Ayan. So this is to, ayun, maganda po talaga siyang safety and secure po ang inyong bahay, especially pagka meron tayong mga kasamang bata. Ayan. We have the door chime also. This one is solenoid type pa rin naman po siya. But we have different colors, especially pagka kung nasan po ba si door chime, nasa labas ng bahay. So we have white and the dark brown. Ayan. So solenoid type pa rin siya, wired pa rin po. Hindi pa rin po siya wireless kasi may mga instances na ang nangyayari, there are interference sa mga wireless natin like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, telephone, ayan. So we are still using the solenoid type na dapat hindi mo siya ilong press kasi ang tendency po niyan mag-weld yung ating solenoid sa loob. Ayan. We have also the smoke alarm standalone which is battery operated. Ito pwede po sa mga bahay na kahit yung gusto magkaroon ng security alarm pero hindi kayang mag-afford ng system. So this one is meron tayong battery operated na smoke alarm. So meron siyang 4 pre-recorded voices. So unang-una yung fire, syempre yung pinaka-importante. And then problem check kung merong problema yung ating smoke alarm. And then operating normally and of course low battery. So itong natin battery operated na smoke alarm, ang battery po na gamit niyan is lithium, Panasonic lithium battery which can last up to 10 years. So imagine ganun po katagal. So tanong lang dito is pwede ba magpalit ng battery to? Yes po, pwede. So pero antayin niyo po yung 10 years. Ganun siya katagal. Yan. So meron naman po siyang sinasabi na low battery kung kailan ka na magpapalit. So 10 years ganun na katagal, baka yung mismong product na yung palitan natin pagka. So yan. Available po yan sa ating mga DIY markets. Yan, si smoke alarm. And we have also the hotel lineup. Ayan, we have the multi-gang panel plate. Ayan. So ito pong nakikita nyo is 8 gang. 8 gang po yan. While ang pinakamahaba po namin is 9 gang. So lahat ng maiisip mo na device, wiring device, pwede nating ilagay yan. Because meron po tayo yung pinakamarami sa module namin is 18 gang. So almost like a switch bank na po siya. So this is to install para maging unified yung nasa isang lugar lang kung saan makikita yung mga devices sa isang hotel room. Hindi siya nakakalat, hindi siya iba-ibang plate. So nasa isang plate na lang siya. So from the outlet to HDMI to internet, cable to charging devices, ayan. So nasa isang plate na lang po siya. Ayan. So as you can see, ayan, nasa isang room, pwede na pong ma-offer ni Panasonic lahat ng kanyang wiring device. So for our V Hotel, meron tayong dalawang availability, black and silver. And ang kanya pong framing is full metal na. Kasi pag, siyempre hotel dapat matibay. And of course, the naming option, ito. Pwede nyo pong palitan yung pangalan ni Panasonic. Pwede nyo ilagay yung hotel name, kung anong hotel name man yan. Pwede nating palitan. Yan, pwede natin yung i-feature po. And of course, our newest product, ating bagong lineup, si Panasonic MCB. Ayan. So, si MCB has two lineups po, high and low ampere. We have the 6 to 63 ampere, yung sa ating 60898, and 80 to 125 para naman po sa industrial type natin. So, this can be used up to 3-phase installation with 4.56 and 10 KAIC po rating. And we have also RCCB, residual current circuit breaker for leakage current or paparas ng ating GFCI, and RCBO or the combination of MCB and RCCB, yung residual current circuit breaker with overcurrent protection. So meron ka ng protection sa overcurrent, meron ka pang protection sa short circuit, and of course meron ka rin sa ating leakage current. Ayan. So these are the type for our MCB. So parang apple to apple lang naman yung ginawa namin para makita yung comparison. Ayan. So for the load terminal, fork type, and then arc plate po namin is 13 arc plates. Ayan. And arc runner was curved. This is to equally distribute our stress. Ayan. And fixed rivet has 6 fixed rivet. Ayan. So, okay. Time na daw po.
Yes. Sorry to cut you off, Sir Edward, but I'm giving you like 3 minutes to finish your discussion. Then after that, we'll entertain some of the questions from our audience.
Okay,
and
ma'am.
also, yes, for a while. Also, our audience, our participants, kindly write your questions in the Q&A box, not on the chat box. Kay daghan ta og mga questions, daghan og mga message, so murag matabunan siya. So kindly write it in the Q&A box.
So, just to ano lang po, para rin maging aware tayo, is always look on our PS Mark po for wiring devices. Ayan. So, for the license number po ng ating switches, it should be 1168. And for the outlet is 1169. Ayan. Para po maiwasan din natin yung mga substandard na products. Ayan. Para sa atin po magsisimula yung anti-fake campaign. Ayan. So, para hindi po tayo gagamit ng mga fake substandard products na hindi po certified ni Philippine standard. Ayan. And then I would like to also announce our raffle. This is to a appreciation raffle promo for our contractors and electrical engineers. So this one is a raffle promo po for switches and outlets, door chime, smoke alarm, MCB, and factory line. So ang invoice po is so invoice can be named either the participant or the company. Pwede po yan kahit anong project. Invoice date must be from January 1 to November 30 po. So medyo malapit na. Ayan. All raffle participants can win up to 2 items. And then participants who will submit 1 million. So kung project po yan, syempre malamang nasa million yung worth of invoice. Ayan. So automatically guaranteed po kayo nasa ating major prize. Ayan. And then entries will be validated through our Google form link. So ito po yung nasa baba, yung ating QR code, i-scan nyo lang po yan. And then open po siya sa mga IAE members. Ayan. So dapat IAE member ka. And raffle draw will be on December 15. And ayan, isang draw lang po ata to. Ayan. And then pwede nyo pong kontakin si Sir Christian or Sir Jeff. Ayan, for other questions, if you have questions regarding this promo, and if you want to to enter our raffle promo. Ayan po. So, ayan. So, scan the QR code to join. Kung meron na po kayong mga hawak na invoices dyan, especially yung mga ating mga contractors, ayan, pwede po kayo, open po kayo sumali sa amin. Okay, so thank you very much po for listening to our technical
Yes,
presentation.
sir, there are questions in our Q&A box. Kindly type your answer na lang since we exceed with our time limit. And
Okay, ma'am.
Sir? Just a
Okay po, ma'am.
gentle
Thank you po.
reminder also for our speakers to please observe our allotted time since we were just given 30 or 1 hour to discuss. So kindly allot like 10 or 15 minutes question and answer. So those who have not, those who are about to present their presentation later, please make sure na within the time frame ang ato ang presentation because we also have to respect with the next speaker. Okay, so let me just read the certificate of appreciation to Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as a sponsor on this 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference held on 16th to 19th day of September 2021 via Zoom conference, given the 16th day of September 2021. Signed, Mario C. Tabanyag, Professional Electrical Engineer, President of IAE Cebu Chapter. Felipe C. Niliama, Professional Electrical Engineer, Regional Governor 7. Lowell B. Ratilla, Professional Electrical Engineer, Vice President, Technical Affairs of IAE Cebu Chapter. And Brian A. Pasilan, Professional Electrical Engineer, Technical Consultant, and Advisor. Sir? Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so once again, kindly write your questions in our Q&A box, not on our chat box. And speaking of chat box, good morning to all the participants from Bislig Bay Chapter and Negros Oriental. Good morning. Also to our national office. Also like to acknowledge our participants here. The Vice President Technical, Roland Vasquez, our regional governors, Woody Irama, Alwin Wagan, and Sandro Villarosa. Also our former national presidents, Jovi Panhilason, Larry Cruz, Armando Diaz, Jules Alcantara, and our national office staff, Ma'am Ann Guillen and Ma'am Kath Magno. Good morning. And to other participants, good morning. Okay, Sir Bob.
By the way, good morning. We will have to post your question and also the answer of the speaker. So, meaning to say, the question and answer will be posted in our website. So more or less, if you have the same question, it will be answered there in the website. So please try to visit our website, IIEE Cebu, Chapter 7. So with that, you can read all the questions and also the answer from the speaker. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue with our next speaker. He'll be discussing the distribution of the impact study. Our next speaker for this morning, the Assistant Vice President of the Engineering Operation of Visayas Electric Company. A round of applause to Engineer Mark Anthony Kindika, Professional Electrical Engineer. Engineer Mark, take it away.
Hello, can you hear me? So I'll be sharing my screen. Okay. Can you see it already? Okay. Good morning once again. I'll be discussing or trying to explain the distribution impact study we are doing in our D. Okay. Based on statutory and regulatory basis, this is based on PDC, Philippine Distribution Code. The distribution utility shall maintain a set of required technical studies. So this is the impact study for any proposed connection or modification to an existing connection. And for this or distribution services and open access rules, we also have the basis of the distribution impact study. There's also from EPIRA and other statutory requirements. So these are the sample of the regulatory basis of the distribution impact study we're currently doing. So this should cover embedded generators connected. So meaning embedded is connected within our distribution system. The end user, especially when they're big or the bigger size, that could impact our distribution of electricity, and also qualified end users. In the first presentation earlier, there are customers or consumers with rooftop solars. So we also call them prosumers. So this is the coverage of the distribution impact studies for the DU. And the scope of the DIS includes the power flow study, or sometimes we normally call load flow studies, the short circuit study or the fault calculation studies, the power quality assessment. Majority, it looks at the harmonics, total harmonic distortion of the system. And for some cases wherein the embedded generator is a significant size, there also needs frequency studies and stability studies or assessment. But I'll be showing here is a sample of what we normally do in the DU, which is the DIS for net metering or for qualified end users. Okay, for power flow studies, normally we look at the thermal assessment and make sure that everything is within the limits, tolerable limits of our assets in the DU. We also have voltage assessment within the range or tolerable range as specified by the Philippine Distribution Code and all others. So this is just an example, a snapshot of what it looked like using wizard-aided simulation software. For the methodology, we can also do manual calculations, although this is normally not done, especially for the DU. The manual calculation should involve numerical methods. For example, we have the backward forward sweep, Gauss-Seidel, and Newton-Raphson. But yes, because it's a numerical method, so it would require numerous iterations depending on your limits or your set point. And it's also good. It's also good to have knowledge on this. Actually, maybe just try once in your lifetime. So you would also know the principles, and also you would also have the idea what could have caused any non-convergence or convergence when you use the software. But what makes it more difficult, especially for power flow studies, is especially for a DU, we are dealing with unbalanced systems, unlike probably for the grid or transmission. So it adds to the complication if you're using a manual calculation. And also, depending on the type of load, if your load is 100% constant impedance, that would be relatively easy. But in the real world, this is a combination of percent more constant impedance, constant current, or constant power, or constant PQ. So It would be easier for the DU to use a simulation software. It would be a lot faster and a lot easier. And also for if you're doing it multiple times, so it's better to have the simulation software. For our case, we do have from ETAP, Synergy, or all other. There are several other simulation software you can use. And next is we have the short circuit studies. So they should involve this is used to assess the protection devices or protective devices that you have installed in our assets in the distribution system. You need to check if it does not exceed or does not add damage to the ratings of our protective devices. And this will also be needed if necessary for production coordination assessment. If there's a need to change it because of the entrant or the embedded generator or the qualified end user. Again, you can do also manual calculation. I believe this should be easier than the power flow. You can use classical methods without the factors or coefficients by IEEE or IEC. You can do it in spreadsheets. What is really important now is just to model your system, the positive, negative, or zero sequence equivalent systems or models. And you can also do more difficult one, the Z-bus matrix with the rate model, etc. But again, it is also much easier to do a simulation software. I use the simulation software. Yeah, similarly, we're using ETAP, Synergy, and there are so much more for other simulation softwares available. And also, we do harmonic analysis for power quality assessment. In this case, we're also using our simulation software. Okay, for us in the DU, majority of the DIS, if not practically more than 90% of the time, what we are doing as a DIS is primarily on the net metering applications. We have not done so many for embedded generators because the application of net metering has been picking up already. So according to ERC resolution, there's the net metering installations just also comply within the required distribution impact studies of the DU. And also from DOE, this would really help the DU. Any qualified end user under the net metering arrangement shall not be a net generator or producer, meaning the customer should be a net user at the end of each calendar year. So this will prevent oversizing. And this would help us not to complicate our system. Okay, for net metering, these are applicable to on-grid or grid-tied systems for this one. And it's the installation will be less than or equal to 100 kilowatt. That this is for the net metering rules, and it will be based on the PV panels and so on. So what I want to highlight is the 100 kilowatt. Our regulations have been very dynamic. We have the GEOP, we have the distributed energy resources, etc. I don't know in the roadmap that this will change, but for now, maybe there are several revisions in the near future. But for now, it's at 100 kilowatts. So again, as mentioned, this presentation will be mainly focused on the preparation of the distribution impact study for net metering customer. The first thing to do is data gathering in order to get a good representation of your model, and then you can create your electrical model. So for our DU, we have this form that we provided to the customer. First is the single line diagram. We need the information on the single line diagram. What is important is where they will connect in our system, what voltage level, and practically the facility, the location where they will be connecting. And we also need the parameters or the specifications of the inverter, the panels or the module, and if there is a need for a step up or a step down transformer, we also need that information. So once we have all this information, we can now proceed with our system modeling. Okay, for this power system modeling, this is for the PV. We are using in our DU, we are using the ETAP simulation software. So we need to model the entire the system here, and these are the parameters needed for the PV, and this is for the array or how the PVs are arranged. So good thing we had that first presentation, so we have more familiarity with the required parameters or specifications needed for modeling the PVs. And we have here the inverter. We need also to model the inverter in the system. Here as well. Then we have our transformer. For this case, for this example, we are using 3 single-phase transformers. So per tank or per transformer, per single-phase transformer, you need also to model it. So practically, if you do load flow, you know what the parameters are needed, the ratings, the impedances, positive, zero, negative sequence, etc. And since we bank this transformer, we also need the configuration, how the system is banked, because this will really affect specifically on especially on the fault calculation or the short circuit analysis. Then this is for the wire. We also, because we've modeled here the distribution line going to our substation, we need to model also the wires, including the configuration of how it was installed. For this case, we have overhead wires across in our distribution system, which are typical in our distribution system. And also, we also, for this particular case, the protective device here is the fuse, a type K fuse in the system, overhead as well. So we need also to specify, this is necessary for the protection coordination. And if you could notice, this is the source of this is it only shows the source is from our feeder, but if you expand that, it goes through our distribution, sub-transmission down to the connection point from the grid. So we can model it using that, or you can also model it just this one. But you can get the equivalent Thevenin circuit, the equivalent, so you have the equivalent impedances, positive, zero, negative sequence impedances. So even if you have a really large network, you can really reduce it to simplify your analysis, especially if you're doing manual calculations. To simplify it, you can reduce it to a single equivalent Thevenin circuit. So, but for our case, we already have our model for our entire network or system. So we might as well use our this information, because any changes in our system would also impact on the equivalent impedances, sequence impedances. Okay, also, we also need to model the lump load, especially for if you're doing load flow or the power flow analysis. It is also important what type of load you are going to represent, or the characteristic of load. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we have the constant impedance type of load, constant current, and constant PQ or constant power. So this, depending on what you choose, this will affect the results of your load flow. Practically, it's a combination of the three in the real world. But there are also times if you want to simulate extreme side, maybe you can set the entire what do you call this load as constant PQ or constant power, because it will change on the changes the current changes as the voltage also changes. So this makes it more difficult if you're doing manual calculation, because it's again you need an iterative solution to do this. But if you can have a good representation of your load, it's better to use that as well. For the case of the DU, we can get the somewhat the near accurate representation of the IZPQ, we call it IZPQ, of a load by doing tap changing of our transformers. But for this size, it's not necessary. Okay, so we've done our model of the entire system. So let's proceed to our first technical study, the power flow study. So in doing the power flow studies, we also need to consider scenarios, several scenarios, to make sure that you've covered from the extremes to the not so extreme conditions. For this case, specifically on creating a DIS for PV or customers with rooftop solar for net metering. Normally, we get also a scenario where there is no generation and there's at maximum load. So in order to get the load profile of a particular load, example, if the load is already existing and he wanted, or the customer wanted to add the PV and apply for the net metering program, we can get the information by putting on load loggers. If the metering infrastructure already has the load profiling capabilities, we can also get that information from the meter. So what we need is the peak demand of that particular load. And for another case, for case 2, we also need the expected maximum output of the generator or the PV, and the minimum at the minimum load during the day. So we also need the minimum load, so we can also get that in the load profile of a certain customer. Or you can also, for a worst case scenario, you can also add in another scenario for maximum output of the generator and a zero consumption or zero demand for the load. And also, if the customer is connected to a load center, or what we call load center are distribution transformers, where several customers are connected to it. So meaning that transformer is not exclusively serving one customer, then it is also important to get the information of that particular load center. So again, we can do that by putting up load loggers for that particular load center. So what you also need here is what is the minimum load of that particular load center. So we have the model in our ETAP. Then we can do the voltage assessment and the thermal assessment by simulating. This is case 1. Full. This is full maximum load with no generation. So we can see in this view, in the graphical view also, the flow of the power and also the resulting voltage per unit or in a percent based on the nominal voltage per bus. So you can get the information graphically, and you can also get it on a tabular form, on a report form in a particular, depending on your simulation software. And then we also simulate the power flow when the load is at 0 and the generation of your PV is at maximum. So we can see if there are reverse flow, specifically on your transformer. So again, this is the resulting, you still have the power flow with the direction and the value in this view, and also the resulting percentage of the nominal voltage. And also you can also see the contributions, individual contribution of your array, PV arrays. And here is at peak load and at with the generator on, or the PV on. So there's you can also notice the flow have been shifting. For this case, it would mean that the load is higher than the generation or of the PV, the output. Okay. Now we proceed to the short circuit study. And you can select what type of fault, three-phase, single line to ground, etc. So, and which bus you are going to simulate the fault. Yeah, for this case, it's a three-phase fault or a symmetrical fault. So this case. So the faulted point is before the node before the connection point or before the fuse. So what is also important is to not only faulting the bus and getting the information or the fault current in different buses. For this particular case, since it's a PV, we are confident because for especially for inverters, there is a low contribution of the fault current. So, but for so you can do a simple scenario. But for certain embedded generators, for instance, if you have bigger embedded generators, it's also important to create scenarios and to simulate at different scenarios. Let's say full generation, partial, no generation, etc. And also, it's also again, it's also important to get the fault flow or the through fault that the protective devices or any equipment felt, or because if you're only getting the fault current at each bus, that doesn't mean that that particular fault current passes through your equipment or device. So it's also important to check the fault flow. For this case, for this example, if you can see it, sorry, it's quite small. It's at 5.476 kA. This is the fault at this particular bus. But if you could notice, the majority of the contribution is from our distribution network or from the grid. And the contribution of the whole array or the system of the PV is at 5 amperes. So this would mean for this particular case, the fault that the fuse have endured, or the fault current that it passes through the fault through the fuse is at 0.005 kA or 5 amperes a year. So maybe you can also create a fault in this particular bus and see what is the current flowing through the fuse or through this transformer. Especially when you have phase shifting devices. What are phase shifting devices? An example or a typical example for our case is this one, the transformer or the distribution transformer. So there's a big impact in the nature, in the magnitude and the angle of the fault if there's a phase shifting device. For this case, if you could remember or notice earlier in the modeling, this is a Y delta transformer, ungrounded Y delta transformer for this particular load center. And when you have a fault here, so this particular transformer has a phase shift of from the primary to the secondary based on the configuration of the transformer. And that is also important, especially in creating the model. It is important that you have modeled properly the devices, especially for the transformer. So because majority, if not the biggest contribution in reducing the fault in the low side is the impedance of your transformer. And also, if the configuration is not the same, then the equivalent, because of its a phase shifting characteristic, the fault current that you'll be getting may not be accurate. And also, this is also relevant, especially for the fault flow, relevant for assessing if your protective devices, in terms of its capacity, making, breaking, or enduring it, or is it capable of that particular level of fault or fault level. Also, it is also important when you need to coordinate your protection. You also need that information for the in coordination, in protection coordination. And for this case, we will no longer need to have to coordinate the protection because, as you can see, the contribution is relatively very minimal. And also, as I mentioned earlier, there's the frequency assessment and stability assessment. For this case, for this particular case, on practically all other, as long as it's within the net metering program, which is a less than 100 kilowatt, you won't need it. You won't need to for this particular case. Okay, so moving on. So for power quality assessment, we are also using the same model and the same simulation software to get the harmonic distortion, or what we need is the total harmonic distortion reflecting to our system. So you can run again this one. So the total harmonic distortion for this case in our point of view would be at 0.493% PhD. So this is the last study we will be conducting for our DIS. So for the evaluation and assessment, so this is also based on the Philippine Distribution Code and other codes that the voltage variation should be within the tolerable limits of the plus minus 10% of a nominal voltage. For example, for a low voltage system for Visayan Electric, we have 230, 400, 460, and different. Also for our medium voltage, we have 23 kV and 16 kV for our sub-transmission levels. And also, we have also different operating ranges for different, I've also added here, for large conventional, large VREs, medium. For our particular case, we are under the small and micro. So it's a plus 10% of the nominal voltage. And also power factor. Also for the thermal assessment, it should be not be beyond your limits. 90% of your thermal is the capacity of your wire transformer. But also from another guide that we were using, typically at 70%, we need to upgrade. There's a necessary need for an upgrade if it exceeds the thermal limits at 70%. For power factor, we have it should be not less than 85% lagging at the connection point. So again, it also varies on a different generator size. For large conventional, again, for this scenario, for our case, it's we're looking at the small and micro, so it should be not less than 85% lagging. And also based on the PDC, we have the for Arponics, THD and THD should be less than 5%. So for this case, it's really lower. So it's point, I forgot, 0.4 something. So it's okay. Then also for the voltage imbalance, 25%, and there should be no DC the DC injection for net metering. This is a particular case for a net metering application. And also for related to harmonics and this is the flicker severity. Again, if there are, so the DIS maybe should be the first step. If there are violations, based on this criteria, then we have to go through the DAS or the distribution asset study. That study will also identify the required upgrading or expansion or replacement of certain assets so to qualify on the criteria. But for this case, we're only limited, the discussion is limited to the DIS. So we also have here the different voltage ride-through, different voltage range for our micro-embedded generating units. And this is also the frequency ride-through of the, for this case, we're looking at also, again, the small and micro. So different frequency ranges, there are the response of there is an equivalent response of the VRE or the embedded generator. And I think that's it. Thank you. If there are questions, let me see. We still have how many? We have 14 minutes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much, Engineer Anthony Kindika. Mark Anthony Kindika, correction. So thank you for sharing your impact study, especially for the power flow study, classical method, using the Excel format. And also the net metering, which there are already people or contractors or owners that is already interested with this net metering because of the solar studies. Now, by the way, additional information about our speaker. During his high school days, he studied in a technical school, Don Bosco. Of course, his COO in Vico is also a Bosconian. Right now, he is a AVP Engineering Operation. So, thank you very much, Engineer Kindika. Now, we are on the question and answer portion. Since we have still 15 minutes to go,
Okay, for the first question, for small commercials having a load between 100 kilowatt to 1 megawatt, beyond the net metering setup, what are the ways you can comply the certificate of compliance and connect to the utility system? I think there are a lot of establishments with solar PV systems already.
Yes, sir. Yes, if you do have certain is beyond the net metering program, we still encourage and we will still require the proponents or the customer to get in touch with us. We have also key account representatives. It is also important to create a distribution impact study because, again, it won't only affect you or maybe perhaps your adjacent customers near you, nearby. So we really need also to create the impact study for that. And for the COCs, sorry, for the COCs, I believe it's with ERC. And for us, we do allow connection of PVs or rooftop PVs beyond the net metering program, but it is not part of the net metering program, meaning you won't enjoy the privileges or the perks of if you're enrolled in a net metering program, meaning any export of energy would have a peso equivalent. So if you're exporting to us, then thank you. That's what we can say. But I believe, don't worry, there are several programs in the works. As I mentioned, that particular industry is relative, the regulations is very fluid and dynamic. There have already been talks about distributed energy resources, the microgrids, the virtual power plants, peer-to-peer tradings, etc. I'm pretty sure there will be more, clarification on that particular space from more than 100 kilowatt to 1 megawatt.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Mark Anthony. Sir Mark Anthony, we can no longer accept some questions to be answered by you right now because we are running out of time. However, for Engineer Compra, Engineer Pinia, and Engineer Siva, your answer, the answer of your question will be answered by our speaker. Maybe right now we can answer it through our messages here, or we are going to post this in our website. So if ever there are some with the same question as Mr. Compra, Engineer Compra, Engineer De La Peña, and Engineer Siva, then answer na sila. Okay? So we are going to have, by the way, our apology, we only entertain one questions. So right now, we are going to award the certificate of appreciation.
Certificate of appreciation presented to Mark Anthony B. Kindika as Technical Resource Speaker on the topic Distribution Impact Study in the 28th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom Conference, held on September 16 to 19, 2021. Given the 16th day of September 2021, signed by Mario C. Tabanyag, PE, President, and Felipe C. Niliama, PE, Regional Governor, and Lowell B. Ratilla, VP Technical Affairs, and Engineer Brian A. Pasilan, PE, Technical Consultant and Advisor.
Hello. Thank you, Sir Engineer Kindika. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the, thank you very much. And then we'll have to go to the silver sponsor, the Prisma Electric Controls, to be presented by Joey Gamil, VP for Marketing. Joy?
Hi.
Hi, Joy.
Good Morning po, it's me once again.
Nice to hear you, Joy.
So, okay. So, once again, congratulations, IIEE students, Joy, Visayas with qualifications. So, instead of the usual PowerPoint presentation that we do in the past, today we opted to present to you our thoughts through the parang virtual tour of our home. So, parang hindi masyadong bored, no? But I think some of the, especially the officers here, have seen me do this, so I hope other attendees who are participating. So parang ano lang po, no, bumibisita lang kayo sa booth namin. You remember, you also see the same setup in the past in the IIE agency. So without further ado, let's start. So our electrical showroom, our first guild section. So I will start with our tools. Build tools or professional tools. We have the crimping tools. We have them in three types. The handy crimping tool, that's the smallest one for the small crimps. But unfortunately, I don't have the sample here. And then we have the hydraulic type crimping tools. So this is the actual product of the MGH 400 Auto hydraulic crimping tool. It can crimp up to 400 mm squared. And then we have the MGH 300, which is up to 300 mm squared naman. So that's a little bit smaller than this one. And then we also have the battery-powered crimping tool. So ito po yung aming MGED 400, which can crimp up to 400 mm squared. So it comes with two batteries. This is the sample of the battery and the charger. All right, for the smaller version of our battery-powered crimping tool, we have this one. So this is really handy, no? So you can take it with you anywhere. So it also comes with two batteries and a charger. And then it can crimp up to 240 mm squared. And then aside from the crimping tools, we also have the die-less crimping tool. It's also hydraulic. So you don't need to maintain dies, no? So wala ka ng misplaced na dies. So it can crimp, automatic siyang nag-adjust depending on the crimping requirement that you need. So next is we have the 3-in-1 tool, this one. All you need to do is replace the head, and then so it can already crimp, cut, and punch. Okay, so this one, all-in-one siya. But if you need, kung medyo madalas kayong nagpa-punch, we also have the punch driver here. So it can punch up to a maximum of 2.5 diameter na butas. So this is the one. So this is one of our best sellers for our McGill tools. And then for the ratchet cable cutters, ayan. So we have a ratchet cable cutter that can cut up to 240 mm squared. And then, although wala rin akong sample dito, and then we also have another one that can cut up to 400 mm squared. And then this one, the special feature about this is that it can cut aluminum or copper armored cable. Yan. So po pwede siya. And then here on this side naman, we have another hydraulic crimping tool. This is our biggest. Okay, so nakahiwalay po yung head niya because this can crimp up to 630 mm squared. And then we also have benders. These are our aluminum manual pipe benders. They are ideal for EFT. Pero pwede din siya sa mga IMC pipes, but on a very minimal use lang para mas sumaba po yung kanyang usage, no? And then we also have the kung medyo you need to bend mga rigid, no, rigid conduits, then we suggest or recommend that you use our hydraulic pipe na pipe bender. So, ito po yun. Now, let's proceed with our terminal lugs. So, yung terminal lugs ng McGill are aluminum, but they can be used for either copper or aluminum because they are 809 CU rated, and then they are also UL listed. So we have the compression type from 6 AWG up to 1000 MCM. Then we have the mechanical type available in different number of conductors, and also our compression splices or back connectors. And on this wall, you will see I hope they are quite popular already, you know, yung McGill EMT, IMC, and RSC namin. Because these are the first range of McGill that we've introduced in the market 20 plus years ago. So we have the EMT, which is free valve from 1/2 up to 2, and then the IMC and the RSC from 1/2 to 4 inches, all UL listed, and then they are dip galvanized inside and outside. So what does that mean? So in terms of corrosion resistance, it can last up to 3 times longer compared to the inline galvanized process. And then another improvement that we did with our IMC and RSC, meron po akong sample dito, is that yung loob niya, kapag pinapa niyo siya ngayon, totally halos wala ka nang mararamdaman na burst or cuts or any lump there sa loob. So talagang smooth siya to really protect your conductors during while cooling and pushing. So of course, we have the corresponding fitting, so I will not dwell on this anymore because these are kind of basic already, but medyo, kasi we're trying to complete really yung aming range, that is why kompleto rin kami sa fittings. But I would like to mention also that McGill now has flexible conduits. So we have the still flexible conduit available from 3/8 up to 2 inches. Likewise, the liquid tight flexible conduit, this is powder PVC coated in gray. So this is liquid tight. So in corresponding fittings nila, we also have. Okay, so this section is for the channels and supports, the slotted and solid, as well as the corresponding accessories or support, no, pipe support for the channels. And then on this corner, our boxes, the metallic boxes, as you can see, hindi ko na po sila isa-isahin, but our metallic boxes are pre-galv and then gauge 16. They are also UL listed. Yung knockouts are available in 1/2 and 3/4. So I would just like to mention that each of our box, no, such as this one, this is a 4x4 square box, meron tayong grounding terminal dyan. And then you can also see inside McGill at saka yung UL logo engraved. Okay, so this is how to identify an authentic UL listed metal box. Okay. So we also have the weatherproof boxes for the single gang and the 2 gang and the round box. For the conduit bodies, we have the die-cast aluminum for general use. Pero kung mas kailangan nyo ng rugged application, we also have the malleable iron version na material. All right, on this other side is a display of our cable ducts and cable ties. No? So our cable ties are available in stainless and nylon material. All right, so that's it for this wall display of McGill products. But here we have a dedicated section to show how each of the McGill products are connected. So let me just start with, for example, ito po yung bahay or a building, no? So nasa labas tayo, for example. So you have there on top, uh, you have there on top the entrance lock, no? Yung magagaling na supply ng kuryente from Meralco. Then of course, tutulay siya, no? With the kilowatt hour meter. Here, dahil sa labas po siya, dapat ang ginagamit is either IMC or RSC pipes. Okay? So and then because meron tayong nilagay na metal box here, this is stainless. This is one of the versions of our metal cabinet, which is SS304 metal enclosure. So nandito siya sa labas because this is weatherproof and stainless. And then here you can see ginamit natin yung weatherproof tunggang box, no, just in case you need an outlet sa labas for your garden, for your garden lights, then you can use that. And then, for example, pumasok na tayo, so here we are inside. So ang una-una mo, syempre, is the panel box or metal enclosure. Here, you will see, although hindi naman kailangan ganito kalaki yung metal cabinet mo, kung ganito lang yung mga breakers mo sa loob. But here we are presenting the 700 by 500 by 200 na metal cabinet. Okay, so you can also see yung mga ABB breakers that we use here because we are one of ABB's partners when it comes to low voltage products. Okay, so ayan po, no? So lumabas na siya, tutulay na siya to different installations or connections. So you can see there, dahil nasa loob na, you can now use EMT pipes. So you can see there yung mga EMT elbows, the EMT compression type connectors, no, and other fittings that you may find. For example, this one, the channels to support the pipe, then the conduit bodies there. And then you can see up above the threaded rod, no, with the conduit hanger supporting the pipes. All right, so let me just emphasize one of our latest products. Ito pong consumer enclosure or distribution box available. So here you can see yung McGill brand printed dito sa cover. So these are available from 8 ways up to 32 ways. Okay, so anong pagkakaiba nito, no, somehow with other available brands in the market? Number one, so it opens sideways. No? So pwedeng left to right or right to left. And then yung cover po niya may die cut, it's a diamond cut design to differentiate it from the normal na flat lang. So the cover is PVC and then the base is a powder-coated metal. All right, so yan, makikita niyo po yung mga ABB miniature circuit breaker that we also use. All right, so I think that's it for the McGill section. So may oras pa tayo and I would like to introduce now Prisma Electrical's General Manager, Engineer Tito Macaraig, to share with you and with all of us about lightning protection system. Okay, I'll see you guys later.
Hello, good morning to everyone who joined this prestigious event, and congratulations as well on your 20th IIE Cebu Regional Conference. So from now, I hope we enlightened you on the products we presented, and hoping as well that we can enlighten you on the next product we will present. So anyways, for the next product that we will show you, we will focus on the grounding system and lighting protection system. As you well know, market-wise, there are several types of lighting protection system. For us, under Prisma Electrical Control Score, we do carry two types of the said lighting protection system. One is Kumwell, originated from Thailand, and the other one is ABB, which is originated in France. So let us focus first on Kumwell, which is originated in Thailand. So under Kumwell, we have different type of system. We have the grounding system, we have the exothermic system, and we have the lighting protection system. So let us discuss this system briefly one by one. So for grounding system, we have two types of ground rods. We have the unthreaded type and the threaded type. So this is made of 99.9% high pure electrolytic copper and high tensile steel. So this is coated with minimum 254 micron of electrolytic copper, following the UL standard and IEC standard to ensure the safety and quality of the product. So ano po yung difference ng threaded and unthreaded? So normally po, yung threaded rod po is being used wherein if the resistance is not met during the installation po. No? So one factor, kasi there are several other factors we can do to meet the resistance. So for the threaded rod, we need to include an accessories, that is the rod coupling, then add on another rod to make it at 6 meters dipped on the ground so that it can meet the resistance. So aside from yung nga sa binabanggit ko na we can use the chemical grounding and for adding additional ground rods po. So there are several ways of meeting the ground resistance. But anyways, I believe that Kumwell has this type of a system that can help you solve the problem. So this is for the ground rod. Then for the lighting protection system naman po, we have two types of diameter in terms, that is the 5, 8, and 3/4, and we have 4 types of item in terms of length. So to further understand po yung aming product, we have a typical installation here po. No? So as you can see, ito po yung sa taas, kung nakikita niyo po, we have the air terminals here. It's a pure copper air terminal. The length differs depending po dun sa disenyo. We have for the 5/8 po, we have the 500 mm length and 1000 mm length. And then for the 3/4 po, we have the 600 mm length and the 1000 mm length. So anyways, depending nga po sa system nyo or depending sa design, we can cater po. Together with that, we have the accessories po. No? So we have the saddle to use on the air terminal. Then we have the down conductor here. If you can see, the air terminal can be installed as wall type. Then the accessories include po yung cable support. Then we have the counter as well if needed. And then we have the test box if needed. And the inspection pit wherein we can do the ground well testing if needed po. Then the bus bar po. So it's a complete system. We can incorporate or we can supply the items as a whole under Kumwell brand po. No? So this is for the lighting protection system under Kumwell. But I would like to reiterate lang po, no, if you can see this one. This is the strike pad po, no. We have one project here in Manila or in Luzon wherein this one installed because po dun sa CAP regulation concern po doon sa isang project namin. Malapit po siya kasi sa airport. So medyo yung height po ng air terminal that time or the height for another type of LTS was prohibited since medyo lumagpas na po doon sa CAP regulation height. Thus, the designer or we promoted this one, the strike pad po, to be used as an air terminal wherein it acts as like a mesh type or the Faraday cage type. So just in case po, if you have a project nearby airport na medyo prohibited nga po yung height, we can supply po yung strike pad. Then going po dun sa exothermic system, so one of the system under Kumwell, ito po siya, if you can see, there are several types of connection. We have the cable to cable. As you can see here, it's a cross type. We can supply the straight cable, then the cable to bus bar, and the cable to rod, several types. Then we have the cable rebar and the cable to steel. So everything is available under Kumwell brand po, no? So with that po, how to do that, we have the accessories, the mold, you can see. Then the handle being used during the process so that medyo mainit po yung molding natin, as we all know. Then we have the powder. Then other accessories po, we have the the mold brush, steel brush, and the cable brush po. Then we have the lip gun, scraper po, no? So anyways, in summary po, under Kumwell brand po, when talking about the grounding system, when talking about the exothermic system, and the so-called lighting protection system, everything we can provide po under Kumwell brand. So, complete solution po yung may po-provide namin dito. So, on the other hand, we have another type of lighting protection system, which is the non-conventional type lighting protection, or the so-called ESE, or the early streamer emission. So, for the ESE type LPS, we have the ABB brand po, as you can see. Ito po siya. It is made of stainless 314. Medyo, ano po siya, in terms of corrosion, talagang medyo protected siya. So, same thing with the others. Ito po yung so-called na ionization generator niya, wherein as per data, it can create 10 times faster of positive ion so that it can masalubong niya yung negative ions po sa ulap. So that way it can easily disseminate po yung lighting or yung grounding na or yung current na galing natin sa kidlat. So we have this one po. No? Then siguro add-on dun po that just in case na kung meron po kayong need ng obstruction light, we have this one po. We can provide it as well. So under Prisma po, we have different types of solution for your concerns on your project. So probably due to the time constraint and probably yun nga medyo online po tayo, hindi namin siya properly ma-explain everything. You can contact us afterwards and then probably send us an email. Then if we can able to answer your question, then we will do so po. So that's it for me po sa part ko. So anyways, Ms. Joy here for probably the closing remarks.
May closing remarks. Hindi naman. I think we still have some time for the Q&A. So if there are some questions po, so feel free to throw them in. Maybe some of you are quite interested about the lighting protection system. So kung may mga clarifications po kayo regarding these products, so you can raise them up now. And then maybe I can also add, meron kami mga secondary products under Prisma Electrical. Medyo na-inquire din kasi ito madalas yung mga industrial plugs and sockets. So we have them under Divis brand. Divis is made in Italy. So yan din po. So we can supply this type of products to you for the industrial application. Ayan. So that's it. Kung mga questions po kayo, as I've mentioned kanina, please feel free to raise them up now. But you can also visit our virtual booth sa Event Hub. Sana po meron kayong time to visit the Event Hub. And then lahat po ng papasok doon at magme-message doon sa virtual booth namin can automatically qualify for raffle. Ayan. So we have some exciting prizes that we want to give away to you. So thank you again. So if there are questions.
Okay.
Ma'am Joy, it is very kind of you for you sharing your products of electrical devices and, and the lightning arresters. That makes our work looks good. It is a very nice product.
Thank
So,
you.
well, I'll repeat, no, as I repeat what have you said just a while ago that those who are interested with your products, we will just log into our event hub. There will become a time that event hub will show all our sponsors. So, thank you very much, Ma'am Joy. And then we'll just go to the awarding of certificate.
Certificate of Appreciation to Presma Electrical Controls Corporation in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as sponsor in 28th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference held on 16th to 19th day of September 2021. Given the 16th day of September 2021, signed by Engineer Mario C. Tabanyag, PE, President. Lowell B. Ratilla, PE, VP Technical Affairs. And Engineer Felipe C. Nilyama, PE, Regional Governor. And Engineer Brian E. Pasilan, PE, Technical Consultant and Advisor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the
It is
support.
very kind of you, Ma'am Joy, and let us proceed. By the way, before we proceed, we are going to acknowledge the following persons here. VP Technical in our National IAE office, Engineer Feliciano Padua. And of course, we have here our former governor, Engineer Wilfredo Canizares. He is my batchmate in Don Bosco and a very successful contractor and soon to be a successful farmer. So we have also Miss Guani Aris Love. He is a governor. She is a governor. Oh, he didn't he? Aris Love. He is a governor. Now, next, we go to the, moving on, we'll have to go to the relaunching of Virtual Exhibit Hub, but it will be done during lunchtime. So, our next speaker, his topic is about Sustainable Development Goal 7. How does Region 7 measures up? Our speaker is an assistant chair and a BEC program head, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, University of San Carlos. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Engineer Isabelo Rabuya.
Thank you very much to all the officers and organizers of this 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference. Let me just check, sir. Is my audio okay? Okay. So a very pleasant good morning to everyone who are attending this conference, and again to all the officers of IIEE from chapters to the region and the national office also. So this presentation is about the Sustainable Development Goal 7. And I will be presenting. These are what I have gained from my observations with regards to how the pillars of Sustainable Development Goal 7 are being implemented in our region. Now, this is the outline of my presentation. So first, we will look at what is sustainable development, and then the 2030 agenda for sustainable development as developed by the United Nations. Then we will focus on SDG 7 or Sustainable Development Goal 7 on affordable and clean energy. And how is the Philippines doing in terms of tracking progress in SDG 7? So we will then focus on the Central Visayas region, on the four pillars of SDG 7: electricity access, access to clean cooking, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. So I hope that from this presentation, we can get a bigger picture as electrical practitioners on how we are contributing to the attainment of SDG 7, and also um, on what can we do more so that not just our region but our country, and eventually what is important is that the whole world will attain the sustainable development. So what is sustainable development? According to the 1987 Brundtland Commission report. So this is, if we search on what is sustainable development, this is usually what will be returned by Google. So sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So okay, let me just check. I'm sorry, let me check on that. Is my, because in my monitoring here, is my presentation shared? Let me confirm, Sir MC. So again, no? So it is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So let us look at this example. So in the picture shown, is this fishing sustainable? So we know that this is dynamite fishing. We know that fishermen who do dynamite fishing, they will have their catch, and they can provide for the needs of the present, no? For food, in this case, fish. But the question is, will doing this not compromise the ability of future generations to also harvest fish? So of course, the answer to the question, is this fishing sustainable, is no. This fishing method is not sustainable. It will only meet the needs of the present generation. However, the future generation will no longer have fish for them. And in fact, we are suffering, a lot of our fishing communities are suffering because of this. No, their fathers, grandfathers practice dynamite fishing, and right now, if they go out to fish, they will just have 1 or 2 kilos of catch. Next, how about this? Is this forestry sustainable? So we can see here a forest. This is not a tropical tree, no? But anyway, what we can see is that there are already grown trees, and beside them are younger trees. Okay, so this is managed forestry. So they have a big area, and they will rotate the size of the trees, no, the age of the trees going around the area, so that they will not do what we call in the Philippines as kaingin, no, or slash and burn. So we harvest the trees and then we just leave it. So if we do that, then eventually the just like what happened in other countries, the land will be converted in deserts. So this is sustainable forestry. Okay, so it meets the present needs while not endangering the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Now, sustainable development has four dimensions. So first is society. So we must consider our society, our communities, our political systems, our government. No, that has to be considered when we consider strategies for sustainable development, because eventually it will be society, it will be people, and the communities and the government and everyone, the country, who will be implementing their sustainable development strategies. Next is environment. We must consider that we do not do damage to the environment. Otherwise, we will no longer be able to use the natural resources that we depend on. Next is culture. So we have to consider the culture of people. Sustainable development has to be built around what is acceptable, what is the norm, what is the culture in society, and of course, the economy, because development requires resources. So, just like whenever we plan on something that we want to do, we look at ourselves if we have the available resources and how do we make resources available in order to pursue what we want. Now, sustainable development is balance in the pursuit of an improved quality of life. So we do not have to sacrifice, for example, one aspect in order to get another aspect. So it refers to the many processes and pathways to achieve the long-term goal, which is sustainability. So example, no, in these pathways for sustainable development, sustainable fishing. So we have said that dynamite fishing and many other fishing techniques are not sustainable. So we must develop techniques wherein our resources will continue to be available even for future generations. Sustainable forestry, good government, research and technology transfer. We have to continually look for new solutions to our problems. We have to innovate. And of course, very important, education and training, lifelong learning. All of us went through a formal education, no, when we were studying to be an electrical practitioner. But as being met by activities such as this conference, we need to continue to learn. We need to continue to train ourselves to learn new things. That is part of sustainable development. Now, what is the 2030 agenda for sustainable development? So, this agenda was adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015. So it is a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet. And the heart of the 2030 agenda are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. So these SDGs are an urgent call for action by all countries, develop, unlike us, who are still developing, in a global partnership. The purpose is to end poverty and other deprivations, which must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, We are currently right now in a pandemic, and we know the challenges with regards to health, and it has even affected education. So they say that there are only just two countries who has not yet gone face to face for their education system, and that is Venezuela and the Philippines. So we have really been challenged, no, in this time of the pandemic, both in health and in education. So to reduce inequalities in society, to spur economic growth, all the while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. So if we have been monitoring the current events, the news, we know that in the past week, so there were wildfires in Greece, Spain, and in other countries. There was widespread flooding in Germany, in China. There's drought in California. So there are super typhoons. No, we are very familiar with super typhoons. So these are the effects of climate change, according to IPCC. Which, when we talk of climate change, usually think that it will happen in the future. So the Intergovernmental Panel says that it is happening now. So the SDGs are global aspirations for quality life, no? Mga hangarin, as they say in our NEDA version. Now, the SDGs are broken down into targets and indicators. So these are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So that these are numbered from 1 to 17. First is no poverty. Second is zero hunger. Third is good health and well-being. Fourth is quality education. 5, gender equality. 6, clean water and sanitation. 7, this is the focus of our presentation for this morning, affordable and clean energy. Then 8, decent work and economic growth. 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. 10, reduced inequalities. 11, sustainable cities and communities. 12, responsible consumption and production. 13, climate action. 14, life below water. 15, life on land. 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And 17, partnerships for the goals. So we can see that the SDGs encompass all of life. No? Covers everything. So again, these are the aspirations for equality life for everyone. And the goal is that we should be able to attain this by 2030. That is the target. So I'm sure, no, that many of us will be thinking, is that really doable? Especially now in the pandemic when maybe we have even regressed. So there are a lot of challenges, but we have to move forward in order to create a better world, not just for us, but for our children and succeeding generations. So SDG 7 is affordable and clean energy. So the longer statement for SDG 7 is ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. So take note of those attributes: affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. For SDG 7, as we have said, the SDGs are broken down in targets and indicators. So the first target, 7.1, is that by 2030, ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. So let us just call this as energy access, no? The first target. So the indicators, how do we know that we have attained this? That is what is meant by an indicator. So the proportion of population with access to electricity, or we call that electricity access. The ideal is 100%. Next indicator, the proportion of population with primary reliance on clean fuels and technologies. Or let us just say that our focus here is access to clean cooking. The second target is that by 2030, increase substantially the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. So that is a renewable energy target that you consider the indicator. And the next target is that by 2030, double the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency, or that is energy efficiency, measured in terms of primary energy and GDP. So the total generation of the country and its gross domestic product. So there are actually also two other targets, 7.A. So that is enhance international cooperation to facilitate access to clean energy research and technology. So this includes renewable energy, energy efficiency, no? Clean fuels, and to promote investment in energy infrastructure and clean energy technology. Also, this is the last target, expand infrastructure and upgrade technology for supplying modern and sustainable energy services for all, no? In developing countries especially. Okay, so energy infrastructure and technology. So that is the indicator. So anyway, I will be sharing a PDF copy of this presentation with the organizers. Now, why is SDG 7 important? Because as we can see in this diagram, energy is an enabler to all the other SDGs. We know that, no? Was it 2 weeks ago when we had a blackout in the Visayas, no? So it was past 11 in the evening. So I think a very big proportion of the Visayas population was awake during that time because they cannot sleep properly because uh, there was no electricity to run electric fans and air conditioning units. So the other SDGs are enabled, no? Like for example, currently, SDG 3, healthy lives. We need energy in order to store vaccines. So the urgent need now, no? There are vaccines that need certain level of temperature storage, and we cannot do it unless we have energy, or to be specific, refrigeration with electricity. Another is education. So much of our classes have gone online. So if there is no electricity available, everything will stop. So we would like to give thanks to all electrical practitioners who have been running our utilities from generation to distribution, for the almost 2 years now. It's 1.5 years that we are in this pandemic, and we have been so dependent on electricity. So we take center stage, we who are working with electricity and energy when it comes to the attainment of the sustainable development goals. So just by doing our jobs every day, just by doing our work, we are actually contributing nation building. Now, how is the Philippines doing in terms of the SDG 7? So we will look at this website by SMAP, Energy Sector Management Assistance Program, which is actually under the World Bank. So if you go to rise.smap.org, so you will see there tracking data on how countries are progressing on the attainment of SDG 7. So RISE is regulatory indicators for sustainable energy. Is a set of indicators to help compare national policy and regulatory frameworks for sustainable energy. So they look at the policies and regulations of countries because policies and regulations institutionalize the uh, pillars of sustainable energy. Okay, it will be not voluntary, no, to implement actions to attain SDG 7. It will be mandatory for the stakeholders. So the RISE indicators assesses countries' policy and regulatory support for the 4 pillars of sustainable energy, as we have seen in the SDG 7 targets: access to electricity, access to clean cooking, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. So we can see here, for the overall score, the status of the countries all over the world with regards to the attainment of SDG 7. So how is the Philippines doing? So you can see here in this slide the 4 pillars. So you have electricity access, we score 80. Clean cooking, we score very low at 8. Renewable energy, 59. Energy efficiency, 57. With an overall score of 51. So country information, we are in the lower middle income group of countries. Our gross national income per capita is 3,540 US dollars. That's quite although that's somewhere in the middle, no, but it's not something to be proud about. It shows that we are not a developed country. So this data was in I think 2019, the latest data available. So the population here is 100.7 million. I understand we are now like almost 110 million maybe. So in terms of access to electricity, according to the World Bank, from their data in 2018, we are at 95%. So 95% of the population has access to electricity. 5% of Filipinos do not have electricity at home. Access to clean cooking is 46% of the population. In terms of renewable energy, the percent of total final energy consumption is 23%. That is actually high compared to many countries because we have the uh, uh, conventional renewable energy, no, that are more reliable. We mean the geothermal and the hydroelectric. So we also have the newer forms of renewable energy, but these are intermittent, and it is still a challenge on increasing the share of intermittent renewable energy to our system. So the energy intensity is 3.10 megajoules per as based on our GDP. So how is a country rated in rice? A country is assessed in terms of the 4 pillars: electricity access, clean cooking, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. There are indicators, as you can see here. For example, on energy efficiency, is there national energy efficiency planning? We scored 100. Yes, because recently we had RA 11.5, and that is a national plan for the implementation of energy efficiency, and many other indicators. So, for example, we scored 0 in financing mechanisms for energy efficiency because government is making that available, but that is actually private sector driven. So we do not have um, there are fiscal incentives no in RA 1185, but I think these are not what the uh, assessors were looking on building energy codes. So we score at 57 and so on. Okay, so we are scored according to indicators. Okay, so and the indicators have sub-indicators. So for example, on buildings, energy in buildings. So for renovated buildings required to meet a building energy code, residential and commercial sector. So as of this assessment, no, but DOE is actually working on it in compliance with RA 1185 and so on. No? So there are some indicators and um, the presence or absence of the policies and regulations are checked if these are present. So on electricity access, this is how we score on the various indicators um, from electrification planning, no, that is 100. So the country is doing good there. Scope of officially approved electrification plan, we only scored 50 and so on. So overall score is 80. Actually, that is very good. That is why the color is green. On clean cooking, this is our lowest at 8 because this has not really been centerpiece program on our in terms of energy programs of the government, but there are private sector initiatives, but we lack the policies and regulations. On renewable energy, we score 59. There's a good legal framework for renewable energy. We have the Renewable Energy Act and the other regulations. Like for example, um, we have the net metering policy, no? So that those want implement renewable energy behind the meter, they can so more or less, no, we are doing good there. And on energy efficiency, we are catching up. There are 3 indicators that are still red, but uh, we will be catching up in the coming years because of RA 11285. There were just some delays in its implementation because of the pandemic. But DOE and other government agencies are working on the policies and regulations so that there will eventually be proper implementation of the law. So again, that is our score. How are we doing with respect to other countries? If we compare ourselves to advanced countries like the United Kingdom, no, of course, huli talaga tayo. Okay, so in terms of electricity access, 100% of their population. They have good renewable energy policies. They have good implementations on energy efficiency, and they are not even assessed in terms of clean cooking because it has been there. No, you can get connected to a gas pipe in UK for clean cooking. Now, how about with our neighbors? Malaysia has 100% electricity access. They are oil producing, so um, it's easy for them to if even if they do not use renewable energy in their small off-grid islands. We have a lot of small off-grid islands where we have limited electricity availability because diesel is very expensive. In terms of renewable energy, we are actually doing better, but they are doing better in terms of energy efficiency. So for Indonesia, it's a little behind the Philippines. So, but in clean cooking, they are very aggressive and advanced. They have the policies. So, uh, worldwide, the average score is 61. We score at 51. So just a little below us is Lao People's Democratic Republic, and just above us is Cambodia. So these are in terms of presence of policies. No, so implementation is of course another story. So, but implementation depends on the presence of regulations and laws and policies. Now, let us look at the Central Visayas region, Region 7. So the Central Visayas region is shown in the map. There are 4 provinces, all Cebu, Negros Oriental, and Siquijor. Our population is a little bit more than 8 million. We are actually the second smallest region in the country, but in terms of economy, we are the 4th largest. So we are small in terms of land area, but we have a lot of economic activities. So the second largest urban center is located in the country. Now, in terms of electricity access, in the region, there are private distribution utilities, Visayan Electric, MECO, and Boholite. And we have 10 electric cooperatives. So for Cebu, in the mainland, you have Sebeco 1, 2, and 3. And then in off-grid islands, we have Banelco and Celco. Bujeco has 2 electric cooperatives. Bujeco 1, Negros Oriental also has 2, and Siquijor has 1 electric cooperative. So there are 2 types of electricity access, grid and off-grid. So most of us, we are connected to the grid if we are in the mainland. But those that are not the smaller islands that are not connected through submarine cables, they are off-grid. Like the big islands that are off-grid are Siquijor, Bantayan, and Camotes islands. So some of the cooperatives operate purely grid type of distribution utility, but there are some who have grid connection and also the take care of off-grid electricity access. Now, in the map on the right, we can see here the yellow colored islands. Those are the off-grid islands that actually in huge islands like Mindoro, Palawan, Masbate. No? These are not connected to the grid. This is the DOE data from 2015. At that time, we were at 89% electrification, meaning 11% did not have electricity connections. So actually, a bigger percentage of those that did not have electricity are in islands that are not connected to the grid, 7.6%. Okay, or that is 1.75 million households. So most of these are the remote areas, and even in cities. No, we have informal settlers who have no electricity access. Actually, like a few years back, we had this popular picture in social media. No, you can see there a young boy doing his homework by the light of a fast food store. No? He is in the sidewalk because there is no electricity at home. there is no, maybe there's a candle or kerosene lamp, but the boy thinks it's better to go beside a fast food store in order that he can do his homework. So even in grid areas, there are people that have electricity connections. So in off-grid areas, more than 50% of households are actually not electrified. That is as of 20. How about in Region 7? Now, all electric cooperatives have declared 100% energization, except for Noreco 1, which is, he said that their energization is 51%. However, even for electric cooperatives and private utilities, there are actually pockets of unelectrified households. So I have mentioned the informal settlers, no, in urban areas. There are also small off-grid islands in the region. So for example, in Cebu, there are 167 smaller islands. In Bohol, there are 70. Of course, maybe a lot of these islands are uninhabited. No, there are no people in these islands. But let us just say, even if we have 1/3 of these islands having households, then this is a lot, no, of islands without a stable supply of electricity. Some of these islands, the bigger ones, are supplied with NPC SPAG power plants. So we can see there 18 NPC SPAG power plants. You can also read the names of the islands. So most of these are in Bohol. So, and that means that if there are only 18, and in that 18, there are 2 power barges that I think are actually in Camotes, deployed in Camotes, no? So there are a lot of islands that do not enjoy 24-hour electricity or adequate energy access as specified in SDG 7. So in the whole region, there is only one qualified third party or QTP or private operator. They operate their own power plant and also operate the distribution system. So that is PSPI, Power Source Philippines in Malapascua Island. So that means that many of the smaller islands are underserved. That is having less than 24 hours of electricity, or even there are islands that are unserved. No? People do not have electricity access. However, an accurate description of the status of electricity access in Region 7 is actually not available. No? This is one of the challenges. I have been searching for this data. There are small amount of data here and there. No, there are reports from the electric cooperatives, but it's very difficult to determine really what percentage of the population in the region does not have adequate electricity access. So, however, we know that people need electricity. So what were being done? So we have the following. These are actions that were done to address the electricity access issue in the underserved and unserved small islands in the region. So we have seen that there are NPC SPAG diesel power plants, and electricity is subsidized through the universal charge for missionary electrification that all of us grid consumers are paying. You can check it out in your electricity bills. There are barangay-operated diesel generators. There are privately owned diesel generators. There are also pilot solar PV-based microgrids. For example, the one in Panganan, although it's no longer operational for many years now. There is one in Pamilacan. There is a small one in katarungan that I will share later on, the one we are working in our project. And there are also donor-funded solar home systems. So DOE has been doing this, going to the island. So funding usually coming from the Europe Union, to uh, deploy solar home systems. But these are mostly small ones, like 50-watt solar home systems for lighting, cell phone charging, and radio. So in my visits to some of the small islands in the region, there are a lot also who already have their own privately owned solar home systems, those who can afford it. And last year, I've personally seen an entrepreneur-owned solar home system goes to the island, um, installs solar PV in some of the rooftops, and then connects the households, and in agreement with the barangay, collect fees for electricity. So of course, these are not uh, the one I've seen does not follow actually the policies that we have in the country on qualified third parties, but uh, uh, people do not have any other recourse. No, there are no uh, investors like in Malapascua Island installing uh, um, legal, no, let's say authorized electricity generation facilities in the islands. So what is needed for affordable and reliable electricity access? More qualified third parties going into the islands, and maybe also we can enable community-based RE, renewable energy-based microgrids. Now, for example, no, the lone QTP in the region, um, they have diesel power plant. So this is the tariff. So the subsidized and approved retail rate for households consuming less than 40 kilowatt hours per month. We know that that is actually a small consumption. If we compare to us grid consumers, we typically consume 150 to 300 kilowatt hours, some even more. So the rate, the rate that they are paying is 12 pesos per kilowatt hour, more or less the same as what we are paying in the grid. But generation is actually much more expensive than that. So PSPI receives subsidy through the universal charge for missionary electrification, and because their uh, generation actual rate for generating energy is 24 pesos and 16 plus centavos, no? So but if a qualified third party is present in an island, so that means that the subsidy mechanism that we have can be activated. So the entity must go through ERC in order to get approved, no? DOE and ERC in order to get approved, so that the people in that locality can enjoy lower rates than the actual generation cost. So um, when we talk of electricity access, there is what we call the multi-tier framework of electricity access developed by ESMAP. So we who are in the grid do not think much about the quality of our electricity unless we are in an area where we suffer from frequent power interruptions. But for off-grid areas, it is more challenging to provide electricity access that is of good quality. So the multi-tier framework describes 7 attributes of electricity access. So that is capacity, duration, reliability, quality, affordability, legality, health, and safety, wherein these attributes are assigned tier levels. There is no access that is tier 0. The ideal is tier 5. What we typically enjoy, we who have grid connection, we have tier 5 electricity access. So if you have tier 0, that means your access of energy is maybe by candlelight or kerosene lamp. No, if you have a small solar home system, that is tier 1, so you can have electric lighting. As you increase in tier, you can have more high-powered appliances. So, and also the availability, no, the number of hours is also considered. So this is what we call the multi-tier framework matrix for household electricity supply. So this is how the tier levels are assigned. So for example, in off-grid islands with solar home systems, we can describe their electricity access as just tier 1. Okay, so this is very helpful because uh, there are actually some households who have electrical connections, but they do not enjoy quality electricity. So usually we use the binary metric for electrification. Is a household connected or not? If it is connected, then 1. No? If not, then 0. That is our basis for the 89% electrification rate in 2015 and the 95% electrification rate in 2018 using the World Bank data. However, there is now this initiative of a better description of electricity access in terms of attributes and tier levels. So this is the reasoning behind why we have the MPF, because having an electricity connection does not necessarily having access to electricity, because there might be a connection but there is no electricity available. Okay, so I will not go over these other reasons why we have the PDF. You can read it later on PDF copy presentation. So what may be familiar with the electricity access, because for several years now, a team, the University of San Carlos, and so from some coming from other universities, he visited some of islands that have Hilutan, Pangantan. So in Hilutan, they have a barangay operated diesel generator and they pay 7 pesos per lamp per day, 8 pesos per outlet. Panganan, when we visited years ago, they had a running diesel generator. That is the rate there as good. But lately I've heard that even their diesel generator is no longer operational. So I have really seen firsthand, no, the situation of uh, um, people in our region very near a very large urban center like Cebu City, but like in Hilton, at night, they can just look across the sea and see that Cebu City, Mactan Island, no, are highly illuminated, but it's very dark their area. So in Hilutunan, we did a study. This is their distribution system, which is very substandard, such that they have a big generator donated right after Yolanda, 155 kilowatts capacity. Their demand is small, but however, because of the very low quality distribution line, for example, people will just have those at the tips of the distribution system will just have 117 volts or 119 volts. So they cannot operate, for example, rice cookers. No? we ask if they have rice cookers. They say that some of us have, some of us bought rice cookers thinking that we can use it, but they will say, urot na lang ang gas, no? Dili maluto. So the rice will just bloat up because of the water, but there's no heat to the rice. So even as of now, no, we did study years back. Even as of now, that is still the situation. So we did some measurements. So this is 1 week measurement. Electricity is only available from 6 to 10 or sometimes up to 10:30 in the evening. But you can see that the voltage level is very low. And if we assess the using the multi-tier framework, we can see that the tier level is practically, most of it is zero. So very poor quality of electricity access. So funded by the European Union Access to Sustainable Energy Program, we made a pilot community-based RE microgrid using solar PV system. This is just a small system, 7.90 kilowatt peak. There are only 11 households because we intended it also for that they can use electricity for income generation. So right now there are 3 freezers, 1 refrigerator. There are those who have automated big machines, no? Cell phone charging. So they are using this system because it provides them with 24-hour of electricity. That is the system block diagram. So as mentioned earlier by Sir June Magdaleno, no, in an earlier session, it's very challenging. He said that it's easy to install a solar PV system. You can just buy the components, assemble it, deploy, no. The challenge is sustainability. So this is actually an experiment. The community, the 11 households, are collecting fees for operation and maintenance of the system. So this will be a years-long experiment on whether they can sustain this system. They have agreed to collect among themselves with our assistance. We made computations, techno-economic computations, and we determined that because this is an off-grid system with battery energy storage, that is actually the reason why generation is expensive. They are collecting 20 pesos per kilowatt hour, but it remains with the community. So this is a community-based microgrid. So we are helping them manage the system, and we hope that this can demonstrate how one pathway for electricity access in grid islands. So that is their load profile last November. So with the implementation of the solar PV system, the tier level of their electricity access has increased, although in terms of affordability, it is still zero because the threshold for affordability is that you spend only 5% of your income, like daily, no? If your daily income, the threshold is that you just spend 5% or less for 1 kilowatt hour of electricity. So because of the low income in this island, so do not reach the threshold. The threshold is something like 16 pesos. But we are afraid that if we go below 16 pesos, they might not be able to raise enough funds to replace the batteries. That is usually the first component that breaks down when they already need to replace the batteries. And those of us work with off-grid systems, we know that you cannot just change one battery unit, no? Change just one unit this month, another next month. No, that is not possible. When you change the batteries, you have to change the whole battery bank. But anyway, from here now we can see the moving up in the electrification ladder of this neighborhood of households, community-based system with their solar PV-based microgrid. So that is a spider plot showing the increase in the tier level per attribute. So many small islands in Region 7 are still underserved or unserved. We are currently doing a study taking stock of these islands. What are the present electricity access options? There are a lot of private diesel generator owners who charge their neighbors for electricity. So there are also those solar home systems, also sharing it with their neighbors and charging certain amount. So we that we able to get data so we can get a clearer picture electricity access in our region. So I mentioned that there is lack of data to give an accurate picture of the electricity access situation, but we have some data. We can picture out what is happening. Just needs work and of course resources in order to give an accurate picture in terms of metrics, numbers. Most of the policies to attain SDG 7 are actually in place, and technologies for off-grid electricity access is widely available and getting cheaper. The problem is that it is still not profitable. Okay, because of the low consumption, limited usage also in the islands. That is for lighting, watching TV. So, but there are actually success stories, like what they have in Cobrador Island in London, with an electric cooperative that has been very proactive in reaching 100% electrification of their franchise area. So we need intrepid investors, are willing shell out money and see, so how we can make 100% electrification possible in our small off-grid islands. So, sorry, I lost lost track of time. So for access to clean cooking, we know that using biomass is not good, not good for human health. The studies that we have here are quite old, the ones that we can see, but there is an improvement. More people are switching from wood fuel, cleaner forms of fuel for cooking, LPG and electricity. So we know that the problem with LPG is that the upfront cost is high. You have to buy the tank. The tank is also expensive, almost 1,000 pesos now. So we have a sachet economy. So that drove the why we have the LPG filled butane canisters, but that is illegal and hazardous. But it's good that there are businessmen eventually took the challenge of developing sachet LPG, like refillable canisters. There are a lot of brands. This is just the one that I have seen in social media. So again, the challenge is the lack of tracking data. In terms of renewable energy, the data is from DOE Visayas Field Office. There is no data for Region 7, but for the whole Visayas. So we are looking good in terms of renewable energy because for the whole Visayas, because of the geothermal power plants. But there is a need eventually, no, for an energy transition in 2050. We have replaced coal with cleaner sources of energy. So right now, coal is 49.7%, but we have also um, uh, almost, no, like around 48% that is based on renewable energy. Now, in terms of energy efficiency, as I have mentioned, we have RA 11285. We have actually already have practices here, but with RA 11285, this is the biggest enabler that we have to making our economy energy efficient. So RA 11285 covers a lot, no, from energy efficiency in LGUs, in private establishments, uh, labeling, energy product labeling, fuel economy performance of vehicles, no? So energy performance for buildings, demand side management, and so on. So um, we will be seeing these implications in the coming years. So just last week, DOE has released, eventually they will release a guidebook implementing local energy efficiency and conservation in our LGUs, which is also applicable for private establishments. So you can just download this in the DOE website. On buildings, we have a lot of work here because we do not have building energy performance benchmarking, rating, and labeling. But we hope get a project on this later on so we can initiate this. DOE is doing its building energy efficiency index. We want to build on that so that eventually we can be like other countries where buildings, you can see here the label, no, just like our LED lamps, there are energy efficiency labels. That is for buildings. They have this in the United. So the challenge is again data so that we can properly track our progress with regards to SDG 7. And a lot needs to be done still in implementing RA 1128. So that is all for my presentation on SDG 7, how we are doing in Region 7 or Central Visayas region. Thank you very much.
Sir Sunny Agalion to read the Certificate of Appreciation.
Certificate of Appreciation presented to Engineer Isabelo A. Rabuya as Technical Resource Speaker on the topic Sustainable Development Goal. How does Region 7 measure up? In the 28th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom Conference, held on September 16 to 19, 2021. Given the 16th day of September 2021, signed by Engineer Mario C. Tabanyag, President, Engineer Lowell B. Ratilla, VP Technical Affairs, and Engineer Felipe C. Niliama, PE, Regional Governor of Region 7, and Engineer Brian A. Pasilan, PE, Technical Consultant and Advisor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, at this point, we'd like to announce that the next presenter is one of our silver sponsors, And company's name is Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation.
And welcome to the
So we're
first
gonna
installment
play
of our
a video presentation of the
Connectivity
company.
webinar series, where today we'll spend
And after the presentation, we will have a pre-launching of our virtual exhibit event to be organized by Event Hub. And after this, in the afternoon at 1 to 2, we have the presentation of Engineer Erwin Salvador for the power system protection equipment. And at 2 p.m., we have a technical presentation by our gold sponsor, Phelps Dutch. And then after that, we have the presentation from our national IIAE office through Ms. Alma Larcy to present the national membership updates. After that, we have a presentation by Dung Ai Enterprises, another technical presentation of electrical products. Then we have also a presentation later on, an introduction to the Philippine Electrical Code to be conducted by Engineer Pabualan. And then after that, the last but not least presentation is a technical and economic evaluation of on-grid connected solar PV system by Engineer De La Rosa Galicia from CDO chapter. So right now, we're going to play the presentation of our sponsor, Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation.
and welcome to the first installment of our industrial connectivity webinar series, where today we'll spend about 20 minutes focusing on communications infrastructure. My name is Scott Seifin. I'm on the marketing team here at Moxa, and I'll be your moderator today. I do have a quick housekeeping item to mention. We will have a live Q&A session at the very end of the presentation, so I really want to encourage everyone to submit their questions through the Q&A pane at the bottom, and we'll address as many of those as possible at the very end. All right, let me introduce our presenters real quick. All right, first off, we have Todd Desso, who is our strategic business manager. He's been with Moxa for over 13 years, but been in the industry for over 23. He's held several positions in sales, product marketing, and field applications engineering. Presenting alongside Todd, we have Rich Wood. Rich has been at Moxa for 5 years, and he heads up our product marketing division. Rich also brings a lot of experiences with over 25 years of experience in industrial automation, and like Todd, has held several positions in sales, product marketing, and field application engineering. So between them, we have over 50 years of experience, so a lot of knowledge to share with you all today. So with that said, let me hand things over to Todd to get us started. Todd?
Thanks, Scott. Good day, everyone, and welcome, as Scott noted, to the Moxa Industrial Connectivity Webinar Series. This will be the first of 3 webinars that we will be hosting over the next several weeks. Although these sessions will be short in duration, roughly 20 minutes, they will touch on a number of key points in which we hope to generate additional discussion, which can be more specific to your needs and challenges. In addition, we've lined up a solid group of speakers for this series. I'm confident you will find them both knowledgeable and practical as it relates to their topics. So with that said, Scott noted, we'll be discussing today the industrial communications infrastructure, which translates to protocol gateways, media converters, and serial products. We'll touch on the trends and challenges commonly faced. We will overview Moxa solutions and how we can collaborate with one another. And we will conclude the session, as we hope, with a lot of questions in our Q&A session. So without further ado, I would like to welcome my friend and colleague, Rich Wood. Hey, Rich.
Thanks, Todd. So good to be here with you today. As you mentioned, I just want to start by sharing some of the trend data that we've gathered, then jump into some of the major challenges and wrap up with some of the more popular Moxa solutions that address those challenges. So Smart Factory or Industry 4.0 or other smart initiatives have been a trend for some time now. This 2019 study by Deloitte shows some interesting facts. Starting with 86% of manufacturers believe that these initiatives will be a main driver of their competitiveness in the next 5 years. And 83% believe that it will transform how their products are made. From an overall perspective, the SMART initiatives will account for 30% of global factory budgets, and 58% of the companies surveyed expect that share to grow in 2020. So let's look at how that investment compares with other industries. So we talked a little bit about Smart Factory, and that's by far the largest at this point, with $91 billion expected to be spent in 2020. These numbers are clearly pre-COVID, but they represent just a 13% growth over 2019. Smart grid would be next with a little under 35 billion and a whopping 20.9% compound average growth. Digital oil field is at 26.7 billion with 4.9% growth, and ITS is similar with 25.4 billion and 5.1% growth. So you can see that across a wide range of industries that smart initiatives are on the rise. The one thing that all these smart initiatives have in common, though, is that they seek to collect and utilize data from the physical devices and controllers to better drive efficiencies, improve uptime, and drive new business models. So one of the first challenges that people experience is getting the physical devices and controllers connected to the network so they can deliver the raw data to the business systems that create the business value. So this challenge is the bulk of what we're going to discuss today.
Rich, it's interesting. Across our entire portfolio, our industrial communication offering has arguably the most extensive integration within our customer base. And it's a long-standing integration. Whether we're converting serial to TCP/IP in a power quality meter with our end ports, copper to fiber for long-distance communication between sites with our media converters, or Modbus RTU to Modbus TCP in a legacy HMI with our M gates, the applications are quite dynamic and the feedback is positive. We often hear that this group of products is a bit of a Swiss Army knife for our customers.
Absolutely, Todd. We hear that all the time. In fact, Moxa's got hundreds of models of device for connecting industrial networks. And we like to think that we're customer focused. And what I mean by that is that we routinely engage with our customers to identify any new or emerging needs that they may have for, say, different types of devices or different protocols that they need support for. And we also engage with customers using our products to try and improve their experience with that and find ways to make the products function better, their design atmosphere. And so one of the things that comes out of these discussions is a clear understanding of what their challenges are. And so here are the top 3 challenges that we see pretty much across all industries that are implementing smart initiatives. And the first is just the sheer diversity of the legacy devices that need to be connected, whether that's serial-based like RFID readers or sensors, or whether that's just a variety of different industrial protocols like Modbus or DNP3. In addition, we also see that just converting from different types of media, from copper to fiber, et cetera, is really can be a challenge. Second is configuring the devices. So when making these devices interoperable, many automation and controls engineers have a difficult time configuring and getting these devices set up on their industrial networks. And so this can be time consuming and challenging. The third is troubleshooting. Once you've got these devices up and running and things aren't operating the way that you expect them to, trying to figure out where the problem is and address it and get it back up and running quickly is a big challenge.
Okay, Rich, I'm going to date myself here a little bit. When I first started at Moxa in 2005, there was definitely discussion about cereal not being used in 5 to 10 years. Needless to say, that has not been the case. We continue to see solid use, and we do experience year-over-year growth with this. What's driving this?
Yeah, that's so true, Todd. So I've been hearing about the demise of cereal for many years now, but in actuality, we continue to see double-digit growth over the last several years in our cereal device server line. And in fact, when I've reached out to some of the analysts that we work with in the industry, they're also seeing that cereal continues to grow at 6 to 8% globally, and they expect that to continue for the next couple of years. So really, the two main reasons that we hear are for that is that frankly, cereal is just cost effective. If you've got an existing device out there that works fine, replacing those end devices with Ethernet based models can be a pretty daunting investment. When you can take a fairly inexpensive device server, connect the working device, and get that up and running on the network, it's a much more cost-effective solution. The second is that the serial is just simpler to deploy and maintain. If you compare the serial technology stack to, say, an Ethernet or IoT technology stack, it's a lot easier to get up and running and manage along the way.
Rich, those are really good points. Customers often come to us with an existing piece of hardware that it works fine, but they're just not able to get that data onto the network.
Yeah, I mean, we see that a lot. And I think the reason for that is a lot of companies are end of lifing their serial products. And so we get a lot of customers that they're calling us because they can't get a replacement for what they've been using, or they've upgraded their software systems and there's no longer driver support. And so one of the reasons why Moxa has become the global leader in serial connectivity is our long-term driver support. So when I say that, what I mean is Moxa owns the technology from the chip level up. And so that allows us to control every aspect of the product, including drivers. And so we're currently guaranteeing that we'll support drivers through 2025. This will be the second time that we've renewed that commitment, and we'll likely renew it again if our customers continue to need serial products after 2025. The second thing that we've seen is a lot of IT quality serial devices out there being used in industrial applications, and they just don't survive the rigors of a typical factory deployment. And so we've built into our products that industrial reliability, such as surge protection for the serial, Ethernet, and power lines to help them survive and thrive in those industrial environments. And third is really ease of use. So we've developed over 30 years of working with customers with serial products, this 30-second quick setup wizard that guides you through the setup and gets you up and running quickly.
Yeah, this was a great overview. I think we're going to see a lot of customers as CapEx starts getting cut with some of the challenges that we're seeing today. The use of an end port, the ability to use existing equipment is certainly networking them with that product will be utilized. So let's switch gears a bit. Let's talk about media converters. Often when people think about media converters, they typically think of Ethernet copper to fiber, but there's a lot more to media converters.
Yeah, before we move on there, Todd, I just want to mention we also, another reason why we're a market leader here is the breadth of our product line, from the basic models to industrial models with and wide temperature range, DIN rail mounting, the typical industrial certifications, including hazardous location, wireless models, rack mount models, and even models with enhanced cybersecurity. But from a media converter standpoint, since we're already talking serial, we do hear that most customers, when they contact us, are looking for or associating that with copper to fiber Ethernet.
Right.
But being in the serial business, we have also media converters that will take RS-232 to 485 or 422. We've got models that will take serial directly from 232, 422, or 485 to fiber. And that's because we see a lot of the serial devices are in remote locations where it's just not feasible to run a copper line back to the main network. Additionally, it gives you some electromagnetic noise resistance by converting to fiber as well. And then finally, the copper to fiber Ethernet products. Again, Moxa's got a full line there. If you look on the right-hand side of this slide here, you can see that we typically will have a basic or entry-level model, regardless of the type that you're looking at. Then we'll step up to an industrial or advanced model that will add things like harsh environment and industrial certifications. And then on the Ethernet to fiber, you can see that we also have a high density rack mount model if you've got a lot of connections that you need to make.
Yeah, and we do have, you posted the links there at the bottom left side there for the selector guide as well as the micro site. I think those are great notes for the folks online to take a look at, and we'll get that information to them too in our follow-up. So let's conclude with our last product group, protocol gateways. So whether we're talking Modbus, Ethernet IP, Profinet, J1939, or DNP3, we've seen a significant spike in usage over the last several years. Can you provide our audience with a quick overview of the M-Gate portfolio?
Absolutely, Todd. So I think the biggest question we get is what's the difference between a protocol gateway and a device server? So a device server is basically just going to encapsulate the serial packet inside an Ethernet frame and send it across the network. Whereas a protocol converter is actually going to translate from one industrial protocol to another. So that could be two different Ethernet-based protocols, or it could be a serial to Ethernet type conversion. So in this example here, to be spent up and running quickly is a big challenge.
Okay, Rich, I'm going to date myself here a little bit. When I first started at Moxa in 2005, there was definitely discussion about serial not being used in 5 to 10 years. Needless to say, that has not been the case. We continue to see solid use, and we do experience year-over-year growth with this. What's driving this?
Yeah, that's so true, Todd. So I've been hearing about the demise of serial for many years now, but in actuality, we continue to see double-digit growth over the last several years in our serial device server line. And in fact, when I've reached out to some of the analysts that we work with in the industry, they're also seeing that serial continues to grow at 6 to 8% globally, and they expect that to continue for the next couple of years. So really, the two main reasons that we hear are for that is that frankly, serial is just cost effective. If you've got an existing device out there that works fine, replacing those end devices with Ethernet-based models can be a pretty daunting investment. When you can take a fairly inexpensive device server, connect the working device, and get that up and running on the network, it's a much more cost-effective solution. The second is that the serial is just simpler to deploy and maintain. If you compare the serial technology stack to, say, an Ethernet or IoT technology stack, it's a lot easier to get up and running and manage along the way.
Rich, those are really good points. Customers often come to us with an existing piece of hardware that it works fine, but they're just not able to get that data onto the network.
Yeah, I mean, we see that a lot. And I think the reason for that is a lot of companies are end of lifing their serial products. And so we get a lot of customers that just they're calling us because they can't get a replacement for what they've been using, or they've upgraded their software systems and there's no longer driver support. And so one of the reasons why Moxa has become the global leader in serial connectivity is our long-term driver support. So when I say that, what I mean is Moxa owns the technology from the chip level up. And so that allows us to control every aspect of the product, including drivers. And so we're currently guaranteeing that we'll support drivers through 2025. This will be the second time that we've renewed that commitment, and we'll likely renew it again if our customers continue to need serial products after 2025. The second thing that we've seen is a lot of IT quality serial devices out there being used in industrial applications, and they just don't survive the rigors of a typical factory deployment. And so we've built into our products that industrial reliability, such as surge protection for the serial, Ethernet, and power lines to help them survive and thrive in those industrial environments. And third is really ease of use. So we've developed over 30 years of working with customers with serial products. This 30-second quick setup wizard that guides you through the setup and gets you up and running quickly.
Yeah, this was a great overview. I think we're going to see a lot of customers as CapEx starts getting cut with some of the challenges that we're seeing today. The use of an end port, the ability to use existing equipment is certainly networking them with that product will be utilized. So let's switch gears a bit. Let's talk about media converters. Often when people think about media converters, they typically think of Ethernet copper to fiber, but there's a lot more to media converters.
Yeah, before we move on there, Todd, I just want to mention we also, another reason why we're a market leader here is the breadth of our product line, from the basic models to industrial models with wide temperature range, in-rail mounting, the typical industrial certifications, including hazardous location, wireless models, rack mount models, and even models with enhanced cybersecurity. But from a media converter standpoint, since we're already talking serial, we do hear that most customers, when they contact us, are looking for or associating that with copper to fiber Ethernet.
Right.
But being in the serial business, we have also media converters that will take RS-232 to 485 or 422. We've got models that will take serial directly from 232, 422, or 485 to fiber. And that's because we see a lot of the serial devices are in remote locations where it's just not feasible to run a copper line back to the main network. Additionally, it gives you some electromagnetic noise resistance by converting to fiber as well. And then finally, the copper to fiber Ethernet products. Again, Moxa's got a full line there. If you look on the right-hand side of this slide here, you can see that we typically will have a basic or entry-level model, regardless of the type that you're looking at. Then we'll step up to an industrial or advanced model that will add things like harsh environment and industrial certifications. And then on the Ethernet to fiber, you can see that we also have a high density rack mount model if you've got a lot of connections that you need to make.
Yeah, and we posted the links there at the bottom left side there for the selector guide as well as the micro site. I think those are great notes for folks online to take a look at. And we'll get that information to them too in our follow-up. So let's conclude with our last product, protocol gateways. So whether we're talking Modbus, Ethernet IP, Profinet, J1939, or DNP3, we've seen a significant spike in usage over the last several years. Can you provide the M-Gate portfolio?
Absolutely, Todd. So I think the biggest question we get is what's the difference between a protocol gateway and a device server? So a device server is basically just going to encapsulate the serial packet inside an Ethernet frame and send it across the network. Whereas a protocol converter is actually going to translate from one industrial protocol to another. So that could be two different Ethernet-based protocols, or it could be a serial to Ethernet type conversion. So in this example here, I've got an Ethernet IP frame coming in, and I want to convert that to Modbus RTU to connect to a power meter. So this is a very common application, but gives you a sense for what the differences are. And as we engage with our customers, you know, we've built in some things that try to make this protocol conversion an easier experience for them. The first, starting with the easy to configure. So we've built in a graphical web-based interface to configure the device. It shows the most common deployments of the device. You just pick the one that's closest to what you're trying to accomplish, and then walk through a 60-second configuration wizard, and you're up and running. The second is if you've ever tried to troubleshoot, say, a Modbus connection, you've got Ethernet on one side and you've got serial on the other, and you're trying to match them up using two different tools. Well, we've combined that into our mGate Manager tool that allows you to monitor both the Ethernet and the serial traffic in one screen, allows you to very quickly see where things aren't going through and get you up and running quickly. And then in industries like critical power, you know, our mGate 3600 family of gateways supports active polling. And so what that does is it actually actively polls the device for the status so that it's ready to go when needed. And that increases the performance by up to 10 times. And so much like the other products we've talked about, one of the reasons why Moxa is a global leader in gateways is we've got our broad portfolio with over 70 different types of protocol converters. And in the spirit of making things easy, we've developed this quick selection guide to help you quickly find the model that you're looking for. Just simply go to the column on the left-hand side, find the protocol that you're trying to convert from, go across the top, find the protocol that you're trying to convert to, and where the two meet is the model that you need. So we found this is a very easy way to kind of help people get up and running quickly.
Yeah, this selector guide is great. And again, this is available in PDF format, so we'll send this out to the attendees in our follow-up as well.
Great. All right, so with that, that's the end of our content. I'd just like to wrap things up with a couple of takeaways, then we'll get on to the Q&A. So first, in any smart initiative, connecting end devices is an important and challenging step towards digitization. Second, Moxa's got 30 years of experience and expertise connecting industrial devices. And third, Moxa has a broad selection of serial device servers, media converters, and protocol gateways to help you get your connectivity needs met. So with that, I think I'll turn things back over to Scott and we can dive into the Q&A.
Great, thank you, Rich. Yeah, just quickly before we dive into the questions, I do want to introduce two other people from Moxa that have joined to answer any questions that are more on the technical nature. Josh from our technical support, and Wen Yuen is from our product marketing team. So with that said, let's get started. First question is, can you convert serial to Ethernet wirelessly?
Yeah, I can handle that one. So yes, our N-port W2150 and 2250 series are wirelessly enabled versions of our N-port serial device servers.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rich. The next question is, you mentioned Modbus conversion. Do you have a Profinet to Profibus converter, and can you do Profibus to fiber? Todd, you want to take that one, or?
Yeah, sure. We do the M gate. It's the 5111, and there is the M gate 5102 for Profinet to Profibus. And was the second question about Profibus to fiber?
Yes, Profibus to fiber.
Okay, that would be the ICF line, which is the 1280 and 1180 line.
Got it.
And
Okay.
again, for those, we do have that selector guide, and online, if you go to the M-Gate section, you can actually select device A and device B, and it'll have a drop-down menu. So you can put in Profibus, Profinet, and it'll give you the exact part number that you're looking for.
Good point, Todd. Thanks. Next question is, what's the maximum number of physical connections you can make with your serial to Ethernet converters? Josh, do you want to take that one, or?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take that one. So we do have a wide range of serial to Ethernet converters. We start off from 1 all the way up to 32. So there's actually a 32 port serial to Ethernet converter that we offer.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Josh, for that. I have a couple more. What are you doing regarding MQTT, low RA, and OPC protocols? Do we have an answer for that one?
Let me try to answer. And this is Wen. Thanks for the question. And just as I say, we do put our MQTT, OPC, UA, DA. Also, I think those are protocols, right? LoRa is more like a kind of a low band cellular signal. We do have our R&D team put that in our development roadmap. So I think after that, we can share some of our status. We might not have that's a solid product, which we will officially share all of those technology to you now. But yes, we are, those are under developing. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say if you've got a specific application for that, just reach out to us. And I believe for all of those, we have working prototypes. Is that correct, Wen?
Yes.
Okay, just scanning some of these questions. We will take offline. We'll follow up with everyone that we can offline. I guess the last question for this webinar that I can see is, can you touch base on any plans for SPE single pair Ethernet switches, if appropriate, for after this discussion? Also interested in future of PoE 100 watt and above. So is this an appropriate question to address right now?
Well, I think currently on PoE, we're capping out around 60 watts per port. There are some things that we're looking at in R&D. I'd have to follow up to see how far along they are. We've had some discussions about single pair Ethernet switches. Again, that's something I can reach out individually after the meeting.
Okay, for sure. Thanks, Rich. Yeah, again, we'll follow up with any outstanding questions in the next few days and make sure that you guys are that we're addressing all of those. Let me just do one quick scan. Yeah, I think that's about it. So Todd, let me hand it back over to you to wrap us up.
You bet. Thanks, Scott. So thanks everyone for attending today's webinar. We appreciate the continued opportunity to support you and your efforts. Please don't hesitate to visit www.moxa.com for product technology and application insight, or reach out to your local Moxa sales representative. Please join us next week on May 7th for the Industrial Networking webinar, where we will discuss topics from IT/OT convergence to everyone's favorite, cybersecurity. Until then, stay well.
Scott, for that very wonderful and very interesting, educational, and very useful components of smart connectors and other exponent control. Your company speaks for itself, exponent controls. And may I award this certificate of appreciation to our sponsor. Let me read the certificate of appreciation. IIEE of the Philippines, Cebu chapter, presents their certificate of appreciation in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as sponsor in this 20th Eastern Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference held on 16th to 19th day of September 21 via Zoom conference, signed by the President, IIE Cebu Chapter, Engineer Mario Tabanyag, the Regional Governor, Engineer Felipe Niliama, the VP Technical Affairs, Engineer Lowell Ratelia, the Technical Consultant Advisor, Engineer Brian Pasilan. Let me award this certificate of appreciation to Exponent Controls and Electrical Corporation. A warm of applause and thank you very much. At this juncture, we will proceed to the next activity of this event. So, Miss Kat Magno, are you ready? This will be the pre-launching of virtual exhibit of the event hub. So, may I request Miss Kat Magno to take over. Miss Kat Magno, please.
Good afternoon. So good afternoon. I'm Kat from IIEE Marketing Department. So I'm here to guide you on how to navigate the IIEE virtual exhibit. So first, before we start, let me share a quick video of how to navigate the Event Hub platform. Yan. So to start with our demo, let me share the link dito po sa chat box. Yan. So everyone can visit the link. So if you're using your laptop or PC, you can open your browser. So preferably Google Chrome. And then you can copy the URL and paste it dun sa browser natin. So you can also just click the link and then automatically mag-open po yung browser natin. Yan. So for the actual demo, share ko lang po ulit yung screen ko. Yan. So, pag-click po natin ng link, mag-open po yung browser natin. So, ngayon po, nandito na po tayo sa exhibit hall po natin or sa expo hall po ng virtual exhibit natin. So, makikita na po natin yung list ng mga exhibitors natin. Yan. So, makikita po natin, meron tayong mga exhibitors na live. So, yung mga live exhibitors po niyan, ibig sabihin po, once you enter their booth, we can talk to them live. They have video chat available. So, meron pong representatives na nag-iintay sa companies kung meron po tayong mga inquiries yan. So, we have Phelps Dodge Philippines. We have Dong A Enterprises, United Electrical Specialist, American Wire and Cable. We also have Brills Marketing. We have Nodal Electric Trade and Services. We also have 3M Electrical Markets Division, Panasonic Home and Living, and then we also have Prisma Electrical Corporation, Exponent Controls and Electric, Landlight, Power Equipment and Supplies. We have Emerald Vinyl Corporation, Himax Electronics, PPI Pacific Power, Control Gear Electric Corporation, Epitax Claro Philippines, IMAX Energy Solution, Sifang Automation Philippines, Shilin Electric Corporation, and from Himmel. So we also have our own IIEE publication and merchandise booth. And so let's try to use the video chat. So let's try with the I publication and merchandise booth. So just click the thumbnail and then you will enter the booth. So if you want to talk dun sa representative po namin sa IIEE, click lang natin yung live chat. Yan. So mapapansin nyo po, meron din tayong maliit na screen dito sa gilid. So itong screen po na to, ito po yung ongoing natin sa Zoom. So while po nakikinig tayo sa Zoom, we can join the virtual exhibition. So hindi naman po kayo mawawala dun sa Zoom natin. So pwede tayong mag-multitasking. So pwede rin natin munang i-close yung video para mas makita natin yung screen natin sa virtual exhibit. Yan. So ito po yung virtual exhibit. So pag may pag-usap po tayo dun sa representative, click lang po natin yung join live chat. Yan. So pag-click po natin ng So, pag-click po natin ng join live chat, yan. So, meron tayo ditong option. So, we have to allow our camera and yung microphone natin para magamit po natin siya sa live chat. And then, enter natin yung name po natin kung ano po yung gagamitin natin dito sa live chat. Yan. So, pwede na po nating i-set up yung camera natin. So, stop ko lang po yung camera ko dito sa Zoom para magamit ko po siya dito kay Event Hub. Yan. So, enter chat. Yan. So, meron po tayong representative dyan dito sa virtual exhibit natin ng IE Publication and Merchandise. Yan. So, pwede po tayong mag-inquire about the publication and merchandise na available po dito sa National Office. Pwede po tayong umorder. So same with the other exhibitors. Pwede natin silang makausap and then inquire about their products gamit po yung live chat. Yan. So we have here yung ating 46 event shirt. And then we also have the IE Foundations, yung PPA po natin. So they are promoting the new PPA. Yan. So each exhibitor meron silang store or parang outlet. So doon nyo po makikita yung products and services nila. Yan. So meron tayong mga link dyan on how to visit po the exhibit. And then yung products and services yan. So meron po siyang link. So pag click natin yung mga buttons, nakalink din siya kung paano po tayo makakapag-order or paano po tayo makakabili ng mga products. Yan po. So, pwede na po natin itry yung ating virtual exhibit. So, yung live chat po natin, available siya today and tomorrow from 7:30 hanggang 7:30 a.m. up to 6 p.m. And then tomorrow, and then on Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. po. And so, that ends the presentation po. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kat, for that guidance of the participants how to visit the event hub of our sponsors. So for this afternoon, I'm your co-host for this afternoon. I'm Bobby Marino. By practice, I'm an registered electrical engineer of Cebu chapter. So to proceed with our activities for this afternoon, the next I will introduce to you, but before I will introduce to you to our next speaker, the question and answer portion will be answered by the speaker after the presentation, and other answers that you posted on the chat box will be posted by to the IIE web, no? Just in case hindi mahabol ng speaker natin yung time sa pagsagot ng questions nyo. So this will be answered by the chapter or the speaker and will be posted to the IIE website. So the next topic will be about the power system protection equipment, nomenclature, and operation. So to introduce, I will introduce to you the next speaker. He is currently CIT University Professor of Electrical Engineering. He is presently the President of AGS Multi-Vector Solutions Incorporated, a former IIE Cebu Chapter President. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Engineer Erwin Salvador. A round of applause, please.
Hello. So I am in the IIE office. I think they're still setting up the presentation. So welcome to our 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Regional Conference, hosted by IIE Cebu chapter. So good afternoon, and I think I've heard that there are also participants coming from other countries. So I have to greet you perhaps good morning and good evening. So again, welcome everyone for this regional conference. So the topic that I'm going to share with you is the power system protection equipment, nomenclature and operation. So it's basically a lingo now that we're going to learn with this presentation, so that we'll be able to understand and know the different equipment that is found in a power system. So my presentation content, sorry, it's about power system structure, the fundamental power system structure, and of course introduction to power system protection, the power system protection elements such as instrument transformers, overcurrent protective devices, protective relays, and basic function and applications. So I would say basic because there are so many relays that is applicable in a protection system. And of course, general discussion on the power system element protection such as generator protection, transformer protection. Again, these are all fundamentals. Because of our limited time, I don't think if we can discuss thoroughly all the topic. So equipment applied to electric power system to detect abnormal, intolerable conditions to initiate appropriate corrective action. So these devices includes perhaps lighting arresters, surge protectors, fuses, relays with associated circuit breakers, recloser, and so forth, and so on and so forth. So basically, the power system structure is just where we generate the power and it's being transmitted to the load. So in between them, so there are substations, there are transmission lines, and distributions. So just simply a combination of the potential stored energy in the generating equipment, then which in turns to create electrical power, and of course for the good use of the loads such as motors, lighting, heating, and other convenience in our modern application in our system. So just for the illustration, so normally the power structure is again from the generation down to the transmission, because the generation voltage is kind of medium voltage most of the time. Then we have to transmit that in the higher voltage for a remote transmission of power. Then we have to step down again with a medium voltage and distribute to the different loads, whereby the utility companies comes in, and also the utilization of energy, electrical energy here. No, so power transmission basically is a large scale movement of electricity at high voltage level. So of course from power plant to substation. Whereas power distribution is a conversion of high voltage electricity and ready for the use of our customers. So industrial, could be residential, and commercial. So if we take a look at the simple structure of our substation, so we have primary lines at the left side, and the right side could be secondary power line. So it can be step up in the left side and step down on the right side. So vice versa. If your line is coming from generating company, then the transformer will be step up. On the other hand, if your power is coming from transmission lines, then it's gonna be step down, no? So normally these are the equipment that can be found, no? So major equipment, of course, is our power transformers. So as you can see, we have ground wires, we have power lines, we have voltage transformers, current transformers, arresters, and of course we have controls, no? So this is just the fundamental or the architecture of the substation. So there are substations that kind of old, no? Wherein the protective relays are electromechanical and using bulk protective devices, using yung mga malalaking cases ng mga breakers, mga equipment, and more on mechanical or electromechanical combination of actuation. And it's kind of old, but they're also modern, no? I have this privilege to visit my brother in Dubai Electric used to work in DEWA. Of course, I don't have pictures because not allowed. So their control room is really grabe yung ano niya, yung tawag dito. Very sophisticated, no? So digital, microelectronics, communication, and all those, no? And these are still belong to our scope as electrical engineer. So that's why in our new curriculum in BSEE really includes microcontrollers, even robotics, digital signal processing, signals and systems, because we cannot take the fact that as electrical engineer, we have to go into this kind of scope, no? The digital system. So why do we need to protect? No? So we need to protect because we want to avoid this scenario. So we need to avoid destruction, fire. We need to protect the power system assets, which is very difficult to replace. And if our protective devices were not able to respond well during the failure, then this might happen, no? And it has a loss of energy, it's a loss of opportunity, and worst case, there might be a loss of life. So that's why as electrical engineer, this is one of our major role, no? To protect the system and also to protect the people and the operators. So power system protection, no? So what do we want to protect? So basically, the objective of electrical system protection is to limit the extent and duration of service interruption. So whenever equipment failure, human error, or adverse of natural event occurs on a portion of the system or even the whole system, so we need to limit that extension of power loss, no? And of course, minimize the damage of components, power system components such as generators, transformers. So we cannot just easily replace those one, no? So we need to protect these power system elements, no? The generators, the substations, transmission lines. So as made mentioned last 2 weeks ago, there was a blackout, no? There was a lightning strike, you know, a portion of transmission in Naga. So it's a loss of power, no? Bus bar, cables, capacitors, motors, and so on and so forth, no? So we have to make sure that none of the power system element is unprotected. So aside from these elements are very essential in the power structure, we need to protect those equipment, all right? Because it's not very easy to replace. Simple as current transformer, pag nasira po yan, so we cannot just simply replace those current transformer. As simple as bushing, no? We have an experience, simple bushing, uminit siya, may ano, they have to cut off the power to make sure that the simple one bushing of the transformer is being checked. So that's how very important is our role, no? So power system, therefore, by definition, is a branch of electrical power engineering that deals with protection of electrical power system components against abnormal condition. So in most cases, electrical protection should be designed for the best compromise between equipment damage and of course service continuity. So one of the prime objectives of system protection is to obtain selectivity to minimize the extent of equipment shutdown in case of fault. So we have to prevent or limit damage during the faults, short circuit, or overloads. And most importantly, prevention of human injury. No? It's the most important objective when designing electrical system protection system. Safety should always be the priority. So disconnect the fault part only. No? So I mean to say we have the selectivity, we have the proper coordination such that not the entire system are affected. If a portion of the entire system is only affected with a fault current or short circuit, so that should only be cut off in the system, not the entire system. We had an experience in one of the facility when there was an inrush current of the transformer, two transformers, so the entire facility switched off. So that, I think that's miscoordinated. For example, so we have a simple radial system wherein the generation is being step up, perhaps, then transmission line, then another substation. If a group of industrial load represented as motor B, yun lang po yung nag-fault, so therefore that portion can only be removed from the system. So you don't have to switch off the entire transmission line or the part of the generation. So that's one of the most important things that we need to take note. So main protection system elements. So we have the current transformers. We will be discussing these current transformers, voltage transformers. Protective relays, will be selective on the protective relays. There's so many protective relays. Of course, the fuses, the circuit breakers, recloser, sectionalizer, battery system, which is also part of the protection system, and all the functions now of all these protected elements found in the power system. So first, we have the instrument transformer. The instrument transformer may be a current transformer or a potential transformer. So it comes in many construction. So there are maliliit na current transformers intended for metering and also for protection, as well as potential transformers. They are also small in size and bigger in size. Bushing type transformer, for example. These are very important because this will serve as the signal, no, as a transducer from high level of current or high level of voltage into suitable amount of voltage and current that will be fed in our controls and also in our protective relays. So that's why current transformer is not just simply, or voltage transformer is not just simply stepping down the quantity, but also its characteristics and also the types of application. So let's kind of definition of the transformer. It's used to reduce the high value of current, no? Suitable for monitoring, control, and measurements to be used in the protection system. So the CT transform line current into suitable value, no, as what I mentioned. And most of the CT, if IE theta, 1 ampere yung standard secondary, while the others 5 amperes, unless we still have to step down for monitoring the 1 ampere. So there's additional transducer to be connected, no, secondary of the transformer. So some of the control panels required, especially for monitoring, requires lower current. So current transformer could have many cores, multiple core, secondary. Okay. So if you take a look at the figure, so normally the primary of the current transformer current coming from the line. So it's a one-turn transformer, no? So we have the current coming from the line and it's being stepped down for metering or for protection. So again, these are used to convert high current from power circuit into measurable current, ranging from higher to lower. So the principle of transformers still apply, the ampere turn equivalency, in order to balance what we call the balancing ampere turn. So the primary current multiplied with the number of turns is equal to the secondary current multiplied by the secondary number of turns. So it's for the voltage, the same, no? It's pareha pa rin sa voltage transformer. So it's very simple to get. If you want to get the secondary current, you just simply have the primary current and divide it with the turns ratio. For example, your primary current is 1,000, then your current transformer is 1,000 is to 5. So you have to divide 1,000 divided by 1,000 is to 1,000 over 5. So that will give you the current in the secondary. So direct to the point, it's just converting the higher value of current to a lower value. And take note that we should never leave the secondary of the CT open, because it will really have a higher voltage reflected to the secondary because of the infinite impedance, and as a result, it will destroy the insulation of the transformer. So there's always every time we conduct let's say maintenance in our switch gears, we have to make sure that the short circuit plug is placed. Now, every time we remove the relay or every time we remove the meters on the secondary of the transformer, again, it should not left open, because the open impedance will result in high voltage, which will destroy the insulation of our transformer. So normally, for bushing transformer, so ito yung mga malalaking CT, as you can see in the pictures. So we have this privilege to commission CT. So it's really big CT. It's a bushing CT actually. So we have the high voltage terminal, then we have the bushing that will prevent the that will act as an insulation from the line to metals, no, for sa flange, sa bottom flange sa sa transformer mo. And of course, CT, as we all know, has two windings, no, designated as primary and secondary. So in this case, the primary serves as a one turn coil, no, is coming from the line, which are of course insulated, then step down the current. So the secondary is swung on one core, and the primary winding is connected in series with the carrying line to be measured. All right. So the secondary winding is again connected to the protective devices, control perhaps. So these current transformers in the picture are multi-core transformer because there's an intended secondary for protection. There's also intended secondary for metering and other measuring or control circuit. So we have types of transformers or current transformers. Very familiar to us is the WON CT. WON CT has a primary winding consisting of one or more turns, now mechanically encircling the core or cores. So the primary and secondary winding are insulated from each other and from the cores and assembled as an integral structure. Simply put, the wire or the primary line can be inserted that circle, and we have the secondary reading. So bar type is the kind of CT has a fixed, no, insulated straight conductor in the form of a bar or a rod or a tube that is single primary turn. Again, it's a single primary turn passing through the magnetic circuit and assembled to a secondary core or winding. And we also have window type CT, kind of similar to WON type. again has a secondary winding insulated from and permanently assembled on core. So primary insulation is providing the window through one or more turn of line conductors can be inserted inside that one. And most popular one is the bushing type transformer, the one that I showed you. No, sometimes these are incorporated with bushing of the transformers or other power system elements like circuit breakers. So this type of CT used with fully insulated conductor as a primary winding and used typically in equipment where the primary conductor is a component of the other apparatus. For example, a bushing of a transformer, no, or a circuit breaker. So the secondary winding of bushing CTs are usually fully distributed around the core. Okay, so that's all for current transformers. Though there are still other things that we need to go through with the current transformers, such as saturation, characteristics, burden, and what else? Connection, polarity markings, all those. But again, this topic is more on power system components. So the next one is the voltage transformers. So it is used to reduce high voltage. In this case, to lower value suitable for monitoring, control, measurements, and of course for the protection. So basically, it's a conventional transformer, the one that we learned from school, or a simple transformer. They're just the same, no? As to construction. Standard VTs are single phase unit unless there's a special application, especially if you want to get the broken delta zero sequence voltages. So voltage transformer can be in one single core assembled for three phase. But normally it's single phase transformer. Okay. So if you take a look at the figure, the same as a conventional transformer, we have the primary voltage, then reflected to the secondary voltage. And VTs are most VTs designed to provide 120 volts, no, regardless what standard you're using. Could be IEC or ANSI, between 100 to 120 secondary voltage. Okay, so what's the function? Take a look at the drawing. So the VT is connected at the high voltage side, and we are about to reflect the high voltage to the secondary, ready to measure, ready to monitor, and ready to be as an input of our protective relays. So again, it's a device that transforms the higher voltage into a lower voltage. All right, so the primary winding of the potential transformer are directly connected to the power lines or power circuit. So the secondary, of course, is connected to the measuring devices or protective relays. Well, of course, we should not, for the CT, we should not open the CT, but for the voltage transformers, we should not short circuit the VT. Obviously, masusunog yun siya. Masusunog talaga siya, no? Again, it's like a conventional transformer. So if you short it, this one, the source, you short the voltage source, masusunog talaga siya, no? Current transformer is a current source, so it's okay to short the current transformer. So if we try to combine the two, so the simple connection is just like this, no? So the current transformer is connected on the line, okay, while the voltage transformer is connected across the line. So with that, we are ready to have input to our protective relays. So what I mentioned, there are very important components or very important terms that we need to learn about instrument transformers, such as polarity and terminal markings. In IEC, that's P1, P2, S1, S2. Then ANSI, we have H1, H2, X1, and so on and so forth. And symbols, no? So double colon, slash. So I guess just go through on this. And of course, the rating, now the rating of the transformers, especially for the multi secondary instrument transformers, and the application, be it instruments, be it protection, and of course the burden, which is the load of the transformer. We need to know that as well in terms of voltage amperes or impedance and power factor. And most importantly, the basic insulation level, the BIL, the insulation level of transformers. So we need to consider that one because we are using particularly the CT and in a high current. No, we need also to know that. And of course, the connection. Current transformers can be connected in Y or delta or V. It depends on the application, especially in directional relays, especially in differential relays. So the connection and the polarity are very important. And of course, another thing is the accuracy. So there are accuracies in the instrument transformers. So instrument transformer for metering and instrument transformer for protection have different accuracy. Saturation is also very important, particularly in current transformer, because as we all know, the graph for saturation of instrument transformer, as you increase the current, the excitation will also, the excitation also affected. However, there will be a such time that the transformer is already saturated and a high fault level could no longer be detected, and that's very dangerous. And the characteristics such as secondary excitation characteristics, overcurrent ratio curve, and so on. The class type, the knee point. Okay, so I guess these are things that we also need to learn. I believe that when we give you this material, you can also go through with these different items. Okay, so here comes now the different switching devices. So we're done with our sensor, which is the instrument transformer. So here comes now the different switching devices and protective devices. So during the operation of the power system, it is often desirable and necessary to switch on off various circuits at normal or abnormal condition. So these are switching devices such as load break switch, okay, isolators, earth switch, reclosers, sectionalizers. Of course, lighting protection is a protection system, it's not a switching device. Fuses, circuit breakers. So we will define each of these now. So first is the load break. So load break is basically used to make or break the circuit under normal operation condition. So it cannot break the circuit under fault condition unless the third item is when there's a fuse can be connected in series with a switch. So to protect against short circuit. So the good thing of this, even if the line is live, we can switch off. Okay, we can switch off. So most of the time we can see this in buildings, whereby we can switch off the main without asking the utility to come over to switch off their supply. So in our buildings or in our facility, we can switch off for maintenance purposes perhaps, or for emergency or any application. Unlike if we do not have load break switch, so we have to call the utility to switch their medium voltage. The next one is the isolators. So isolators can make or break, but this time during no load condition. Kasi pag may laman siya, so it will create a sort of arc, no? Arc, because it's live. So this is basically to isolate a particular component or equipment from other live elements for the purpose of safety during maintenance and repair. So it's just simple as single switch, no? Switching off, but it should be done at no load condition. Unlike the load break, we can isolate the circuit even if it is loaded. So earthing switch also very important. Okay, most of the medium voltage switch gear, there's a earthing switch interlock, mechanically interlock. When you draw back the breaker, it will automatically connect in order to protect, no, ever there's a supply, so it will not a kind of short, dead short, no. Even in the distribution system, they have this what we call ang tawag doon, yung switching together the three lines and going to the ground. It's a dead short, so that if it happens na may circuit or may power na papasok, so it's very safe for the maintenance, no. The same with medium voltage and high voltage switch gear. It's a mechanically interlock. So main function, of course, is to isolate, no, the bus or conductor. It is interlinked with isolator, so automatically when isolator opens the circuit, earth switch is closed, and of course when isolator closes, the earth switch is also open. Always interlock. Now the recloser is a kind of circuit breaker, no, located at the top of distribution poles and typically used on long distribution feeders, and we can always see this on our distribution lines along our streets. Okay, so in electric power distribution, so automatic recloser or ACR are class of switchgear which is designed for use on overhead electricity distribution networks to detect and interrupt momentary faults. So it depends on if enable yung number of shots. So normally 2 shots. Now when there's an arc fault or not permanent fault, so the recloser will switch off, no, and with a delay of time, it will restore, it will connect, and if the fault is permanent, then it will open again and it will no longer close. So that's the function of the recloser. Because sometimes, like for example now in Cebu, we have rainy season, so there's a possibility, okay, and also the trees, kites, all those non-permanent fault. So you don't have to bring your utility personnel to switch off, to switch on. No? So the recloser will automatically switch on after detecting a non-permanent fault. However, as what I had mentioned, it will go back to off position if the permanent fault detected. Also known as recloser or sometimes auto recloser. So auto recloser are essentially used for high voltage, also rated circuit breaker which integrated current and voltage sensors. So there's a control box on this and optimized for the use of overhead net distribution set. So a switch is a circuit breaker that establishes an electrical circuit, again manually or even remotely or automatically after interruption. So again, it's just like a circuit breaker, no, on the overhead. Well, for the case of sectionalizer, so sectionalizer is a protective device that automatically isolates a fault section of the line from the rest of the distribution system. So simply put, if you have a network and you want to isolate a particular feeder, so sectionalizer can also be used. No? So a sectionalizer should not be confused with a recloser. So it does not interrupt fault current, but instead it will just isolate. Well, lightning arrestor is very important in a power system, be it in the distribution line, transmission line, substation, and even in the utilization part of the power system. So this is a device used for the protection of the equipment at the substation, the transmission lines, sa kung saan, no, kahit ano. Such type of device is called lightning arrestor or surge diverter. Especially now, because of the weather, talagang kailangan natin to sa power system as one of the protective device. So in other words, lightning arrestor diverts the abnormal high voltage to the ground without affecting the continuity of the supply. So here comes now the fuses. So fuses comes along with different sizes, from the fuse used in appliances down to the power fuses. So normally is non-adjustable direct acting single phase device that responds to both magnitude and duration of current flowing through it. So it combines both sensing and interrupting element in one self-contained device. So it is a direct acting in that response to a combination of magnitude and duration. So it normally does not include any provision for manually making unless that particular fuse is incorporated or constructed with a disconnect switch. So unlike the breaker, we can trip off or we can switch on or switch off. So the fuse, most of the time, it requires a disconnect switch. Of course, the distribution type of fuse, you can use that using your young pull, no, to switch off the continuity. So fuse may be time delay or non-time delay, current limiting, okay, or non-current limiting, low voltage or even high voltage. So it is a single phase device. Though there's a mechanism in a power fuse that when one line, or let's say line to ground fault, so automatically it will parang susundutin na yung dalawang fuse, often yung dalawang fuse. Then there's an indicator whether what particular fuse is off, no, or yung naputol. So only the fuse is the face-to-face subjected to overcurrent response to de-energize the affected phase or phases of the circuit or equipment that is faulty. So nowadays, meron pa rin gumagamit ng mga fuse sa medium at sa high voltage because it's kind of cheaper, no, compared to medium and high voltage circuit breaker. I don't know if it is clear. Under UL 241-1 2000 and KSA C22.2 number 248.1 2000 provides general requirements for low voltage fuses. So mean to say 1000 volts or less. Even in my presentation, I'm not that so clear. I just copied it from IEEE 242 buff book. So there are classes of fuses here. Class H. Okay. Of course, I will no longer discuss the detailing of different classes. No. For sure, there's a group for non current limiting, and also there's a group of fuses for current limiting. Okay, the class K, class R, class J, class T, and all this. So these are the typical interrupting rating, meaning the interrupting rating, different fuses, the particular classes. No? We have 10 kiloampere for class H, K50, they're 100, they're also 200, down to simple plug fuses. And also, if you want to go through on the different classes, you can download or you can study the different standards under UL for the different types of fuses. So medium voltage fuses are either distribution fuse cutout or power fuses. So power fuses have higher dielectric strength than distribution fuses and should be used primarily in substation. So the majority of medium voltage fuses are used for application with buildings, vaults, enclosures. They're also boric acid type fuses rated from 4160 to 34.5 kV, or current limiting fuses rated 2400 to 34.5 kV. Of course, high voltage, okay. Normally for outdoor, right? Take a look, the voltage rating is rated up to 138 kV. But half of my time, you'll have 1/4 of my slides or 1/3. Let's go through on this. So fuses also has characteristics now when it comes to respond. Okay, the figure just an example of family of fuses under class RK5. These are the family of fuses based on the TCC, the time current curve, the fuses, and there's an example of protection coordination among two fuses at the line side and the load side. My slide, this is E for the high side, plus E, and the low side is plus L. Okay, so this is just an example, drawing. So current limiting characteristics of the fuse is due to the speed of response. If you take a look at the figure, there's a maximum asymmetrical fault, the highest peak, and there's also a rating of the fuse. And with that current limiting fuse, will show that instead of going to the highest peak, the fuse itself has the ability to limit the current. So we have here the melting time. I don't know if that is clear on your screen. It's the time required to melt the current response element, specified over current. So meaning to say, with the current limiting fuse, you're also limiting the amount of energy during the short circuit. Alright, so the arcing time is also the elapsing from melting of the current response, example the fuse link, to final interruption of the circuit. So this time is dependent upon such factor, voltage and reactant. Of course, the total clearing time and also the peak let through current is the maximum instantaneous current. It's not effective, current limiting fuse during the total clearing time, because this value is instantaneous. It exceeds the root mean square. This is the RMS available current, but it's less than the peak current. So again, long to discuss this one. Let's proceed na lang, So circuit breakers. So we are familiar with circuit breakers. We have small circuit breakers and large circuit breakers. It's normally used to protect the power system. It's automatically operated electrical switch or device. Depends on the interrupt of circuit in case of faults, even overload. It has a handle. It has to handle high voltage and even high current, and it opens on the relay command. So how does the breaker work? So circuit breaker consists of two contacts, of which this contact with a spring Uh, sometimes it's a manually charged spring or a normal spring or motorized spring that will restrain the movement of the movable contact. Well, under normal condition, this is of course closed. When the circuit closed, so the contact engage each other with a particular pressure and corresponding contact resistance acceptable so that it will not create an arc in between the contact. There's also a standard for that, for the contact resistance. So during the normal condition, the arm of the circuit breaker can open, no, or close for switching or maintenance purposes. But during abnormal condition, if there's a fault, so the relay sends the fault. If you take a look at the schematic diagram, so we have a relay, okay, connected to our sensor, which is the current transformer, and when the current are reflected to the secondary of the CT is greater than the pickup that has been adjusted for the relay, no. By the way, pickup is the minimum current of which the relay can operate. So the contact will close, and because of the supply, which is the battery, the tripping coil will also energize. As a result, it will open the contact of the breaker. So when fault occurs, the relay will sense the fault and give signal to the tripping coil. So the trip coil get energized. It will pull the moving contact of the breaker, which operate the final circuit to be open. Of course, the medium of yung pag ano ng mga arc is also a different story, no? Kind of medium of pagtanggal ng mga arcs. So just to simple diagram, is automatically operated. Again, at normal condition, it is closed. But when there's a fault, it will open. So that's the fundamental circuit breaker functionality. Now, types of circuit breaker. So there's a low voltage circuit breaker. There's a medium voltage circuit breaker. There's also a high voltage circuit breaker. The neck defines the circuit breaker as a device designed to open and close the circuit by non-automatic means and open the circuit automatically. So on a predetermined overcurrent without damage to itself when properly applied within its rating. So what are the types of circuit breaker for the low voltage? Well, we have miniature. So you might be asking why I include miniature in the power system. So remember the control circuit in our MBSG HB. It's also protected with miniature circuit breaker. Now, if you take a look at the compartment for low voltage, compartment of the MB switchgear, particularly at the upper side, where the relay are placed, also the monitoring system, so you can find miniature circuit breakers. Parang plastic siya na maliliit. This is also good for housing circuit breakers, units, and yun, no? So the next one, types of circuit breaker, is the insulated case circuit breaker and the MCCB. So what's the difference on this? The molded case circuit breaker, of course, is assembled with integral unit in a support closing, no? The frame is molded, no? And so most of the time it's a thermal magnetic, has a characteristic in a thermal magnetic. If you take a look at the TCC, no, the gray one, so that kind of curve is thermal magnetic type of circuit breaker. Whereas the ICC, so the term insulated circuit breaker or ICCB is commonly used to designate a breaker with supportive and explosion housing of insulating materials, and typically 400 or 800 ampere frames. So the blue one is more on the electronic way of adjusting the settings, time, and also the pickup. So that's the difference. This is low voltage, no? Still under low voltage. So revisiting the thermal magnetic elements. So normally the thermal magnetic elements is for the long time and overload, right? While the magnetic one is for instantaneous short circuit. Okay. So mechanism holds contact closed by latch. So thermal element is a bimetal strip that is heated. If you take a look at the figure, and it's proportional to the current and inversely proportional to the time. When bimetal strip bend sufficiently, it will trip the latch. The bimetal one, bends siya, saka yun, will create a figure B, it will create bending and opening the contact, the right portion, or the lower right portion. So the magnetic one is the latch stripped by action of a small electromagnetic inherently in a instantaneous device. Inverse time delay can be obtained by additional mechanisms such as Dutch path or geared arrangement. Magnet are equate in small, no? So to summarize, the thermal is intended for long time overload due to the heat, and the magnetic one is for the response for the short circuit. There are also low voltage power circuit breaker. That's what normally we used to call this an air circuit breaker. In addition, yung mga naunang circuit breaker, actually generally they're also air circuit breaker. But we are associated with the term air circuit breaker for low voltage circuit breaker. So again, the term air circuit breaker is used in speaking the low voltage power circuit breaker. So basically, the arc interruption takes place because of the air. So to take a look at the TCC there, so there's an adjustment of a long time band can be adjusted. Also the short time pickup and instantaneous. So the instantaneous is for short circuit. There's no intention to delay, and of course the short time pickup is for the coordination. Okay, you can delay in some time to trip, allowing the lower part of the stream act before this one, and of course the long time for starting of the motor, or inrush current of the transformer when you energize, and for the overload. So wala, hindi pa ako half sa slide. Anyway. So high voltage and medium voltage circuit breaker comes with different types. All circuit breaker, vacuum, particularly for medium. So vacuum circuit breaker up to 35 kV. Pag lumampas tayo dyan, so we can go for SF6 circuit breaker. Yung mga oil circuit breaker nowadays ay gumagamit pa rin. Most of the modern switch yards uses SF6 circuit breaker. So the term used, or the name of the circuit breaker depends on the medium of interrupting the arc when it responds to short circuit. So I will no longer discuss those. Okay. Now, this is also very important to know the circuit breaker duty rating. So the rating of the breaker is given on the duties that are performed by it, and is required to perform following three major duties under short circuit condition. So when we say breaking capacity of the circuit breaker is capable of breaking the fault section. It is more on the fault current, no? It's just the interrupting rating of the fuses or the breaker. Okay. On the other hand, the making capacity of the breaker is much capable of making the circuit in the greatest asymmetrical current in the current wave. So the spectrum of our short circuit signal current is composed of DC component and also other sources of volts. So as a result, it will have two portion. No, in the subtransient portion is the asymmetrical signal. All right. So simply put, kung naka-short siya tapos in-on mo, so yun ang capacity, yun ang making capacity ng circuit breaker. While it's switch off tapos accidentally the short circuit yung bolted pa rin siya, then when you switch on, so make sure that your breaker has this breaking capacity enough to withstand. And the last thing is the short time capacity. So short time capacity of the breaker is of which the breaker can withstand in time to hold the current, no? Particularly if your breaker is assigned to the upper stream. So we know that we have to delay the breaker so that allowing or giving the permission of the lower stream to switch off. So you cannot just do the coordination without knowing the short time rating of the circuit breaker. So the breaking capacity again is the highest number of short circuit current that the breaker are capable of breaking under specified condition. So it is expressed in kiloamperes, RMS at instant of separation, contact separation. The breaking capacities are divided to two: the symmetrical breaking capacity and the asymmetrical breaking capacity. If you take a look at the happen. So, sorry. Something wrong with my screen, mang. So it's reflected there, but my screen is anyway. If you take a look at the spectrum, the signal, the whole signal is ABC, and there's a DC component of our spectrum, and we have the instant contact separation across G and H. Okay, then AC is during the instant of short circuit, so it will really shoot up, and that portion is asymmetrical part. When you say asymmetrical, the positive signal is not equal to the negative signal. I mean the curve, no. So the symmetrical is the rightmost part of the spectrum, and if you measure the magnitude across Y, that's the DC component, while the X1 is the peak, no. Alright, so it's defined as X is the maximum value of AC component while the Y is the DC component. So the symmetrical breaking is equal to X over square root of 2 to calculate the RMS, while the asymmetrical has the equation of square root of X over square root of 2 square plus Y square. Sorry. Whereas the making capacity it's the maximum instant fault. Again, as what I had mentioned, kung naka-short yung mga terminals, then you switch on the breaker. Yun. Dapat maka-withstand yung breaker mo sa breaking capacity. Okay, so I only have 13 minutes. 13 minutes. Let me go through this. Short time capacity. Okay, again, as what I mentioned kanina, make sure that the breaker can withstand the effect of electromagnetic force as well as the temperature rise during short circuit. So it's normally expressed in kiloamperes second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds. Okay. Now here comes now the fourth component, which is the protective relays. A protective relays is a smart logic element which is designed to trip the breaker when the fault is detected. So basic input is coming from the CT and VT, although we have other transducer that requires other non-electrical feedback. Non-electrical signals such temperature, for example, the Bockel's relay. No? So the temperature has been converted into current, and that's it. No. So the type of circuit breaker, this is the history from the electromechanical relays down to static relays, and now we have numerical relays. So I will try to run through these different types of relay, their function of our limited time. So I will run through on this. Although there will be a presentation, I think one of the presenter will really present about numerical relays. So numerical electromechanical relays comes along with a moving parts. It has a time setting and also the top or plug setting or pickup setting, and it has a family of curves. It depends on the top, as you can see in the TCC. Okay. So these are the types. Now, electromechanical relays operates by mechanical forces. So that's why it's being called electromechanical. There's a movement. There's a magnetism. Okay. Two types. There's an attraction type relay and also induction type relays. So let's see if we can still discuss all these types of relay. Let's do it quickly. So first one is the solenoid type relay. This type of relay, there's a solenoid. Okay. Now under normal condition, the spring holds the plunger in the position such that it cannot make the contact with strip contact. Okay. And of course, under normal condition, the plunger makes contact with the trip circuit contact, which result in an opening of the contacts. Okay. So kindly help me na lang no to research on those. You can find that in maybe YouTube, or that's a good thing nowadays. We can search in internet. The balance beam relay, as you can see at the figure, there's a balancer, the triangular part of the figure. Under normal condition, so the current is less than the pickup. Okay. As a result, the beam remains balanced. And of course, under fault condition, the current very much greater. No, I mean the effect of the magnetism because of the current becomes greater compared to the spring, and as a result, the portion there, the left side, will contact the 2 points, no, going to the tripping circuit of the breaker. Okay, so yun lang yung function niya. So kapit na akong time. Let's do it fast. No, the induction type of relay is electromechanical relay. Ang function niya is parang induction motors. Okay. Then there's a torque produced through induction. Okay, the power is being transferred through induction effect of the disc, right? And again, let's do it. Types of induction relays are the shaded pole type, watt-hour meter type, induction cap, induction disc. So for the shaded pole, it's if you take a look at the core, there's a shaded ring there. It uses to produce another flux. Okay. As a result, the difference or the the resultant flux will allow the the disc not to rotate. Okay, it consists of aluminum disc which is free to rotate in the air gap. Okay, so again, there's a moving part, no, so to speak. So again, there's still a spring that will control the movement of the contact. If the magnetic effect due to the current is greater than the spring, then the disc will rotate. Okay, there are the watt-hour meter type. I only have minutes. Well, murag kulang gud. Sige, ato lang yung padayonon. Thermal relay. Okay. Static or solid type relay. It's basically electronic type of relay. So if you take a look at the block diagram, the input is coming from the current transformer or voltage transformer, and it's rectified, and the relay is being calculated. Then the output of the relay, okay, is being amplified, and it will go directly to the tripping coil. So this relay is also supplied with the DC supply. If the threshold value is greater than the relay value, then it's still off. On the other hand, if the relay value is greater than the pickup, then it will operate. And the most sophisticated one is the numerical relay. It is a computer-based relay, and it is a multi-function type of relays that can be found in our switch gears. All right. This is more flexible. So I will not go through in this because there will be more discussion of the numerical relay. So what are the drawback, no, between the electromechanical and static relays while using numerical relay, no? So the electromechanical has very low response, no? There's a contact problem, whereas the static relay is inflexible, kind of complex. Unlike in the numerical relay, is very flexible. You can easily adjust, no, the settings and all this. I only have how many minutes, June? Time 3 minutes. I will just go through along the diagram, perhaps. I'm really sorry, no. So the structure of numerical relay is just an analog signal, and I think this one na lang. If you take a look here, coming from the power system, there's a transducer, again could be a PT or CT, then there's an analog input, then it will go to a transformation of current to voltage, and there's a low pass filter to eliminate the noise, and there's a sampling hold in converting the analog signal to digital signal. Okay, then since this is numerical, it requires digital signal processing. Okay, so from the time domain to a non-time domain, because the analog signal is the signal coming from the power system is analog, and it has to be converted into digital. And aside from that, there's a feedback. Okay, the digital output will serve as the feedback to the relay, not to the breaker, and there's also combination of different signal. Okay, a communication between the power systems and the other relays. If you take a look here, the sampling hold circuit, no? So in the digital signal processing, if you have an analog signal, it should be sampled, and it do a lot of programming. So I do understand that we are not that familiar with this one unless if we studied signals and system and digital signal processing, discrete math. Okay. So, but that is the operation. That is the basic operation of or typical architecture of numerical relay. And of course, the multiplexer for multiple analog signals that coming from the voltage signal, coming from the current signal. So it depends. Again, because the numerical relay is a multifunctional relay, so it could have more signals that will coming in. Okay, so let me run through basic relay. We have overcurrent relay, the 50-51. 50 stands for instantaneous and 51 stands for time overcurrent relay. So Attorney De Leon, I still have more than 30 slides. We will go overcurrent protection. If you take a look at the diagram, when the actual current is greater than the pickup, then the breaker will trip. Okay, so it can act for overload protection. It will also act as for short current protection for the 50-51. Alright, so it can also be used for transformer, generator, motor protection, transmission protection, and all other power system element protection. So there are characteristics of overcurrent relay. We have the instantaneous, definite minimum time delay, relays, inverse time, indefinite time. The instantaneous is used for short circuit. There's no intention to delay. Alright? Whereas the definite time, in a particular fault, so as you increase the fault current, the time is still the same. And the inverse time, which is very familiar to us, is the inversely proportional between the current and the time. As we increase the fault current, the response of the relay is shorter. Okay? And the inverse time can be adjusted into normal inverse, very inverse, extremely inverse. If you see that the curve is not sufficient for coordination, the numerical relay has a setting for normal and very inverse and extremely inverse. If you want the response very fast, then you can adjust it to extremely inverse. And we have the combination of inverse and definite time. This is what we call inverse definite minimum time relay. So again, it will only be done if when as you go along with the coordination, you need to adjust your curve. You need to, then you can choose this one. Directional overcurrent relay is incorporated with overcurrent. That if you want the direction of the current be forward or reverse. As you can see at the figure, there's already a voltage transformer because for the directional relay, we need a reference of our direction. I'm really sorry because gamay lang yung ketong time. So for example, the fault is if you set your directional relay to forward, the green one. So if the fault is the same direction, no, it will act, but in the different direction as you set in your relay, then it will not function. Gamay na lang yun. So earth fault current, kung meron na siyang N, so may ground na. So differential protection is more on internal fault of the power system equipment. Ako lang yung i-run through ha. Wala na ako basa ha. Most of the time is for power system element, no? Internal fault. Then we have ways. Actually, mahaba-habang usapan din tong differential relay. There's so many things na binabantayan, kaya meron tayong mga different ways, no? Percentage differential relays and all this. And of course, the characteristics for the differential relay depends on yung operating region as well as the non-operating region. So you have to do some calculation. Okay. Distance relay is more on the transmission distribution lines. It has two input coming from the voltage and the current for you to have impedance. This time, it's not the current that is being set, but the impedance. When the set impedance is not equal to the, is intended to trip the breaker, then the distance relay will, There's also a communication circuit between the distance relay from one point to another. So that's why this is kind of very complicated types of relay. if not most of the difficult types of relay. Okay, so again, the fault impedance is set. That is lesser than the setting of the impedance, it will operate. Okay, so I will just go through this. So for the relay setting, you can set the pickup coming from the transducers. You can also set the settings, the time, and it requires selectivity, speed of the protective relay, sensitivity, reliability, economics. Okay. We will give you the copy of this this presentation, by the way. No, so these are the familiar device, ANSI device relays from 21. Actually, there are 90 plus devices that can be found. Okay, for the transformer protection, perhaps very complicated. No, so many types of protection, and also for the generator protection, as you can see, marami kang pwedeng bantayan: overexcitation, speed, frequency, loss of excitation, over voltage, and so on and so forth. If you go again this type of protection as well, maraming mga devices done to protect the. Okay, this is a motor protection. It's just a sample, guys. This is just a sample. Okay. Well, of course, battery system is also very important because the battery is a primary component of substation or switchyard system. Okay. The good thing for the battery is that whenever there's no power in the substation, the battery is the one who will give the power of the circuit breaker as well as the other components. Okay, so I think that's all for now. I hope that the time is very limited. The time is very limited for this topic now. Anyway, again, we will give you the presentation, and for those who are registered, the secretariat will give you the presentation. So kindly just type your. That's why I asked the MC just to type, because I know that the time is very limited. No things to discuss. You just type your questions, and we will try to answer with the panelists. Thank you so much, and thank you for attending the regional convention, regional conference of Central and Eastern Visayas region.
Thank you, Engineer Erwin Salvador. It's really very interesting. No, you have lots of protection equipment, mainly to protect your main electrical equipment, because the electrical equipment is a very expensive. That's the reason why these several protection equipment were really discussed thoroughly by Engineer Erwin, because this will save every company from damaging your main electrical equipment, especially transformers. Okay, so the question and answer, you may do it in a chat. No, you will do it send it in a chat, and Engineer Erwin will answer it and will send it to you via our website. So please bear with us, because the time is running short. So we will award the certificate of appreciation to our technical resource speaker. So IIEE Cebu chapter certificate of appreciation is presented to the technical resource speaker on the topic power system protection equipment, nomenclature and operation in the 20th Eastern Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference via Zoom conference held September 16, 2021. By the way, the seminar is a 25 CPD unit points. So the certificate is signed by our President, IIE Cebu Chapter, Engineer Mario Tabanyag, signed by the Regional Governor, Engineer Felipe Villama, signed by the VP Technical Affairs, Lowell Ratilia, and signed by our technical consultant advisor, Engineer Brian Pasilan. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me. A round of applause. Let's award this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Erwin J. Salvador. So a round of applause. Okay, thank you. So let's proceed to the next portion. We have here our gold sponsor for the technical for this regional conference, and we are fully supported by our gold sponsor because both the power gentlemen of this company is here in Cebu, none less than, of course, by Engineer Mark Risma, so taga natog Masipang Pakpak, and also Hil Dumadag. So they are from Pelpdads Philippines Energy Products. So I hope the speaker is ready. May I introduce the technical engineer, Pelpdads Philippines Energy Products Corporation. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Engineer G. Martin Rubiano. A round of applause. So Martin, take it away. Engineer J. Martin or GM. So while waiting, let me acknowledge the former national presidents participating in this regional conference. So we saw or we have seen Engineer Juby Panhilason, former national president Larry Cruz, former national president Armando Diaz, former national president Jules Alcantara.
Mabuhay ka,
Are you ready now, Jay? Jay Martin? So if not yet, I'll continue to acknowledge some of our dignitaries. So VP External, Engineer Rolando Vasquez, VP Technical, Engineer Feliciano Padua, and also our host governor, Engineer Felipe Niliama, is also on board. Some regional governors from other regions, Wadi Irama, Engineer Arwin Wagan, Engineer Sando Villarosa. So we have several. Of course, former governor of Central and Eastern Visayas, Willie Cañizares, and of course, Engineer Hil Losares. Okay na, Martin J. J. Martin. Okay, take it away.
Hello. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. This is Jay, sir, from Pelpdads.
Okay, Jay, we can hear you. You may proceed, Jay.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon. Again, thank you for inviting us to present our regional conference. Basically, I'm Jay Rubiano from Pelpdads Technical Engineer. I will be making a pre-recorded presentation regarding our value engineering solutions like aluminum building wire, MC cable, and branch cable. So, ito yung mga new product developments namin na pinapresent usually sa mga clients, especially sa mga So, just in case if you have any questions or clarifications, you can you can type in sa chat box, or we can, if meron pang time afterwards ng presentation, we will try to answer them after the presentation. And then, just in case naman if you have any inquiries or concerns regarding sa area from Visayas or Cebu, so we will be sharing yung contact details sa mga sales personnel namin which are based from there, no? So sila Sir Mark, sila Keith, and then sila Dari. Okay? So basically, I will be playing first yung video namin, yung promotional video, and then we'll go through yung PowerPoint presentation. Okay?
Mabuhay ka, engineer. Thank you. Mabuhay ka, engineer. Thank you sa pagtangkilik sa Phelps Dodge. Dahil 100% reliable brand ito, sigurado akong safe at long-lasting ang projects mo. Tunay kang certified Phelps Dodge Bida Builder. Mabuhay ka, engineer. Thank you sa pagtangkilik sa Phelps Dodge. Dahil 100% reliable brand ito, sigurado akong safe at long-lasting ang projects mo. Tunay kang certified Phelps Dodge Bida Builder.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we will be discussing our value engineering solutions. So thank you for inviting us in this regional conference for the IIEE CVE. Okay. So just in case if you have any questions or clarifications, we can discuss this after the presentation. And then if you want to ask questions naman during the presentation, you may type in dun sa chat box. Okay? So basically, ito yung presentation outline namin. So we will be discussing first the company overview of Phelps Dodge. And then we'll go through yung mga value engineering solutions, which is under that, we have the PD Alumilite or aluminum building wire. And then we have the MC cable or yung metal clad cable. So some of you siguro are not familiar with this one, so we'll discuss it thoroughly during the presentation. And then our last value engineering solution. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we will be discussing our value engineering solutions. So thank you for inviting us in this regional conference for the IIEE CVE. Okay. So just in case if you have any questions or clarifications, we can discuss this after the presentation. During the presentation, you may type in dun sa chat box. Okay? So basically, ito yung presentation outline namin. So we will be discussing first the company overview of Phelps Dodge. And then we'll go through yung mga value engineering solutions, which is under that, we have the PD Alumilite or aluminum building wire. And then we have the MC cable or yung metal clad cable. So some of you siguro are not familiar with this one, so we'll discuss it thoroughly during the presentation. And then our last value engineering solution is branch cable, which is ito yung isa sa pinaka-bago namin product offerings. No? And then our last topic for this presentation, we have the PD Engage or engineering advantage. So under that, basically this is our after-sales services for our customers. So later on again, we will also tackle that. Okay. So first, our company overview. So for information, our manufacturing plant is located inside Hacienda Lucita sa Tarlac. And then our sales office is located naman po in Makati. We have ISO certifications like quality management, environmental management, and safety management for our plant. No? So just in case any one of you is interested to conduct, right now kasi we cannot conduct a face-to-face plant tour. No? So we would like to invite you to conduct at least virtual plant tour via Zoom. No? Please coordinate with our sales, which I will post their details after the presentation. No? So just coordinate with them if you are interested. And then ito yung mga third-party product certifications namin or mga building wires, yung mga aluminum, building wire, MC cable, we have UL certifications. No? Then aside from that, yung mga building wires namin, we have BPS or Bureau Product Standard. And then for information, for medium voltage from 5 kV up to 35 kV, so we have the capability to manufacture that. So we have third-party certifications for KEMA and PowerLab. No? And then for fire-rated cables, we have TUB naman from Singapore. Okay, so this is our first topic. So we will be discussing yung PD Alumilite, no? Or aluminum building wire. So as you can see, nakalagay dyan aluminum 8000 series. So for the PD Alumilite, we are using aluminum alloy 8000 series. No? It's a different series of alloy comparing dun sa mga ACSR natin or yung mga overhead lines natin. So yung mga 8000 series kasi, you can definitely use this for mga building wires. No? So in 1350 kasi, you cannot use this for mga building wire. Okay? So basically, ito yung cable construction difference niya from copper to aluminum. No? So kung mapapansin nyo, ang main difference lang would be the conductor. Sa copper, currently we are using compressed stranded na copper conductor. And then for the aluminum, we are using compact stranded na AA8000 series na conductor. No? So as you can see sa aluminum, we are using compacting technology. So mapapansin nyo, almost solid na yung cross-sectional view niya. No? Almost solid. Wala siyang air gaps, not unlike dun sa copper conductor. And then for the insulation, actually we are using lead-free PVC insulation. No? It can, maximum temperature rating niya, it can operate for both 90 degrees dry wet application. And then yung jacket natin, we are using nylon jacket for both. No? Okay. And then for information, kung matatanong nyo lang, no? When we convert from copper to aluminum, we need to increase yung cross-sectional area ng aluminum. Okay? So anong reason na? The reason for that is ang conductivity ng copper is 100% while yung aluminum is 61% lang. No? To compensate with that, we need to increase or upsize yung cross-sectional area ng aluminum para maging the same yung conductivity nila. So later on, I will show you yung direct comparison or conversion from copper to aluminum. And then another thing for PD Alumilite, no, we are offering smallest size na in-offer namin for this one is 6 AWG or 14 mm squared. No? Kasi for mga circuit sizes like 2.0, 3.5, we are not offering it kasi wala pang mga dual rated connectors sa mga wiring devices natin. No? Yung mga terminals nila is pang copper pala. No? When we use kasi aluminum building wire or aluminum conductor, we need to use yung mga dual rated connectors or yung mga tinatawag namin na AL9CU. So it can accommodate from both copper and aluminum. No? Later on, I'll show you yung picture ng dual rated connectors. Okay? So please take note lang doon. And then yeah. So for the ampacity conversion table ng copper versus aluminum, yeah. So ito is copper ampacity based sa PEC and then we compare it sa aluminum ampacity based sa NPC. So as you can see, ang smallest size na pwede natin i-convert na copper is 8 mm squared. So ang equivalent niya is 14 mm squared for the aluminum building wire. So makikita nyo, in terms of ampacity, it's the same as 50 amperes both. No? So yan yung magiging guide natin. So if you want to have this, no, para hindi na kayo mahirapan, so just approach us, no? Just send an email, no, dun sa mga sales namin. So we will provide yung mga mga catalog necessary data for you. No? Okay? So ito is based sa 90 degrees. So yung kanina is 75, ito is 90 degrees. No? So it's the same lang naman. So it's a conversion table. And then what are the advantages of PD alumni? So number one, it's cost effective versus copper. So in terms of cost, cable to cable cost, roughly around 30 to 40% we can save, no, by using aluminum building. And then in terms of weight, it's lighter by 50%, no? So mas magaan po yung aluminum by 50% kahit nag-upsize na tayo. Ang isang advantage niyan dahil mas magaan siya, mas lesser yung manpower na kailangan natin during cable pulling. So isa yung possible na advantage. And then it's safe and reliable. So since 1987, it's been widely used sa US and Canada. And then sa Philippines, we offered this since 2008, no? Up until now. Okay? And then ito, to give you a summary lang, no? So for example, if your current design is 250 mm squared, or 500 MCM na copper THH and TH2, so ang equivalent niya is 375 mm squared or 750 MCM na aluminum. So in terms of weight, it's lighter by 50%. And then in terms of overall diameter, it's bigger only by 15% lang. No? So kaya 15% lang yung difference niya because yun, pinakita ko kanina, we use yung compacting technology for aluminum. So, hindi ganun kalaki yung difference in terms of OD. Okay? And then for your information, yung aluminum building wire namin is strictly UL. So we have the certifications from UL. No? So ito po, UL file number 54448. And then, ito yung clause NEC and PEC that allows the use of AA 8000 series for mga building wires natin. So you can check naman po. So it's compliant with our electrical codes. So sa PEC is chapter 3.10, then sa NEC is article 310. And then, ayan, to give you an idea regarding the installed cost comparison of PD Alumilite. No? So i-compare natin dito basically isang copper to aluminum, which is installed cost na. No? So ito yung parameters natin. So initially, we have a length of 100 meters na copper THN, no? For conductor 250 plus ground, which is installed in IMC. So i-convert natin yan into aluminum, no? And then we will install it in IMC also. So we will consider all other material costs like the conduit, the cable accessories, no? Then including yung installation cost. So ano magiging savings natin? So considering all of that, so at least 29 to 30% pa rin yung masasave natin, no? When converting from copper to aluminum in IMC. So majority ng savings natin would be coming from the cable cost, no? And then other than that, sa installation cost, makakatipid tayo kung dahil mas magaan siya, no? So yun yung magiging savings natin. Okay? And then ito naman, we compared naman ito using PVC kasi kanina we use IMC. So this one is for PVC installation. So for PVC installation, it's slightly higher by 5%. Kasi mas lesser yung value ng PVC conduit natin. Okay? And then ito lastly, no? So we will be showing you yung mga accessories for PD Alumilite. So basically, ito yung sinatawag namin na dual rated connectors or yung AL9CU na connectors. So pag gumamit tayo ng aluminum building wire, we need to use this type of connectors, no? Kasi ito, kaya kung mapapansin yung AL9CU, meaning yan is aluminum 90 degrees copper, no? So pwede siya sa copper, pwede siya sa aluminum. We cannot connect kasi yung aluminum conductor sa copper connector. So different metals sila. So we will have galvanic corrosion. So we need to have yung dual rated connectors talaga. So by the way, we can offer it together with a cable. We can bundle it. But to give you an idea, it's readily available naman din po sa market. Just inform lang yung pagbibilan nyo na you need dual rated connectors. No? So we can help you naman to source out yung mga supplier nito. Okay? Okay. So our next topic is metal clad cable or type MC cable. no? So ito yung next value engineering solution namin. So basically, ang metal clad cable po, ang sinosolve niya ng solution is yung mga issues natin sa conduit wiring. Kasi when we use MC cable, we don't need to use conduits na po. No? So we eliminate na conduit. Kasi as you can see, based on the cable construction, meron na siyang parang armoring, no? Kung tawagin na aluminum strip armoring, na it acts as the conduit na. No? So no need na to use conduit. So basically, it's a factory assembled cable, no? For the conductor, we can supply both copper or aluminum, no? So depende dun sa request ng client namin. And then for the insulation, normally ang in-offer namin or ang laman yan is yung PVC or PVC nylon, no? Basically, it's a THHN, no? So yun yung regularly na minamanufacture namin sa planta. But we can offer din yung mga XLP insulated, PVC jacketed, or PVC jacketed, PVC insulated, PVC jacketed. Okay? And then again, yung armoring namin, we use aluminum strip armoring. No? So yan na yung parang magiging conduit mo. So no need to use conduit. And then lastly, we have two types. No, we have for indoor application and then for outdoor application. Yung outdoor application natin, we need to install ano lang or add PVC overall jacket. Kung makikita niyo yung kulay itim na outer layer. Yan pwede siya outdoor or underground application. Yung walang outer jacket, it's basically for kita niyo yung kulay itim na outer layer. Yan pwede siya outdoor or underground application. Yung walang outer jacket, it's for indoor application. Okay? So it's available for low voltage and medium voltage din naman. So for product certifications and testing, so we have a certificate of compliance from UL. No? So meron din kaming UL listing for this one. Okay? So hindi lang po yung cable, the whole assembly is UL listed. And then some of the applications of MC cable. So most of the building types applications pwede siya. Normally sa mga stadiums, schools, high-rise buildings, hotels, no, malls, casino, office, etc. No, pwede po siya. So basically, pamalit natin siya sa mga building wires na conduit wiring. Okay? And then some of the advantages of MC cable naman po. So number one, it's all-in-one factory assembled, factory tested, and then yung armoring namin na ginagamit is strong, lightweight, durable, and then it's corrosion, rodent, and termite resistant. So kung papansin nyo, hindi siya mga ngalawak yung aluminum strip armoring namin kasi meron way back pa yata, no, merong similar type ng cable construction with this one, but they are using steel, no, steel armoring. So yung steel kasi is ng ngalawang, not unlike itong aluminum strip, so it's corrosion resistant. Okay? Then it's highly flexible also. It's not limited to 4 of 90-degree bend. So pag gumamit tayo ng MC cable, yung number of bends natin is unlimited po. No? So we eliminate the use of pullback. So isa pang na-eliminate natin is yung pullbacks. And then it meets also yung requirements natin for both MEC and PEC. No? So nasa PEC po yung metal clad cable chapter 3.30. You can check na lang din. Okay? It's compliant for both. And then isa pang advantage ng MC cable, it's it can reduce yung installation steps by 30 to 50%. So as you can see, sa conduit wiring kasi medyo marami pang steps dyan. Like conduit support installation, conduit bending, conduit installation before we cable pull. Not unlike sa MC cable, no, we need to install yung conduit support and then we will lay na the MC cable. No? So mas simplified yung process niya. And then nare-reduce na rin natin yung damage due to cable pulling kasi meron kami makikita minsan yung mga nylon pagka gumagamit tayo ng conduit, nada-damage pa rin yung nylon natin. Natutuklap. Okay? So na-eliminate natin. And then in terms of space requirements, mas lesser po yung space requirement ng MC cable natin by 20 to 30%. Kasi as you noticed earlier, no, yung MC cable namin, we use 100% fill. Not unlike sa conduit wiring, yung percent fill, nagbe-base tayo based dun sa electrical code natin. Okay? Then in terms of bending radius, it's almost similar. It's 7 times versus 6 times dun sa conduit. And then isa pang advantage ng MC cable, especially yung aluminum, so it's less susceptible to filtrage. So hindi siya ninanakaw kasi mas lesser yung value ng aluminum conductor natin. Okay? And then for the standard packaging. So sa standard packaging, for copper, small sizes or up to up to 0 sizes, we can do as much as 1,000 meters per rate. No? For mga feeder sizes, yung mga malalaki, we can do 250 up to 500 meters per rate. Depende doon sa cross-sectional area. Same goes with the aluminum. Okay? Sa mga maliliit, 1,000. Sa mga malalaki is 500 meters. So, okay. So basically, I'll show you naman yung installed cost comparison for MC cable. No? Papakita natin, compare natin yung conduit wiring versus MC cable kung ano ba magiging savings natin. So first option, we will compare yung copper cable in IMC versus MC copper cable. So as you can see sa copper cable in IMC, we are using a 4 inches conduit and then yung cable natin is for conductor 250 plus ground. Okay? So mapapansin nyo, we tinusunod and field based dun sa electrical code. So that's why we are using 100 mm na conduit. While sa MC cable, kung mapapansin nyo, we don't need na yung percent field. So 100% field siya. So in terms of overall diameter or space requirement, much lesser siya. So yun yung sinasabi ko kanina. And then yung size natin, it's the same for conductor 250. So ano magiging savings natin? So savings natin would be ranging from 12 to 15% for this comparison. No? So number one savings kasi natin is manggagaling sa conduit. We eliminate the conduit. Okay? And then next is installation cost. So doon po yung mga factors na manggagaling yung savings natin. Okay? So what if i-compare naman natin tong copper cable in IMC versus dun sa MC aluminum? So ito yung option 2 natin. No? So for the copper cable in conduit, it's the same. No? Yun pa rin yung reference natin. And then for MC aluminum, we need to increase yung size natin or we need to upsize to for conductor 750 MCM. No? So gaya ng sinabi natin kanina sa aluminum building wire, we need to increase yung cross-sectional area to compensate sa capacity. And then for the savings, number one savings natin would be coming from the conduit. Again, we eliminate. And then majority ng savings natin manggagaling din po sa cable cost. Okay? So dahil gumamit na tayo ng aluminum conductor, mas cheaper na siya in terms of cable cost. So ranging from 40 to 50% yung masisave po natin when we use MC aluminum. Kung i-compare natin siya in conduit wiring. Okay? So our last topic, no, after MC cable, our last topic is branch cable. So ito is isa pa sa mga new product offerings namin na minamarket namin sa especially sa mga mid-rise residential, no? So basically kasi itong branch cable is pwede siyang alternative for mga bus stop, no? So mga riser. So basically what is a branch cable? So branch cable is ito yung itsura niya. So it's a prefab cable, no? Which consists of a main cable and a branch cable. So para siyang sanga ng puno yung itsura niya. So basically ito yung cable construction niya. no? So we have the main cable, and then we have the branch, no? Branch cable. So yung main cable natin basically is much bigger in terms of size compared sa branch natin. So ito yung nagba-branch lang. And then the C connector, we call it C connector, yun yung nag-mold sa kanila or nag-hold sa kanila, no? Yung C connector natin. And then for the plastic cover, we have the XLPE na insulation. Okay? So yung branching namin, normally ang length niyan is maximum is every 3 meters lang. No, yung branching nito. Okay? So yun yung recommended namin. And then for the cable construction, so for branch cable, we can do also copper or aluminum. No? Copper main, copper branch, or aluminum main, aluminum branch. So just inform us. Okay? For the insulation system, we can XLPE, no? XLPE PVC, mga low smoke, etc. So but ang default namin is XLPE. Okay? And then basically ito, so sample schematic diagram for installing branch cable. So basically you can use it as riser. So isa pang advantage ng branch cable is you can eliminate yung mga electrical rooms natin. No? Pwede nyo siyang i-install dun sa pipe chase na lang, no? Together with the other trades. Kasi yung branch cable namin is in terms of IP protection is superior siya. No? Hindi siya basta-basta papasukin ng mga moisture or water, etc. Okay? So ito yung sample installation niya. So per floor may metering siya, no? And then magba-branch siya, no? Going to the metering. Okay? And then yung mga supports, so by the way, yung mga supports naman po we can supply din naman this one. No? So during design stage pa lang, so during planning stage, we will coordinate naman na with you kung ano yung mga kailangan nyo. And then we will have naman yung mga shop drawings, no? So to finalize yung mga details when you're interested to use branch cable. Okay? And then ito yung mga possible applications for branch cable. So basically, you can use this and turn as an alternative wiring method for conventional cable plus conduits, and then yung mga bus lock pwede siyang pamalit. Okay? So normally we recommend this for mga vertical applications, no? But you can use this naman for mga horizontal. Pero mas ma-appreciate niyo yung yung insulation niya when you use it for vertical, especially mga mid-rise, no? Mid-rise, high-rise. Okay? Then what are the advantages of branch cable? So number one, it's safer yung power supply natin. So gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, waterproof tested siya. So hindi siya basta-basta mapapasukan ng tubig. And then we can do error-free installation. No? So kasi mas madali siyang install, no? Compared sa mga conduit wiring or yung mga bus duct natin. Okay? And then reliable din po yung power supply natin kasi it's factory assembled na. So yung processing ginagawa na namin sa planta. So mawawala na yung mga kaba natin, no? For mga loose connection, etc. So yun. So in terms of maintenance, mas madali pong i-maintain to. So wala nang mga loose connection. And then mga water or dust penetration. And then it's also cheaper than bus duct versus conventional cable installation. Kasi for conventional cable installation, we eliminate yung cable tray, no? And then for information, yung opacity naman per branch cable, we are using yung free air. So meaning, mas higher ang opacity niya compared dun sa cables in a conduit. No? Kasi dito ang reference natin is free air installation na. No? So based kasi sa installation, parang naka-free air na rin siya. Okay? And then, faster after yung installation niya, no, by 10% less man-hour compared sa bus dock, and then 20 to 30% less man-hour compared sa conventional installation natin, mga conduits natin. Then syempre, mas cheaper pa rin siya compared dun sa bus dock installation. Okay? Then gaya ng sinabi ko nga kanina, it's space saver, no? So you branch cables allows you to use mga common pipe chase, and then we minimize yung floor area or we eliminate yung electrical room. Okay? So yun yung mga advantage nito. So mas madali siya install, and then more saleable yung space for the developers. So kasi na-eliminate natin yung mga electrical rooms. Then pakita ko lang quickly yung mga project references namin for branch cable. So actually we have project references na from Urban Hive sa Davao, no? So basically it's a mid-rise building, so it's a 6-story, 20 units per floor. So they use branch cable for this one. So for the main cable they use 80 mm squared, and then for the branch cable they use 22 mm squared, both copper. Okay? So ito yung actual installation pictures na. So we will be guiding you naman, no, during the installation for this one. Then we also have sa Cebu, yung Maayo, no? Sa Maayo Medical. Ito naman, nagdagdag lang kasi sila ng circuit for this one. So they tried to use branch cable. No? So ito po yung actual installation pictures. Okay? And then we also have project reference for CDO. So as you can see, ito in-install lang siya sa common pipe chase, no? So yung mga supporting natin. So basically yung supporting natin, we need to use yung Unistrat and then yung mga clamps. And then mga basket natin sa dulo, yung mga hangers natin, we can provide it. We can provide this naman also. No? Just inform us if you're interested. Okay? So our last topic would be ito, yung PD Engage, no? For this presentation, i-discuss namin sa inyo once na umorder kayo sa amin ng mga products. So kasama na dyan yung PD Engage or yung after sales services namin. So under this program, so during cable selection and design stage pa lang we coordinate with the customer na or mga clients namin, no? Kung may kailangan silang value engineering solution or mga tanong sila regarding mga cable construction, we would be happy to help you. Okay? And then aside from that, we can supply also yung mga connectors and other materials or mga other accessories like yung sa branch cable, we can supply also that. No? And then we also do technical presentation. So if you are interested to conduct technical presentation, just advise yung mga sales namin, and then we will schedule. So mas detailed presentation for specific requirements na kailangan nila. And then we also do pre-installation training. Dati kasi we do on-site, but right now we do pre-installation training virtually. So basically ito, pag umorder na kayo sa amin ng cable, we will train you together with your electricians, no? On how to install yung mga new products natin para wala tayong maging problema during installation. Then we also do technical visits and site audits pre-pandemic. So right now we will conduct mga virtual audits or visits. We would be asking for your help muna, no? Okay, so based from your pictures or your mga emails, we will evaluate yung mga installation nyo, and then we will do a technical report and then submit it to you, no? with our recommendations. And then for information under PD Engage, we also do thermal scanning services. But right now, we are in a pandemic, so we can schedule this in the near future naman siguro. Okay? And then lastly, so ito yung planta namin. So we would like to invite you to conduct virtual plant tour. No? So after the slide or the presentation, I will be flashing yung mga sales personnel namin or mga contacts nila, no? So you can reach them, no? Just in case if you're interested. Okay? So basically that ends our presentation for this regional conference, no? So if you have any questions or clarifications, we can discuss, no? If you have time. And then if you have other product na you're interested, no? So you can reach us through this contact number. So sila po yung mga nag-handle ng mga accounts from Cebu, no? Or mostly mga Visayas. Sila Sir Mark, si Gil, and then si Darren. So you can reach them through these contact emails or mga email address nila. Okay? Again, thank you for inviting us to conduct technical presentation in your webinar. So siguro we would be happy to help you kung may mga requirements kayo in the near future. Okay? Again, thank you, IIEE Cebu.
Mabuhay, mabuhay ka, mabuhay ka. Mabuhay ka, engineer! Thank you sa pagtangkilik sa Phelps Dodge. Dahil 100% reliable brand ito, sigurado akong safe at long-lasting ang projects mo. Tunay kang Certified Phelps Dodge Vida Builder. Mabuhay ka, engineer! Thank you sa pagtangkilik sa Phelps Dodge. Dahil 100% reliable brand ito, sigurado akong safe at long-lasting ang projects mo. Tunay kang Certified Phelps Dodge Vida Builder.
Hello. Ayan. That's end po yung aming presentation. Thank you for inviting us to present our product again. So in case po meron kayong mga questions, pwede natin ilagay sa Q&A. So doon na lang po namin siguro sagutin. In case naman yung sa contact, nilagay na team. I think yung kanilang contact number and email. So yun po. Thank you very much po.
Ngadto sa among kuan. Okay. Certificate of appreciation is awarded to IIEE Cebu Chapter present the Certificate of Appreciation to Peltdats Philippines Energy Product Corporation in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as gold sponsor of this 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference. Congratulations. Okay, a round of applause. Thank you, Peltdads. Mabuhay ka, engineer. So, we will proceed at this juncture. We will have the national office, especially the national membership updates. This will be done by the head of IIE National Office Membership Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Alma Larcy to do the national membership updates. Ms. Alma, mayong hapon.
Mayong hapon sa tanan, sir. Let me share lang po. Good afternoon to all present po sa IIE Eastern Central Visayas Conference. Good afternoon sa lahat, sa ating mga delegates at IIE officers po na present ngayong araw. To our host chapter po, thank you very much for inviting us, Sir Mario. To Sir Felipe Niliama, also thank you very much. And of course, thank you very much po kay Sir Alan for allowing us naman to share this reminders po from IIE National Office Membership Department. Mag-share lang po ako ng aking presentation. Yeah. Again po, thank you very much. My topic po is about the membership upgrade and benefits. So ito po ay konting reminders lamang po from membership department at national office. Okay. As of 2020 po, approved na IIE-CPL. Ang sinasabi niya po, meron tayong membership grade classification. The membership of the institute shall consist of licensed and non-licensed members as follows. So, Section 1, meron tayong regular members. They are professional electrical engineers, registered electrical engineers, and registered master electricians who fulfill the requirements. So basically po, ang requirements po nito is yung meron po silang license from PRCs. Kung dati po, ang ating registered master electricians ay tinatawag na associate members. Ngayon po sila ay kasama na rin ng PEE at REE. Sila ay mga regular members na po ng IIEE. And then for second po ng ating membership classification is yung ating life members. So regular members in good standing and reputation who have fulfilled the requirements of life members. So basically po ang requirements ng pagiging life member is dapat sila ay naka 12 years ng active member prior sa application po nila. And then nire-require po natin sila ng endorsement letter from chapter president para naman po kilala ng chapter president kung sino yung nag-a-apply ng lifetime sa kanilang chapter. And then copies po ng IIEID kung meron pang natabi, sana tinatabi. And then yung pong PRT card nila. Okay po. Third sa ating membership classification is yung senior membership. No, a senior member shall require experience and reflecting professional maturity. To upgrade to senior member, the qualification are as follows. So 1.3, sila po ay 1.3.1, dapat sila ay life members. 1.3.2 shall exemplify the significant performance as life member of the institute of at least 5 years. So dapat naka-lifetime sila ng 5 years. And then meron naman pong sinusunod na mga criteria na approved by the Board of Governors for this purpose sa pag-apply po ng lifetime, ng senior. So for senior members, ito po yung ating guidelines. No? So nag-a-apply actually, ito po ay under ng Selection and Awards Committee po, no? Deadline of submission po noong June 30, 2021. Gayon po man, kung hindi po kayo nakahapon ngayon, pwede po yan. Yearly naman po ang ating pag-apply ng senior membership. So, ang sinasabi po ng minimum requirements, dapat sila ay BSE graduate. awarded by School of Engineering with a recognized electrical engineering program must be an IIE Life members for at least 5 years, the time in application, with at least 10 years of active professional practice in the field of electrical engineering, and shall show significant performance for at least 7 years in or one or more in electrical engineering sa field. So, construction, kung pwede kung nasa construction po kayo, sa consultancy, sa design, education, operation management, research and development, management, marketing, naulit lang, academy. So yun po ang mga grade po na pwede naman i-apply sa senior membership. Kung saang field po kayo, pwede po kayo mag-apply as senior member. And then, ang procedure po nito, so meron tayong binibigay sa mga chapters po na mga application form, invite ng selection and awards. And then, then kasama po siya attachment as reference engineers po. 3 engineers, no? Meron silang form din pa-fill upan sa kanilang kakilalang engineer, and then kasama po yun ang binibigay as attachment po doon sa kanilang application. So once na completed po yun, ibibigay po yun sa Selection and Awards Committee, and then as mentioned, ito po ay ini-spin ng Selection and Awards Committee po, ina-approve ng board. Ang awarding po ng senior membership is during the opening ng ating annual national convention. Yan. Sa 1.4 naman po sa classification ng ating membership is yung grade of fellow. Ang fellow naman po ay mga senior members who have qualified and have been conferred the distinction as fellow by the Board of Governors. So recognize the extension as a fellow, recognize the exceptional contribution and dedication to the electrical engineering profession. So ang College of Fellow po ang nag-assess ay naghahanap para sa ma-awardan nila ng fellow grade. So ito po ay hindi ina-apply. Ito po ay hinahanap ng College of Fellow Committee. So yun po, kung na-awardan sila, ito po ay binibigay during the closing ceremony ng Annual National Convention. Yan. For our next slide, so meron naman tayong non-licensed members. One is yung honorary members. So meron tayong honorary members, yung former chairman po ng PRCC, Honorable Hermogenes Pobre. Honorary members ay commendable individual with standing and non-electrical profession whose contribution to the welfare and advancement of the Institute is exemplary shall be conferred honorary member by the guidelines. So kung meron din siyang sinusunod na guidelines para sa pagbigay ng honorary membership. And then, huwag po natin kalimutan, meron din po tayong non-licensed members. Sila yung mga auxiliary graduates. Kung dati po, ang tinatanggap natin ay BSE graduate, ngayon po, tumatanggap din tayo ng electrical technology graduates who manifested a remarkable interest in the objectives and activities of the Institute and who have complied with membership requirements. So basically po, ang requirements ng senior membership, auxiliary membership is magbibigay sila ng copy ng kanilang BSEE diploma or electrical technology na diploma. So, and then meron pa rin po tayo, huwag natin kalimutan, no? Meron pa rin po tayong CSE, no? Student members, so electrical engineering and technology students who are currently enrolled in the recognized engineering institutes in the Philippines and shall duly fulfill the membership requirements. So, pinaka-basic requirements na naman po nito is enrolled sila sa electrical o kaya technology graduate. Yeah. So ito naman po ang ating latest na portal ng IIEE. Yun. So, sana po ay na-open nyo na ang ating portal. So, nasa baba po niyan, yan po yung link na pupuntahan ng ating member para ma-open nila yung IIE portal. Yan po. So, kung hindi nyo po alam yung inyong username at password na naka-store dito sa ating portal, pwede nyo po kaming ma-email. Pwede kayong magtanong sa amin regarding sa inyong username at password. Pag ganyan kasi, nagpa-pop up po yung email address ko, so pwede po kayo mag-email sa akin. O kaya po sa aking mga kasamahan sa membership department. No, kay Sir George, kay Miss Carla, kay Miss Thea, kay Miss Pili. And then, ito po ay for presentation purpose only. So, ganyan po siya pag inopen niyo po yung portal. So, please bear in mind po, nasa baba po ng inyong picture, dyan po nag-a-update po. So, personal information, yung PRC and diploma. So, yan po pag inopen niyo po yan, pwede po kayong mag-upload dyan ng inyong copy ng PRC and then yung registration date at expire date. Then pwede rin po mag-change password and then makikita niyo rin po pag clinic niyo yan yung mga certificate po na in-attended po sa IIEE. So sa right side left side naman po, pag inopen niyo po yan, so makaka-request po kayo through your portal account yung change chapter. No? So again, ang link po ay nasa baba para yung guide po sa pag-request for change of chapter. And then next po, sa sa ating portal, nandiyan naman po yung mga requests. O magre-request po kayo as renewal, as new member, mga certificate of good standing to online, kaya by LBC, kaya walang LBC, email lang, or kaya yung bagong ID natin. So pwede po kayong mag-request through our IIE portal. The next slide po, makikita rin po sa ating IIE portal yung mga IIE attended seminars din po. So may total po dyan nakikita yung mga attendant, tsaka kung ilan na po yung CPD points na na-earn na po. And then last, doon naman po kasama sa portal na makikita niyo yung transaction niyo po. Kung ang binayad niyo ba sa DragonPay ay success na or okay na siya for processing. So namo-monitor naman po ng ating IIE portal. So ito naman po ay yung ating bagong ECOGS. Ito ay kasama to doon sa portal. Nakikita po ito. Under siya ng certificate. So once paid po ang inyong COGS, pwede na po kayo makakuha ng ECOGS. Ito po ay alam ko po ang PRC Cebu, ito na yung hinahanap niya, yung may QR code na electronic COGS po. Yan. So as per August 24, mayroon naman pong memo ang ating mahal na presidente sa paggamit po ng ECOGS po. And then ito naman po, sana naka-request na kayo sa ating IIE Universal ID. So basically po, ang gamit po nito is yung para naman mabilis. During face-to-face po kasi, ito po yung nasubukan ko na during Pangasinan Conference sa Central Luzon. So hindi na parehas ng mahaba ang pila. No? Madali na siyang i-in at out. So, well-monitor po yung mga pasok at labas ng tao. Yan, si Universal ID. Yan. So, basically po pala, itong ating Universal ID ay magiging loyalty card ng IIE. Ito po ay sa effort po ni Sir Alan. Naghahanap tayo ng partners, baka po may taga-Cebu dyan, mga restaurant, mga electrical companies, no? Mga restaurant, ganyan. So, pwede po maki-partner po for ating plan ng ating Universal ID as loyalty card. So sa atin naman pong benefits, usual naman po ito, no? Ito ay palagi naman po na-inform during chapter officers and hopefully po ito ay nakarating sa ating membership, no? Yung ating free magazine. So kung dati po tayo ay nagpapadala through snail mail, dahil marami ang balik, ganyan. So ating itong ginawang electronic copy. Nakikita po ito sa ating website. And then, letter B, yung ating discount. So, pag bibili kayo ng PEC book, merchandise, ganyan, pag member po, discounted naman po. So, letter C po, yung ating mga technical seminars po, no? Pag member, may discount po siya, and then sa registration ng ANC. So, ngayon po, sana nakarating na po sa inyo, na open na po ang ating registration para sa ating 46 ANC virtual. And then ang library, so open pa naman po ang library. Hindi muna namin din-discourage na pumunta ng marami, pero nandito naman po pa rin ang ating library para sa magre-research, especially doon sa naghahanap ng sample ng mga TER. So tayo po ay binigyan naman ng kopya galing sa PRC, no? Nalagay sa ating library para magamit po sa mga aspirant po ng PEE. And then letter E, yung mga job placements. So yung mga company po, iba, generous naman sila, nagbibigay ng kopya sa atin ang kanilang mga job opening po. And letter F, yung mga technical assistance. So mag-a-apply po kayo for PEE, upper, ganyan po. So pwede po ninyo i-course through membership department po dito sa IIE National Office. And then meron po tayong yung usual na death benefit na binibigay natin sa active members. So sana yung time of damage nila, sana sila ay active members. Kasi dati po ay life members lang ang binibigyan. Ngayon po, basta po active ang membership niyo po, kahit 3 years membership na active, meron po ma-receive ang family na death benefit. Sa letter I naman po, for medical assistance. So ito, meron naman binigay po ang ating board, no, for medical assistance. Kasi depende kasi ang amount sa assessment din ng ating IIE board. So under po ng membership department, so mabilis na po yung ating processing ng and then yung sa membership status verification.
Email kay nag-una ta sa kuan.
Usually po,
discretion.
Sorry. So usually po yung ating di ba nag-i-email dito ang members, no? Tatanong sila kung ano po ba yung status ng kanilang membership. And then yung mga chapter remittance, under po yan sa membership department. PRC renewal assistance. So kung may mga kakilala kayong outside o nasa abroad, pwede tayong mag-assist, magbibigay lang sa atin ng SPA dito sa national office. Pero ang pipiliin po nila SPACC. Kasi yun lang din naman yung allowed din tayo na kumuha doon as APO. And then nag-a-assist din po tayo for PRC initial registration. So karamihan nag-a-avail nito is yung mga members natin from foreign. Diba? Nakapasa sila. So pwede tayong mag-assist, ipa-initial registration natin sila sa PRC. And then open pa rin naman po ang PRC conversion. So baka may kakilala po kayo na hindi pa na-convert ang kanyang assistant PE na card to RE. So ang national office po ay pwede rin po mag-assist para sa conversion ng kanyang number 7 yun, as mentioned, nagbibigay po ang national office ng death benefit at medical assistance. Yan. Under din po ng committee assigned sa membership department is yung selection and awards committee. So ito po yung bid ng most outstanding EE. So sana po ito sa ating mga members ngayon na narito, chapter officers, na i-share natin na open po ang bid for most outstanding EE. Bid for most outstanding RME. Bid for sa PRC naman. So although sa PRC nila award, pero ang assessment po is under selection and awards committee po. And then bid for most outstanding chapter. So I believe ang Cebu chapter naman is talagang yearly sila nagbibid ng kanilang para sa most outstanding chapter. And then as mentioned, yung senior membership grade under selection and awards at membership department. Yan. And then another po assigned ng membership department sa College of Fellow, yung pag-assist po para sa upper, yung sa mga estudyante, no, na application, dito rin po yan dumadaan sa membership department po ng national office. And then sa Offland Dagitab naman, so yun, pwede pong magpa-assist dito sa national office po kung may mga program kayo for Offland Dagitab. And then yung pong may hawak ng ating portal, sa chairman po natin si Sir Rolly Gualvez, sa kanya naman po yung MCDC committee po yun. And then as mentioned po kanina, no, so pwede tayong mag-assist sa ating mga members, lalo na sa galing abroad, na pwede tayong mag-claim ng kanilang mga PRC card, basta po ibigay sa atin yung paid PRC undertaking form nila, yung SPA, na galing sa Philippine Consulate, yung IECOGS, tsaka yung mga kung meron silang na-attendan ng mga seminars ng IIE para naman sa kanilang mga CPD points. And then for requirements, no, hindi naman natin hiningi, knock on wood, so ito po yung mga requirements sa pag-claim ng death benefit. No? So yung magli-letter po ang family, informing us, and then yung meron po tayong pinapa-fill up na form, death certificate, and then yung pong ID, kung meron pang natabing ID, and then beneficiary ID po, and then other important documents as attachment doon po sa pag-claim ng death benefit. And then ito naman po na-mention ko kanina, yung nag-a-assist naman po ang National Office, no, for medical assistance. Basta meron po ito, assistance letter, yung form, same po yun, binibigay sa national, email lang sa amin, sa National Office, para po ating ma-assistihan at ma-assess, basic assessment, and ibibigay natin kay Sir Alan sa board for their approval. So may special note tayo na ang death at medical assistance funds are taken from the revenue during ANC and approved by the board. So para magka-fund tayo, mag-invite tayo ngayon ng maraming ANC delegate po. Yun. And then, ang IIA naman po ay meron tayo, no, ang bago ngayon natin yung PEC2. So sana pag available na yun, marami pong bumili, ganyan. Then merchandise, yung ating mga jacket, polo shirt, and then yung sa advertisement po ng magazines, no, baka meron po kayong kakilala na gusto advertise, lalo na ngayong ANC, no, meron naman tayong souvenir program. Kindly contact lang po, and then, for conferences din po pala open din po. Kindly contact lang po, shout out ko na rin ang busy si Miss Ann Gillian, Mary Ann, head ng marketing department. Yan po ang kanyang email ad. By the way, si Miss Ann po ang aming floor manager pag may conference po, no? Team niya po ang punong abala sa pag-assiste ng sponsorship ng chapters. Yun. Okay, for technical naman po, kay Miss Yela, so sa kanya po ang training, seminars, yung mga, kung meron po kayo, magpapa-assist po kayo for CPD ng inyong chapter, so pwede po ang team ni Miss Yela, ng technical department. Kaya apply niyo po yung CPD sa PRC para magkaroon ng points. Ang department po niya ang may hawak doon. Technical department. And then, shout out ko na rin si Miss Rona na kung mag-apply po kayo for BEP applications, ganyan, after sa foundation. Yun, kay Miss Rona po yun ini-email, mga inquiries regarding sa ating PEP. And then, ito na po, last na lang po. So, kindly take photos pag may mga activities kayo na pwedeng ma-share sa chapter kasi as mentioned, ang chapter ay nag-bid for most outstanding chapter. So, baka yung picture niyo po isama na feature naman para sa most outstanding. Thank you very much po. Yan. For more inquiries, nandiyan po ang aking email ad, cellphone number. So, you can contact us po dito sa National Office. Maraming salamat po. Daghang salamat sa mga kulba kayo ko. Bisaya ko dako, kulba kayo ko. Thank you very much po sa lahat. Yun lang po ang aking presentation. Back to you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much also, Ma'am Alma.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are very glad that to have you with us as our resource speaker this afternoon for our regional conference here in Eastern Central Visayas. So, may questions po tayo sa Q&A, Miss Alma, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many, from Mahid Nasef, so tanong po niya, ma'am, how many days po bago ma-approve ang request for COGS online?
Alam niyo, sir, ang pag-approve po talaga ng COGS, depende din po sa uptick, sa bilis ng pag-approve ng chapter president. Kasi yan naman ay pumupunta sa kanya. So pag nag-request po ang member, yan po ay pumupunta naman doon sa chapter president side. So dapat i-click niya yung na-approve doon para pwede na magbayad ang member. So halimbawa, uptick man yung chapter president mag-approve ng mga request, so madali lang makabayad ang member. Ngayon kung meron tayong chapter president na halimbawa after 2 days, after 3 days, so minsan po tumatawag na sa amin yung aming, ma'am, request na ako, pero wala pa rin pong approval. So tinatawagan na po namin ng attention yung chapter president. Minsan po tinatawagan o kaya email namin para documented na may kailangan siyang i-approve na COGS. So yun po. So sana panawagan ko na rin po sa mga chapter president na present ngayon, paki-check na lang po. Baka sa portal niyo naman yung nakikita. So sana po ay mapansin niyo. Kailangan yung pansinin talaga para sila ay mag-COGS. Yun lang po.
Okay, so follow-up question lang po regarding doon sa COGS, Ma'am Alma.
Yes.
Considering po na mabilis yung presidente natin, no, ng pag-approve and everything is in order po, Miss Alma, so ano po yung estimated shortest possible time ng apply po?
Opo, sa kung sa amin naman po sir, kasi pwede na, as mentioned po, pwede na nila makuha yung ECOGS. And then kung gusto naman po nila, doon sa, yun kasi ay sa amin, medyo madami sa by bulk, una na pong pinapadala, once approved, iti-print, in-scan namin yan, sinisend po doon sa nag-request na member. And then to follow na po yung pinaka-hard copy, and then kasama na po yung kanyang ID. So, mag-take po tayo ng 5 to 10 days para dyan po. But, of course, ang sinabi namin, una namin pinapadala po yung electronic copy para magamit namin agad sa PRC. Plus, meron pa tayong ECOGS doon sa loob ng kanilang portal account po.
Okay. So, is it good, is it an honest estimate siguro mga 3 days po, Miss Alma?
Sir, ang sinasabi po talaga namin para sure na honest po, 5 to 10 working days po talaga. Since, kasi ang national office naman is nasa skeletal din dahil sa COVID. So, yun po, pagbalik po, palit-palitan po kasi kami. So, nakatuka sa amin, pagbalik, ina-update po, and then pagbalik naman nung naka-assign is mag-scan at mag-print at magpadala.
Okay. So, it's good to note, Miss Alma, no, at least may way yung members natin pag-estimate yung kanilang pag-renewal, no? At they'll be prompt with their renewal, no? So para hindi na masyadong mahuli yung requirements nila for PRC renewal. Okay, I think that's it for the Q&A, Miss Alma. And with that, we'd like to proceed. Then we'll be awarding your certificate, Miss Alma.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So, IIE Cebu chapter presents the certificate of appreciation to Miss Alma C. Larce as our technical resource speaker on the topic National Membership Updates, the 28th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference via Zoom conference held on September 16 to 19, 2021 with a program accreditation number OEE 2020-007-308, approved 25 CBD points, given this 16th day of September 2021, signed by our President, Mario C. Tabanyag of IIE Cebu Chapter, Engineer Luel B. Ratilla, VP Technical Affairs, Engineer Felipe C. Nilyama, Regional Governor of Eastern Central Visayas, and Brian A. Pasilan, Technical Consultant and Advisor of IIE Cebu Chapter. Okay.
Thank you so much po. Thank you so much, Sir Brian. Thank you so much, IIE Cebu Delegate.
Okay.
Salamat po.
So, at this juncture, we'd like to proceed with our next technical sponsored presentation. We'd like to welcome Donga Enterprises. We have here on the venue is Mr. Roy Dalanon, the branch manager of Dongay Enterprises. So let's watch for a short video of their presentation.
All right, so while having these minor difficulties, gentlemen, allow me to recognize and welcome again our national officers, especially BP Internal Roland Vasquez, the regional governors Udi Irama, Alvin Wagans, and Rubel Rusa, and of course VP Tech Feliciano Padua. Our host governor, of course, on board, Felipe Nilyama. Then I would like to recognize also our former national presidents, Juby Panhilason, Larry Cruz, Armando Diaz, Jules Alcantara, and of course our former governors, Wilfredo Cañizares, Gil Losares, and all our sponsors and participants. So I think it's okay. Okay. Technical team, please share the video.
Po, maraming salamat at magandang hapon nga pala sa opportunity. Unang-una po, I just want to thank sa national leadership ng IAEE kay Sir Alan Anthony Alvarez o sa ating host sa Cebu City sa pangunguna ni Sir Mario na Sir Brian. So maraming salamat for this opportunity na binigay niyo po sa amin. So Sir, Tagalogin ko muna at saka Binisaya Dani. Dating mga magigiting at mga magigitan ng mga participant all over the world. Saan po tayo? Salamat po. Ito po ang iyong lingkod sa Dungay Enterprises sa Visayas. Si Rowie Dalanon po. Ay pribilehiyo ko pong i-present sa inyo ang aming company profile, which is yung nakita nyo pong video ay doon po yun sa planta namin sa main, doon po sa malapit po sa Malabon Zoo. Doon yung mga kaibigan natin doon. Okay. Yan. So yun po ang isa sa mga office natin at planta din at the same time. Doon po meron din po tayo sa Cagayan de Oro at ngayon po presently ay sa Cebu. So this is a breakthrough kasi marami tayong mga partners na nandyan. Yan, ito na po yung ano namin, yung aming logo sa Dungay Panel Board Fabrication Corporation. Yung una, yun po yung nauna, ang Dungay Enterprise. Sige, yung information po namin ay yan, nandyan na po lahat. Ano kayo dyan ng mga details. So 2005 po siya nag-umpisa. Hanggang supply lang po ang business namin. So in behalf of our General Manager Ariel Galindo ay nagbabati po sa inyo na maraming salamat sa mga partners, sa mga companies na nagtangkilik po sa ginagawa ng Dungay. So sabi po, ang Dungay po ay Bisaya. Ariel na taga Misamis Oriental sa Medina. So magsinabot ra gyud at saka mag-usap-usap at madaling kausap. Sige po. So bisitahin nyo nga pala kami sa Event Hub. Marami na dong napuntahan ko na kanina. At you can go there for more information about sa Dungay. Sige po. Next ay yan. Pag sinabi pong Dungay kasi descripted na agad yan na kami po ay isang manufacturer po ng mga panel boards, mga ECBs, cable trays, vertical elbows, horizontal elbows, telephone terminal cabinet. Lahat po yan, meter center transfer switch, manual or automatic. So, yan po nakilala at dyan po tayo nag-umpisa. So, noong 2005, umpisahan po yung vision at saka mission, which is nag-provide talaga siya ng quality and provide siya ng quality service to the world electrical industry, which ensure to the customer are well educated about safety aspect of using electricity. So yun po ang description natin kasi electrical tayo mga ginagamit sa kuryente. Looking ahead, Dungay Enterprise is confident about the future because we believe that it can continue satisfactory service and provide demands of the marketplace. So walang hinto yan ang electricity. The company also believes that the excellent economic condition will help us to achieve significant growth in sales. So far, nag-i-extend po tayo. Marami tayong ginagawa. Ngayon, sa ating mission, ito po yung nilalakaran namin ngayon at yung tatlo na to ay nangyari na, which is we think dahil marami ng mga changes. Number one is to provide and improve our product with speed. So I take down notes po sa speed. Marami po tayong natutuwa na nakapasok sila at nakapartner sila sa Dungay sapagkat sa ibang mga ginagawa ay umabot po ng 1 month. Sa atin nagagawa lang natin ng 2 weeks. Bisa nagkaka-problem lang tayo doon sa cargo shipping sapagkat hindi natin control ang panahon. So precision and accuracy using most advanced machineries and employee management, meron din tayo niyan. Pangalawa, to meet our clients' demand and gain and maintain their trust and loyalty. So far so good. Salamat again sa mga loyal na nagtatangkilik. Number 3 is to grow together with our customers and partners by offering them the best quality technology and services. So sa technology, marami tayong mga bagong, mamaya papakita ko sa inyo yung mga bago nating mga machines, mga services, sapagkat yan ang isa sa kailangan natin. So vision-wise, ito po ay nangyari na rin to meet our clients' demand by giving the best quality and service that we can provide. We believe that the asset of the company is not the name of Dungay, but the product and the service we render actually. And to earn our clients' trust to follow that principles, That principles ay nagbibigay sa atin ng motivations to go. Number 2 is to innovate our products to better performance and better quality. Our company does not only need to provide better quality of product, but needs to improve them and bring forth the future for us and our clients. So sa madaling sabi, umaasinso po kayo, asinso din po tayo, tayong lahat. So sabay-sabay tayo dyan with a better quality. Next po is yung pinaka product line natin, the high voltage equipment natin, transformer, dry type and oil immersed pa tayo. Sa mga transformer, yan lang muna ang serve natin. High voltage switchgear transfer switch, no, sa mga panel board natin, meron tayong NEMA 3R, NEMA 4X, NEMA 12, NEMA 1, at maging unitized panel din, yung cabinet style. Then power capacitor natin, cable tray, fitting, elbow, time relay sa telephone terminal cabinet, motor control, magnetic starter, lugs, genset. So ang genset po namin is nandyan pa kami sa Cummins, Parkins sa Cadinio. So yan po yung pinamimigay namin. Yan po yung pinipresent namin ng mga brand. And pwede nyo mag-inquire dyan sa ABB, LS, GE, Chent, Snyder, Swiss, Himmel, and Dilixi. Meron pa dyan hindi nalagay, Terishaki, at saka iba pa. Fuji, meron din. Sige po, yan po mga machines po namin na ginagamit so far in part of our technology na dapat makasabay po ang lungay. So meron na rin po tayong hydraulic machine, CNC corner cleaner, at saka turret punch. That's 3 years ago. So hindi po yan binibinta, yun po yung mga machines natin na napapadali. Lalo na po ito. Ito yung bago. Yung bago, meron na po kaming Euromac MTX Plus. Flex 6 hybrid po siya. So isang pligo na po yan ng steel, makakasya dyan. Kaya po ang speed po ay mas lalong napadali. So yun po yung bago natin na technology. Okay, so yan, kompleto tayo sa press brake binder, hydraulic bus binder, cutter punch, shearing machine. Ano pa? 3-in-1 NC copper bus bar binder, shearing machine, so power press, shot welding machine. Halos lahat po kompleto tayo sa ating mga machines. So kung meron pang i-develop yan, that's the innovation na po. So sa product information po natin, so ETS and MTS is hindi ko na po i-explain yan, alam niyo na po yan. Just sinabi ko na kanina. So ipapakita ko na lang po sa inyo para mas madali tayo kasi mas madali kung mapaaga tayo. Motor control, cable ladder, cable tray, nandiyan na po lahat. Yan na yung sa picture. Yan, panel fuse, manangailangan dyan, meron din. At yung wire elbows. So halos ang dami na nating naipadala yan dito sa Cebu. Mamaya i-share ko po yung mga informations about sa mga partners natin. Sige, motor control. Ano pa? Dami. So, hindi ko na po may isa-isa. So ngayon po ay yan po yung patutuhanan na meron po tayong certificate from Snyder. Yan po ang certificate natin galing sa DTI na kailangan natin gagamitin natin na gauge, ang gagamitin natin ang amperahe, saka per bus bar rating. So nakaano po yan, nakaprogram po. Hindi po pwede tayong gumawa ng substandard kung hindi po nakabase sa kanila. Next, of course, yung pong dalawang 2303 ng dalawang company, Dungay Enterprise saka Dungay Panel Board Fabrication. Saka sa DTI po natin, updated po. Yung mga natin sa Barangay Potrero, Malabon, at yung po yung mayor's permit natin sa Malabon kasi doon po nakalagay yung ating main office. Sige po, ayan na po yung mga partners natin sa national. So hindi po nailagay dyan sapagkat marami. So, yan, nakita niya nanin kanina yan sa video. So, hopefully, sa mga partners natin nakikinig na nandyan kayo belong. So, salamat. Yan po yung mga partners natin sa Manila. Okay, ngayon ay pupunta na ako sa Cebu. So, sa Cebu, which is going to 3 years na po tayo. So, i-mention ko lang po itong mga pangalan ng mga contractors natin, mga PE, sapagkat malaki silang tulong at kami po ay nagpapasalamat buong puso Kung hindi dahil sa kanila, ay hindi po ma-materialize po itong vision and mission ng Dungay dito sa Cebu. So, ang una po naming kliyente na sunod-sunod na po ito hanggang bago, doon po sa EBA-CBN Cogon Pardo, Cebu. So, lead by Tritech Macro System by Engineer Prohinog, John Prahinog sa Mechanical Engineer. Doon po sa pangalawa is yung sa Gaisano Capital Balingasag at sa Surigao City, lead by pinakagwapo nato na facilitator sa Mr. Electrical Services, no? Cable tray. MR, Mr. MR bitaw na. So, MR Electrical Services. Salamat Sir Jun, Sir Baldonado Jr. Dili na siya, sakto na sir ha. Basta nga atong General Manager. Okay, salamat po. Okay, so pangalawa is yung ating Pacific Mall at saka sa Tambuli Beach Resort, saka sa Ace Hospital. Hindi naman ganoon kalaki pero nakatulong yung ating mga breaker gutter, cable tray, pull boxes sa pangunguna ni Engineer Jaime Magsayo sa General Manager ng Electrolyte natin dito sa Cebu ug sa Cagayan de Oro. Salamat sir for your support. Pangatlo is yung ating national na ginagawa. Thank you so much for the long range at saka sa SRP, sa mga PhilInvest na mga projects, sa SRP, Cebu City, San Remo, Mabulos, Cebu City, lahat po yan sa Davao, sa Ortigas, Santa Misa, Marikina, Marcos Highway, yan sa Mabulos, sa San Remo. So ito po ang kinukuha nila sa amin, meter center, breaker gutter, busbar gutter, pole boxes, wire gutter. So kung may panel board man, paunti-unti lang. Depende sa needs po. Sige po, pangapat, yung sa Ostal Balamban is sa pinakamalaking project sa Balamban by Engineer Carusa, ating municipal engineer. Ang ilang mga kinuha sa atin, MDP, ni Material, Breaker Gutter, ECB, halos lahat deliver pa Balamban. Sa ating sa Iloilo project, sa ating Philippine Science Auditorium by Haro Iloilo, to be led by Engineer Paul sa Angel Gabriel Builders. So lahat po ng system ay dito po sila kumuha sa atin. Next is yung Horizon 101 Cebu City, dito po sa pinakamataas na building sa Cebu. So to be led by our PE, Sir Christopher Kapul. So ang ating sinupply dyan sa CKA Electrical yung mga pilot lights, breakers, pole boxes, panel board, ECB. Is nailagay ko yung brand nila, Snyder and Nilis brand. So thank you so much Sir Chris. Sa Limkit Kai, Mandawi, sa Mandawi City, sa ACT College, Cebu City, to be led by DGD Engineering by Sir Roy Dindo. Then, salamat sa kay Sir William, Engineer William Serdan, coming PE. PE nang nailagay ko dyan. Mukhang malapit na yan, sir. Sa San Miguel Corporation, Mandawi City. So, salamat sa NIMA 3R, sa mga pull boxes na in-order nyo po, cable ladder, doon sa system po. Okay, yan. Small Cotabato, salamat sir kay Sir Ruel Tapil, no, sa Iloilo City, saka sa Cotabato City. Ang layo, no, pero nakarating pa rin tayo. Salamat RMT Electrical Works for your help and for your understanding. Sa NIMA 3R, full boxes, lalo na sa haba ng biyahe. Okay, so dito po sa MCDT Ayala, Cebu City, saka sa Funa Electric Cebu by Sir Eugene, so bilid by Engineer Roniro Villaflores, siyang nag-install doon. At ayun, mga NIMA 4X fabricated installation. So meron kaming sister company to install dito sa Cebu. Sister company po to be led by lead po siya ni Engineer Roniro Villaflores, RME. So doon po sa Region 7, sa DFA, sa Pacific Mall, sa Triple Well Construction. So Triple Well Manila, hopefully you can give us project triple wheel dito sa Cebu. Thank you. So IT Park TGU Tower sa Apas Lahog, yun sa to be led by Engineer Ronilo pa rin po. Okay, so salamat din sa pagtangkilik sa Fortune Builders dito po sa Kamagong Lahog, Cebu City, sa panel board ni NIMA 1, 3R, ETS, MTS. Sa mga project nila, doon po sa Nissan, Otis Nissan Paco, Manila, Alabang, and Makati City. Ang latest po na deliver namin doon po sa Gili, Mandawi. Silang mga display. So, thank you so much for helping us. Sa Meridian Tower, Mabulo, Cebu City, malapit lang sa atin dito sa IPI. Thank you, sir. Sa HBL, so Engineer Roca, saka Jeffrey. So napakahabang, halos lahat ng cable ladder, vertical, horizontal ay na-serve po natin sa kanila on time. Yan po sa Panglao Beach Resort sa Tagbilaran, one of the best resorts sa Visayas po. Kay Ma'am Rose sa ADSI Builders. Thank you ni MDP, Inima 3R sa Kanima 1. So halos marami-rami na rin. Dito po sa University of Cebu main campus, saka sa Guadalupe Dried Mingo, inisa ko lang kasapagkat ang person dyan na ating kinuntak ay si Engineer Dennis B. Lupis, PE, General Manager of our DB Lupis Electrical Works. Sir, salamat. Nandyan ka nakikinig ngayon. Thank you for cable ladder, vertical, horizontal, T-reducer, panel board, pole boxes na nagamit talaga on time. So lahat po ng, hindi naman lahat po ng manginasal, mostly sa Manila. Hindi ako nakapuntak sa Cebu kasi iba yung conductor doon. So si Architect GC Direct, tayo po ang nag-serve sa kanilang mga cabinet, mga unitized panel. So salamat din sa Chongwa, consulted by ang ating consultant dyan. Walang iba kundi andito si Sir Alvis. No? Salamat Sir Alvis. Si Sir Engineer Cesario Di Dios po dyan sa ating Chongwa Hospital, led by Ma'am Dali po, ng ating Vice President dyan po sa Chongwa. So, Nima 3R, ako at marami pang iba. Then, malapit ako magtapos. Milk tea sa Mactan, malapit sa Mactan dyan. Malapit sa may Jollibee at saka Macdo. Yan. Si Engineer Ruben, salamat sir. Sa SMDC, Iloilo City, to be led by Engineer Michael Sasuman sa Philmacro Development. So, dito pa rin sila sa Cebu naka-base. Salamat sir. Sa T-Shine Hotel Mactan, din po sa malapit boundary ng Lapu-Lapu at saka Cordoba, sa kay Sir Junel Sultan, project natin sa 10-story commercial building. So tayo po ang nag-supply ng MDP saka mga face protection sa Miko. Sige po, Gaisano Super Mactan, ang ating mga hot dip. Meron po tayong hot dip no, na mga cable tray para hindi po makalawang, hindi mataya. Ang tawag dyan. Vertical ladders hot dip to horizontal ladders hot dip, meron po tayo. So sa Balamban Commercial, again, by Sir William Serdan, thank you. WJ Electrical Services na po siya ngayon. Meron din tayong mga TMA main disconnect, main enclosure, cable ladder with cover. Kompleto tayo dyan. Sa Kalitis po, yung Iconic Center sa Colon, yung bagong magandang ngayon. So lahat po ay from MDP. Tayo po ang nag-supply dyan. Snyder po ang ilang brands. So Engineer John Lawrence, Barsinal. So dyan po sa Colon. Wire gutter, cable tray, MDP, ETS, MTS. So 500 ampere na Okay, so sa primary structure, salamat din sa primary. Ngayon naka-serve tayo sa Almond, Talisay, Binganilla Port, no? Thank you kay Sir Ryan, kay Sir William, sa Ruma Condominium sa Lapu-Lapu, no? Meter center, panel board hanggang sa 14th floor. So thank you so much. So, meron na tayong mga bagong panel board ng mga MDP din sa Minganilla. At marami pang darating na project. Thank you sa primary. Unitic Builders sa Davao Branch. Thank you din. Sa isa sa pinakamalaking Coral Bay Palawan natin sa SBL Engineering. Thank you so much for your big blessings na ibinigay sa Dungay, sa ETS, MTS, panel boards at Fuji brand. Saka si Japanese po kasi yung may-ari kaya Fuji brand sila. So naka-provide tayo. Yan, ito yung isa sa mga bago din, yung Maple Leaf Hotel and Plaza sa Banawa, magkatabi sa Sundance na building. Buong building yan ay binigay sa atin, in-award sa atin through RMT Electrical Works, through Engineer Ruel Tapil, ang ating PE ito sa Cebu. Thank you so much from LBSG, 2,000 ampere, Himmel brand po, ETS, freestanding MDS, MDPO, NEMO 1, ECB. Kaya po yung sa Maple Leaf, gusto niyo pong tumingin po sa trabaho namin, anong quality ng LBSG, yan po ang aming pang model po kay Sir Ruel. So magpaalam na tayo. Thank you Sir Ruel sa iyong support. Yung bago lang po at nailagay namin doon sa Suda Escapade, Hudson Mactan, Cebu, sa Novicio Construction, kay Sir Junrel Novicio, PE, PhD. Salamat sa ATS at sa MDP, 400 watts sa panel board. So at least, Sir, nag-umpisa ka na, aanin na tayo. Sa IPIT Ngob, yan kay ating speaker kaninang umaga, no? Kay Sir Erwin Salvador, PE, sa cable ladder, NEMA 4X na cable ladder, hindi basta-basta, panel board. Sir, thank you so much sa pag-recommend nyo rin sa amin sa ATV. At yun, na-deliver po natin sa IPI Tingob at saka sa Mabulo. Then sa bago din lang sa Prince Warehouse sa Camotes Island, Dibcon Instructor, thank you so much. Saka sa Montirasas Residence, kay Engineer Nogyapon Serdan. Then Pacific Traders Warehouse sa Engineer Will Tapil uli. Rafi Foundation sa HBL, Citywide Construction sa TV Albay, Argao Beach Resort, ito na. Pinaka-contractor dito, GBR Electromechanical Services Incorporation with Engineer Brian Pasilan. Sir, thank you so much for your help. NIMA 3R talaga ah. So, ang galing. Ang ganda ng result. Thank you so much. Sa Naga City Nature Parks, University of Cebu Extension, yung mga project yan ni Engineer Ray Jubay, mga panel board, so far dong ay po ang nagsusupport. Saka sa ICCT College po yan kahit sa Metro Manila at saan po. Sa Key Engineering din, saka sa Skyrise Builders dito sa Minganilla, yan po. Yan, ano ba ko? Yan. City yan, Minganilla din. Yan po yung information namin sa Dongay. Kung sakasakali po kayo ay naghahanap kung saang lugar, mag-plant visit ba? So you can contact us, makapag-facilitate ako sa inyo doon sa aking number 0915-163-6929, 0929-487-9750. So nakalagay din po dyan. So or email me at dalanon.rui@yahoo.com, dalanonrui29@gmail.com. So ito po yung ito po yung ating mga company na which is hindi pa po namin nailagay ang lahat-lahat na project natin kasi marami at nagkukonsume lang tayo ng oras dyan. So ito lang po ang masabi ko. Ito pong pag-sponsor namin sa Dungay, it's a privilege, a breakthrough for us sapagkat pinagkatiwalaan nyo rin po kami at naibigay din po namin mga service namin. If anyone to inquire us, visit lang po kayo doon sa aming event hub. At the same time, kontak-kontak lang tayo. Wala namang problema doon at mapag-usapan naman talaga siya. So again, in behalf of Dungay, Sir Ariel Galindo, among General Manager, saludo po kami sa III Cebu as a host na binigay kami ng opportunity na makasama dito, especially kay Sir Alan sa ating National President sa IIEE. So salamat po sa iyong pagtangkilik at sa iyong pag-support sa amin. God bless you po mga electrical engineers o sa ating mga contractors. Shalom po and God bless. So hopefully chat-chat tayo. Okay. Chat-chat ha? Hindi na text-text.
Okay, daghang kayong salamat. Maraming salamat Roy Dalanon for that very informative, lalo na sa produkto nila, no? Actually, I have an opportunity to visit their plant. So, yung mga equipment nila, down talaga. By the way, yes, by the way, award natin itong certificate of appreciation, no, sa gold sponsor natin. By the way, si Roy pala isang pastor sa Love of Christ Christian Family Church. So talagang sincere and reliable sila sa supply nila. So we will award this certificate of appreciation. IIE Cebu chapter present this certificate of appreciation in gratitude and acknowledgement of the invaluable support as gold sponsor in this 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference. Signed Engineer Mario Tabanyag, President IIE Cebu Chapter. Signed Felipe Niliama, Regional Governor. Signed Lowell Ratilla, VP Technical Affairs. And signed by Engineer Brian Pasilan, Technical Consultant Advisor. This award is given to Dungay Enterprise Panel Board Fabrication. A warm of applause. Saka. Okay, kana yan. Okay. So, thank you, Roy. Thank you, Pastor Roy. On board ron sa ato ang seminar, former National President Engineer Noel Fernandez. So taga na tog masipang pakpak. So si Bobby ga po ni Noel Fernandez, Bobby ga po ni pero lain ni nga Bobby. Bobby nga taga Cebu, Marinyo. Okay, next part of this activity will be
Kana ko, Bob. Aro, ang antang.
Okay, the next will be introduction of the Philippine Electrical Code 1 2017. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the President of IAE Mactan Chapter. He is the Senior Facilities Engineer of ON or ON Semiconductor Philippines. Please help me welcome Engineer Giovanni P. Pabualan, PEE. So, Engineer Giovanni, take it away.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. To Cebu chapter for hosting this regional conference. To Governor Iping for inviting me to present this topic, and to all present here in the conference. So may I ask Sir Bob, am I heard and my presentation is clear? Can you see my presentation?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear, Engineer Giovanni.
Thank you, sir. I'll proceed with the my presentation. So I will be presenting the introduction to the Philippine Electrical Code, or the PEC 1 2017. So I will first introduce myself. I am Giovanni P. Pabualan. I graduated BSc in MSc and I'm practicing the profession for 15 plus years. I am the senior engineer of Engineering, Construction, and Installation Section, Facilities Department of ON Semiconductor, Cebu, Philippines, Incorporated here in Meswan, Lapu-Lapu City. I am a lifetime member of the Institute, IAE, and the president, this year's president for Mactan chapter. I'm also a member of the technical committee of the MESFAMEA, or the Mactan Economic Zone Facilities Maintenance and Environmental Association Incorporated. Okay, so we'll be discussing this topic with the course outline. We'll discuss the objectives, the purpose of the code, the scope, and code arrangement, authority, enforcement, its rules, interpretation, and examination, including units of measurements. So we will discuss this in a while. Okay, so to proceed, I also will be also mentioning the references. So to proceed, our objectives for this presentation is to understand the purpose of the Philippine Electrical Code 1 2017. We will have an overview on the contents of the code, and have a basic understanding on the application of the Philippine Electrical Code. Okay, so that is our objectives for this presentation. So introduction of the Philippine Electrical Code 1. So purpose, it is for practical safeguarding. So this is to ensure electrical systems are installed in a manner that protects people and property by minimizing risks associated with the use of electricity. So it isn't a design specification standard or instruction manual for the untrained and unqualified personnel. So it is intended to be used by those skilled and knowledgeable in electrical theory, electrical systems, construction, and electrical installation, including operation of the equipment. So the code is a safety standard, not a design guide. Okay, so let's remember this. For decision and actions involving knowledge of electrical engineering and or training in electrical installation and practices, the services of a licensed electrical practitioner is required. Okay. So one of its purpose is adequacy. So the code contains requirements necessary for a safe electrical installations, which are considered as minimum. So what the code stipulate is minimum requirements. So if the code is compliant, if the installation is compliant with the code, it will be essentially free from electrical hazards. Okay. Compliant installations aren't always efficient, convenient, adequate, or good service, or suitable for future expansion. Like this one, like this in the picture. So hazard may occur when the initial wiring doesn't include conditions for system changes or an increase in the use of electricity. So still on adequacy, so an electrical practitioner shall consider plans and specifications that allow future increases in electric power and communication circuits. The following should be provided: ample space in raceway, spray raceway, additional spaces. And distribution centers located in readily accessible locations provide convenience and safety of operation. The code in its relation to international standards. So the code requirements address fundamental principles of protection for safety contained in Section 131 of the IEC, or the International Electrotechnical Commission Standard 60364-1. So electrical installations such in buildings such as protection against electric shock, adverse terminal effects, overcurrent, fault currents, and over voltage. Also, the code has been patterned after the NEC, or the National Electrical Code 2017 version, or the NFPA 70, as it was found to be the most appropriate and applicable to Philippine settings. So this is also found in the code PEC 1 in the preface section of the code. And the code committee and IIEE acknowledges the NEC 2017 relevant IEC and other standards were used in one way or another as reference materials, which contributed the preparation of Philippine Electrical Code 1, 2017. So let's proceed to its scope. The code coverage is contain requirements necessary for the proper installation of the following: electrical conductors, equipment, raceways, communication system, equipment, monitoring, signaling, raceways. Okay. Then so it's shown in the picture. So basically, it is everywhere with electrical installations in residential and building. So these installations are within or on to or from private and public buildings, generating plants, industrial plants, transformers, and this list, even mobile homes and offshore facilities. So for examples like this one, the code covers the electrical installations in private, public, and private buildings, yards, lots, parking lots, carnivals, and industrial structures. So also buildings used by the electric utility, such as offices, warehouses, garage, machine shops, are covered by the code. So in communications room, it is not necessary to comply with PEC 1 for those utility equipment, communications utility equipment located in building spaces. So the code still applies to electrical installations such as receptacles, switches, and luminaires located in spaces used exclusively for utility communications equipment. So along these outlets, but inside the data switch, it is not applicable. So the same with telephone or cable TV equipment. So if it is in electrical requirements that they need, it will follow the Philippine Electrical Code. Okay, so code coverage. The following electrical installations that are not covered by the code. So please take note, not covered. So not covered is for aircrafts or airplanes, trains, railway, rolling stock, and automobile. Okay. So also not included are installations of railways for generation, transformation, transmission, or distribution of power used exclusively for operation of rolling stock. Okay, so also not covered is the conductors under the exclusive control of the utility. So from your service point to the transformer, so it is not covered already. And the code is not also applicable to installations under the exclusive control of an electric utility on the property used by utility for generation, transmission, energy storage, distribution, or metering of electrical energy. Okay. So the code arrangement. So the code is arranged in this way. So we have the general requirements from chapter 1 to 4. So generally applied to all applications. For chapters 5 to 7, this is general requirements. So may supplement or modify the requirements in chapter through 7. And we have chapter 8, communication systems. So this one. So chapter 8 requirements aren't subject to requirements in chapters 1 through 7 unless there's a specific reference in chapter 8 to a rule in chapters 1 through 7. And for chapter 9, watercraft. So I remember in the previous versions of the code, this is a separate volume. So this one, the watercraft is already included to chapter 9. So purpose is to establish the requirements for the construction, installation, operation, and maintenance of the electrical propulsion machinery, electrical equipment, and wiring systems for watercrafts. Then we have the chapter 10, the tables. So where we can see the raceway sizes, conductor field, and voltage drop examples. Also, the appendices through from 8 through H. So we can see, or it is illustrated the application of some of the provisions of this code. Basically, the design examples. So that is the code arrangement. So code authority. So this code revision has been approved on November 17 by the Board of Electrical Engineering of the PRC. And it is effectivity date was on December 2, 2017. So by virtue of this, this is by virtue of the authority vested in the board under the RA 7920 or the National Electrical Engineering Law. It is hereby direct strict adherence to the provisions of this code. So enforcement. So this code is intended to be suitable for mandatory application by the authority having jurisdiction, or AHJ, which is governmental bodies exercising legal jurisdiction over electrical installations through a licensed electrical practitioners. So mostly at the Office of the Building Officials, or OBO, the electrical engineer. So the AHJ has the responsibility of implementing the provisions of this code. So they're also responsible of the following: so approving equipment and materials, granting the special permissions, ensuring equipment installed in accordance with the listing instructions. Okay, so there is a fine print note. Application of electrical products and equipment for additional installation or replacement is suggested to be consulted with a licensed electrical practitioner prior to installation for safety. So failure to do so will result in fire, serious injury, or death. Okay, so to proceed, so we have also mandatory rules, permissive rules, explanatory materials, and appendices. So we have mandatory rules. So like the word shall or shall not indicate a mandatory requirement. So permissive rules, the word use of shall be permitted or shall not be permitted are rules that are allowed but not required. So allowed but not required are normally used to describe options or alternative methods. So explanatory materials, or references to other standards, references related to sections of the code, or information related to code rule. So included in the code in the form of fine print notes, FPN. So these are informational only and are not enforceable as requirements of the code. So we have also appendices. So contains wiring design examples to illustrate applications of some of the provisions of this code. Okay, so interpretation. So code interpretation shall be by licensed practitioners. So tayo yan. So tayo yung mga licensed electrical practitioners. Hierarchy of code interpretation. So in case of conflicting interpretations or controversy, so it is will relay this to the code committee. Then the code committee will recommend to the Board of Electrical Engineering. So the Board of Electrical Engineering will render the final interpretation. So sila yung judge, ang DA yung final decide kung ano yung decision. Okay, so clear yan sa code. Then examination of equipment for safety. So the code as reference for equipment and material safety. So where it provide a basis for approval, where the record are generally available through promulgation. So organizations properly equipped and qualified for testing, inspections of the run of goods at factories, service value determination through field inspections. So this avoids the necessity for repetition of examinations by different examiners. So the code intended that factory installed internal wiring or the construction of equipment need not to be inspected at the time of installation of the equipment, except for alterations or damage. Okay, so para hindi pabalik-balik yung inspection. Okay. Then units of measurements, the system of preference is the SI unit, so the International System of Units, or short in meters. Okay, so ang makikita mo sa code is merong mga millimeter, squared, mga ganun. So trade sizes, where actual size of the product are not the same of nominal size. So trade size shall be used rather than dimensions. Trade practices shall be followed in all the cases. So dito sa picture, yung trade size natin medyo mas maliit ng konti compared sa inside diameter ng tubo natin. Okay. So extracted materials, for material extracted from other standards, the context of the original material shall not be compromised or violated. So any editing of the extracted text shall be confined to making consistent with that of the code. So dapat consistent. All right. So okay. So that is the my presentation. So my references for this presentation is, of course, our Philippine Electrical Code 1 by the IIEE. Also the major changes in the PEC 1 by Engineer Jaime Mendoza. So you can refer this presentation, you can search it in Google. Meron sa Google dyan, download lang. And of course, the NFPA 70 or the NEC, National Electrical Code, mycult.com, yung mga graphics also from Google and Wikipedia. Okay, so hopefully ang itong code na to is medyo 3 inches thick, tapos in A4, so medyo malaki, no? Medyo mabigat. So pero ito yung Biblia natin, napaka powerful nito. So konting ano yung pages lang, pakli ng page, you will be sleepy already. So ganyan ka powerful. But kidding aside, this is important to us practitioners. So for orders for this book, sa hindi pa, sa wala pang kopya nito, so you can visit IIE Publication and Merchandise FB page. So ito yung link. So ito yung itsura ng FB page pag access niyo sa phone. So just click shop, so makikita na ninyo yung mga ibang products ng IIE. So I think this is mentioned also with Miss Alma. So members price, so for hardbound 1610, and for softbound 1190. So yung hindi members dito, baka yung hardbound nasa 2,000 na. So hindi ko makita yung non-members price. Ito lang yung makikita ko sa website, sa FB page natin. Then, of course, that price is not included the LBC shipping fee. So this is the LBC shipping fee. This is as of March 2021 FB post. So for the hardbound, if you are here in Cebu, so maging more or less 1.9 or maybe at 2,000 yata. Okay. So important announcement from our marketing department. So there is an unauthorized sale of PEC 1 2017. So this we will try to avoid. So beware. Merong ibang posting from maybe from online sellers. So hindi yan allowed. So what is allowed is from our official FB page or sa website natin from our marketing department. Okay, so thank you. So that ends my presentation on Philippine Electrical Code 1 introduction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Giovanni. Before kamo lakaw, we will present to you a certificate of appreciation. So the certificate of appreciation reads that IIEE Cebu chapter present this certificate of appreciation as a technical resource speaker on the topic Introduction to Philippine Electrical Code 1 2017 in the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference Zoom conference held in September 16, 2021. Signed by Engineer Mario Tabanyag, President IIE Cebu Chapter, signed by Engineer Felipe Niliama, Regional Governor 7, signed by Engineer Luel Ratilia, VP Technical Affairs, signed by Engineer Brian Pasilan, Technical Consultant and Advisor. So we will award the certificate of appreciation to you, Engineer Giovanni P. Pabualan, PEE. So congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amo lang ni ipada sa kuan. Sa asa ni pada lalamob. Okay.
Pwede lang iping, sir. Pwede ng iping.
Okay, salamat. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this juncture, we will have an open forum. 15 minutes open forum. So we have a panel of speakers here and our technical advisor, Engineer Erwin Salvador. For the meantime, wa pa man sila ma-ready, no? So doon na sa tay video presentation. Please enjoy and relax with this video presentation.
Three, two, one.
forum. Engineer Kits Canopin sa Philconstruct. Andam si mong question, sir. Engineer Kits Canopin. Andam si mong question. Okay, so kung saan naman
Hello, no. So there are questions here, not related to the lecture, but no. So I will answer lang this related to my topic. There's one question here. Madungog ba? Okay. So from Gilbert Probida, my former student. Hello sir, maayong hapon. What is the difference between metering city and T? Can they be used interchangeably? So basically, there's a cities intended for protection and metering. So they cannot be interchanged because there's a standard for border designation for metering as well as for relaying. So there's really an intended city for for metering and protection. They cannot interchange. So there's a standard, no? Like for example, for metering, there's what we call B-.1, B-.2, 0.5. It's actually the power factor, no? Whereas for the metering, there's a standard B1, B2, B4, and B8. And so next question, IIE. This question is not directly related to the lecture, where can I get a copy of the official receipt of the registration fee? So one of the board should answer. Where can we get the official receipt, the OR for registration fee? From someone who anonymous man.
Good afternoon.
In the office. Kita. Here in the question and answer. For registration fee. Where can we get that one? In the office. Okay. So those who want to get their OR, especially those who are sponsored by the company, or perhaps you can make use of the OR for the exemption of your attendance in your company. I think the office is available not to give you the OR. Or perhaps you can message the Facebook if you're out of Cebu City. I think they can just scan email or message the OR, right? Okay. How many days po bago ma-approve ang request or COGS online? Okay na ni. Okay? Before ani? Namo, wala ko dali. The solar. Where are the questions? Yeah, can someone read the questions while our resource speaker are still here? Oh, nasa chat box. Okay. You still remember, Sir Bray? How to size up the battery? Okay. Okay. Okay, Sir
Okay,
John.
mayroon ang question kanina. Somebody asked about how to size up the battery. Okay. Dito sa training natin sa solar, we have this so-called approach to battery sizing, no? If you're, for example, using a lead acid battery, yung typical mga standard solar batteries ba? You have to have a data sheet of that battery. The problem with some local batteries, walang data sheet. Like for example, what is the cycle life of that battery at a certain depth of discharge? No? So you have to look for, number one, the data sheet of that battery. What is the cycle life? By cycle life, meaning the number of cycles that you are charging or discharging the battery. Nandun yun sa mga data sheet of the battery. And then from that data sheet, you can check that at a certain depth of discharge, let's say 10% or 20%, there's a certain number of cycles. Could be like 4 years, no? At a certain depth of discharge, no? But if you look at the same data, let's say the depth of discharge, let's say 80%, the cycle life of that battery will only be about a year. So meaning for lead acid batteries, the life of the battery depends on the depth of discharge. That's why when you size it up, ang ano natin sa lead acid battery, we have to size it up between 10% to 20% of the depth of discharge. Or a DOD of about 10 to 15%. Let's say for example, meron kang battery na let's say 50 ampere hour. Okay? It's a 12 volts battery. So, if you multiply 12 volts, the nominal voltage, times the ampere hour, which is 50, what will be the result? 12 times 50. That would be 60 watt hour. Tama ba? 12 times 50. So that's 600 watt hour. That's the storage, no, nominal storage capacity of the battery. So meaning if you want that battery to have a longer life, because that is a lead acid battery, let's say we use 15% DOD. So what is 15% of 600? So you just have you're gonna have to use only about 90 watt hour of storage. So yun ang ano mo, ang target na sa design mo na you should not exceed 90 watt hour of using that battery every day. So that you will have a margin, I mean, meron kang remaining capacity inside the battery so that you will avoid the so-called phenomenon na sulfation. Sulfation is the biggest killer of batteries, especially lead acid batteries. But if you're using lithium ion battery, which is now becoming more popular, although more expensive, it's a different story. You can design it at a much deeper depth of discharge. Some would use, let's say, 80% depth of discharge for lithium battery packs, because those batteries can tolerate a deeper discharge. But for lead acid batteries, which is very common, the DOD or the depth of discharge is shallow. Although in the data in the so-called nomenclature or description of the battery, the supplier or the manufacturer will say this is a deep cycle battery. This lead acid battery is a deep cycle battery. Yes, that's deep cycle. But even if it is a deep cycle battery, given the data sheet's life cycle graph, even if it's the deep cycle battery, if you have a deeper, depth of discharge that is happening every day, madaling masira yun, madaling mamatay yung battery, given the life cycle or cycle life data of that battery. So meaning, even if you are using a deep cycle battery, your operation of the battery should be shallow. That is for solar application of lead acid battery. I hope I clarified that to as a summary. Okay, so you think that that's why I explain it, just as a basic principle lang muna, no? Fundamental. So your question is how you compute the size of the battery you need for your system. Okay. That's a very good question, sir. For your system, let's say an off-grid system, the first thing that you have to calculate is how much energy are you going to use daily. For example, you have a application. Let's say you have a let's say just a lighting system, no, off-grid lighting. Let's say you have 5 pieces of 5 watts LED, and then you are operating it for 6 hours nightly. So how much will be the power or energy consumption of those LED lights? That is the first question you have to answer. How much energy are you going to need or you require? So for example, that's 5 watts per LED times 5 pieces, and then you are operating it for 6 hours nightly. So that's 5 times 5, 25, times 6, the number of hours. So you have to calculate based on energy. So you have to have data, no? How much energy is required every day or daily. So we multiply natin. That's 25 times 6. So pila na sir mga 150 watt hour. Okay? So 150 watt hour, that is your required energy daily. From that, you can already calculate the sizing of your solar panel as well as your battery. So in that case, let's say you don't have an inverter in this setup. Let's say purely DC ka lang, no? You have a solar panel, you have a charge controller, you have a battery, and then you have the load, the 5 pieces of LED. So to size up the battery, so you have the 150 watt hour requirement. So ang pag-size up mo sa battery, you divide that 150 watt hour by the DOD. the target DOD. So ano yung sinabi natin kanina? For a longer life of the battery, ang depth of discharge natin for lead acid batteries should be between 10% to 20%. So let's say we use 15% as our design DOD. So what would be the energy storage capacity of your battery? So to calculate for the energy storage capacity of your battery, you get the data, which is the 150 watt hour divided by 0.15, which is 15%. So that means you need a battery bank or a battery with a capacity of 1,000 watt hour. Okay? But that is not how batteries are sold. Batteries are sold based on ampere hour. So paano mo makuha yung ampere hour? You have a data now which is 1,000 watt hour. So to convert that into ampere hour, anong gawin natin? I-divide natin yung 1,000 watt hour by the system voltage in DC. So what is the system voltage? It's 12 volts, it's 24 volts. Let's assume 12 volt system tayo. So 1,000 divided by 12, that means you will need an 83.3 ampere hour battery. 83.3 ampere hour battery, yun ang size. But in the market, can you buy at 83.3? No. So hanapin mo yung ano yung standard battery capacity, battery rating. So the next is 100. So for that instance, in that example, ang kailangan natin is a 100 ampere hour, 12 volts lead acid battery. Okay, I hope that explains in a simple way how to size up a battery, a lead acid battery. So ano yung question pa?
Okay, so I hope na the question was addressed. So some questions are about the presentation. I think the presentation is last presentation. The copy of the presentation will by the secretariat. No, they will email it to the participants. Okay, so before we proceed, I think there's one presentation. Next presentation. Okay.
We'll just answer there's another follow-up question there.
On-site cost of voltage fluctuations at 3
by
250 kVA Y connected secondary, especially rainy season from 220 fluctuates siya sa 260. Bray. Apparent kayo ang question, no? It's vague kayong question. There's a question. On-site cost of voltage fluctuation at 350 kVA Y connected secondary, especially rainy season, from 220 fluctuates siya o 260. Fluctuate ang voltage. Yeah, system voltage. Sige, napay presentation. Vague kayong question. Sige. Yeah, after.
Okay, so thank you for the panel, no, who answered the questions from the chat box. Now we will proceed to the next presenter or presentation. The topic is a technical and economic evaluation of on-grid connected solar photovoltaic installation. A case of Manolo Portage Government Center. So this is in Mindanao, in Manolo Portage. I think it's in Misamis Bukidnon, no? So to do this presentation is a pre-recorded video by Engineer Maria Cristina de la Rosa Galicia of IIEE Cagayan de Oro. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let's watch the pre-recorded video presentation of Engineer Galicia. Okay, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Maria Cristina de la Rosa Galicia, registered electrical engineer, and this paper was co-authored by Attorney Janelle O. Alvina Electrical Engineering from University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines. And this practical and economic evaluation of an on-grid connected photovoltaic installation, a case of Manolo Fortich government center. This study aims
Saka sa Mount Kitanglat Range, yeah. Kung gusto ka mo slide ka mang o di ba mo langoy adui ang sumalsag cave, yeah.
To design and evaluate the on-grid connected solar photovoltaic system at the rooftop of the new government center of Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon. The technical and economic analysis is provided for the installation of the rooftop solar photovoltaic system project. The analysis of the simulation results shows that the project yields energy about 97,200 kilowatt hour annual generation and about 224% return of investment for a payback period of 9.91 years. And most of all, the process of electricity generation from solar photovoltaic system could save more or less 42 tons of carbon dioxide emission. Based on this technical and economic analysis provided in this study, which shows that the project has a positive net present value, then it is expected to produce more income than what is being gained by earning the discount rate. The researcher concluded that the feasibility of installing an on-grid connected PV system at the rooftop of the new government center, Manolo Fortich, must be materialized. This paper contains the rationale of the research study, statement of the problem, objectives of the study, research methodology, results and discussion, and the conclusion and the recommendation. The rationale of the research study. There is an ongoing drive among the local government unit service in the country to provide the most efficient government service possible. There is now a strong mandate that both national and local government units throughout the country should be an example of efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of basic services. One of the attractive potential is the use of photovoltaic energy generation in government buildings. Problem statement. For almost a decade, an increase of population in Mindanao that leads to strong energy demand and an increasing electricity cost. Because of some islands' hydro generators has now shifted to fossil fuel-fired supply, particularly coal power plants. Given the circumstances and coupled with the drive among the local government unit to cut the cost in the delivery of government services, there is a need to investigate and evaluate the potential of solar PV rooftop application as applied to the local government unit. Objectives of the study. Number one is to design and simulate the technical potential of the solar photovoltaic installation set in a government center. Number two, to analyze and determine the technical issues associated with the design and installation of an on-grid PV system. Number three, to evaluate the economic and financial feasibility of this research project. And number four, to evaluate the environmental and sustainable attributes of this project and determine its reflectability. For research methodology, as shown in the figure, number one is the site evaluation, then the data collection, analysis of data collected, system design plus the gas generator, solar PV system layout, and then the conclusion. The chosen site of this study is the new government center of Manalfortits, which is situated in the northern part of Bukidnon. The roof area is located in the highest elevation of the building, slightly inclined, and since it was built in the highest portion of the building, thus it is not subject for trees shading. The proposed on-grid connected solar PV installation of the new government center is shown in the figure. The rooftop of the building has sufficient usable surface area of 430 square meters, enough roof space that can power off electrical loads of the building from photovoltaic energy source. Analysis of meteorological data is used to design solar PV system and to consider its installation method. The climate and availability of sunlight in the area or the irradiance as factors in designing the solar PV system. These factors will affect the efficiency of the PV system. Considering these factors will help in determining the right numbers of PV modules, proper wattage, and other system devices needed in the installation. Solar irradiance map in Mindanao. According to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the average solar radiation ranges from 128 to 203 watts per square meter, or an average of 161.7 watts per square meter based on sunlight duration. Monthly average daylight and sunshine hours table. This table shows that there is a monthly 7.7 average daylight hours and 12.1 sunshine hours in Manalofortits. However, the peak sunlight hours in the Philippines is only 4 to 5 hours. The researcher was able to gather the previous monthly electricity consumption, monthly bills, and its corresponding electricity rates for the past 3 years, started from 2018 until 2020. Electricity consumption will be used to forecast the future load demand of the government building and to analyze the economic benefits of installing the on-grid PV system in the building. Obviously, as the years pass by, there is an increasing trend of the energy consumption or the demand load of the building. The monthly consumption in kilowatt hour of the new government center of Manalofortits. The figure shows the monthly electricity consumption in kilowatt hour of Manalofortits Municipal Hall. Even though fluctuations occur, there is still an upward or increasing trend in electricity consumption. This shows the previous monthly electricity bill in peso of the new government center of Manalofortits. The figure shows fluctuations over the course years. Fluctuations still occur in the figure since electricity bill is directly proportional to electricity consumption. As a matter of fact, increased use of electrical energy would result in increased amount of electricity bill. So this shows an upward or increasing trend. The future load demand of the new government center of Manolo Fortich will be analyzed through forecasting. Time series analysis will be used in forecasting the future electricity consumption of the building because this method suits in analyzing the trend and seasonality of the varying electricity demand load with respect to the period of time. This figure shows the monthly forecasted load demand for 25 years in parallel with the assumed lifespan of the PV module. Through time series forecasting, the future demand load of the government building were forecasted. The future load demand of the building will be used in providing economic analysis of the proposed solar PV system installation of the government building. This figure shows the layout of actual placement of PV system at the rooftop of the new government center of Manalo Fortich. This was oriented in the northeast portion of the building. The system was tilted in a certain angle that will harvest the highest value of solar irradiance. The solar panel is facing northeast and is placed in parallel with the roofing. The structural stability of the rooftop of the building is safe to carry the PV system weights based on the load analysis done by the Office of the Municipal Engineer of Manila Fortich Municipal Hall. Share of the energy supply. Based on the schedule of loads of the building, the total energy required per day is 81,410 watts for all the electrical loads of the building. That includes the lighting outlet, convenience outlet, and air conditioning unit. The total energy produced by a 213 PV modules with a 330 watts each is 70,290 watts. However, the PV system size is only 60 kilowatt. The total energy produced by 213 PV modules exceeds the capacity of the PV system. Hence, this will ensure that the system will always provide constant power of 60 kilowatt to the electrical loads of the building, taking account of the energy harvested during bad weather conditions. This table shows the share of energy supply to cater the energy demand of the building. There are assumptions made in the calculation like the peak sunlight hours is 4.5 hours daily and the energy demand of the building is good for 8 office hours only and during weekdays. With the net metering, the energy produced by the PV system during the non-office days will be exported to the grid. As shown in the table, 56.53% of total energy required by the building is supplied by the solar PV system, and the remaining 43.47% required energy will be supplied by the existing electrical distribution utility, which is the BOSECO. This table shows the financial analysis that refers to an assessment of viability, stability, and profitability of a project, in particular the on-grid PV system. The initial investment cost of the rooftop PV system project of the new government center of Manalo Fortich These comprise the cost of the PV modules, PV inverters, and the balance of system or the BOS. This table shows the life cycle cost of the PV system for the expected 25-year life expectancy. This comprises the total initial cost, the total replacement cost of inverter, and the total operation and maintenance cost. So the total life cycle cost is 10,782,390.76. For economic analysis, this table shows the discount rate increases, the net present value decreases. Yet all the value are positive, so the project can be accepted. But on the other hand, it is better to choose the lower discount rate because it gives a higher net present value. As observed in this figure, the benefit cost ratio of the project with the different discount rate is greater than 1. So it means the project is acceptable. For this graph, the payback period of the cost investment lies in the 5th year as the discount rate increases. The payback period also increases. However, lower discount rate is better than higher discount rate because lower discount rate gives a lower payback period. Environmental impact and replicability. The PV system are regarded as clean and sustainable energy sources, but it is not completely eco-friendly system with zero emissions. The adverse environmental impacts of PV systems include the land, water, pollution, hazardous materials, noise, and visual. Although the operation of PV system exhibits minimal pollution during their lifetime, the probable environmental impacts of such systems from manufacturing until the disposal is always present. This figure shows comparison of emission for solar and carbon-intensive energy generation using the PV system carbon footprint measurement, wherein photovoltaic solar technologies range from 14 to 45 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour, where carbon dioxide equivalent is a measure for quantifying the climate forcing strength of greenhouse gases by normalizing for the amount equivalent of the carbon dioxide. Concentrating solar power range from 26 to 38 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour for the parabolic throw and power tower, respectively. These emission values were magnitude of order less than greenhouse gas emission from the coal, gas, or oil. This figure shows the solar energy technologies have less carbon emission compared to the coal, which has the huge amount of carbon emissions. The life cycle stages of greenhouse emission of the solar PV energy and the coal energy from upstream processes, operational process, and downstream process. The solar PV energy has approximately 40 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour emitted in the atmosphere, while the coal energy has an approximately 1,000 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour emitted in the atmosphere. So the solar PV energy has only little amount of carbon dioxide emissions for all its life cycle stages, thus it is a good source of renewable energy. For our conclusion, based on the technical analysis provided in this study, the researcher concluded that the feasibility of installing an on-grid connected PV system at the rooftop of the new government center Manalo Fortich is highly possible. Also, based on economic analysis, that the project has a positive net present value, then it is expected to produce more income than what could be gained by earning the discount rate. The researcher further concluded that the PV system project must be materialized. Finally, for the recommendation, the researcher recommends to utilize the available rooftop surface area of the new government center of Manalo Fortich for the installation of the 60 kilowatt on-grid photovoltaic system to lower the electricity bills, to lower the gas or carbon emissions on the atmosphere, and to save money to be used for other government projects. This project is highly recommends the use of renewable energy source for compliance with the Renewable Energy Act of 2008 and as one of the drive for energy sustainability and development goals. Further, the researcher also recommends the replicability of this project to other LGUs and interested parties if feasible in their respective areas. Once again, this is Maria Cristina de la Rosa Galicia from USTV Philippines. Thank you so much for listening. Mabuhay!
Study on how to install the PV voltaic system. And I think if Manolo Portich Government Center have really installed it, they are very lucky because they're helping the environment at the same time. They're helping the local government to save money from the energy being saved or getting the free energy from the sun during daytime. So for this, we will give the certificate of appreciation to the presenter of the speaker. Let me read the certificate of appreciation. IIEE Cebu chapter presented this certificate of appreciation as the technical resource speaker on the topic, a technical and economic evaluation of on-grid connected solar photovoltaic installation, a case of Manolo Portich Government Center. In the 20th Eastern and Central Visayas Virtual Regional Conference, Zoom conference held September 16, 2021. Signed Engineer Mario Tabanyag, PEE, Engineer Philip, IIEE Cebu Chapter President, signed Engineer Felipe Neliama, Regional Governor, signed Engineer Luel Ratilia, VP Technical, Signed, Engineer Brian Pasilan, Technical Consultant and Advisor. So we will present this award to Maria Cristina Di Galicia. So, tagaan na to siya masipang pakpak. So there will be a video presentation part of this presentation. So we will play it for you so that this will enhance your understanding about her study. Okay, take it away.
Kung gusto kag-adventure adto sa Manolo Footage, saka sa Mount Kitanglad Range, yeah. Kung gusto ka mo slide kamang di ba mo langoy adtoy ang sumalsag cave, yeah. Kung gusto ka mo kaon gutaran takag pinya, hungitan takag mais. Kung gusto ka ihaw tag baka, dili ka mabiyaan, di ka mapasagdan sa imong laag diri sa Manolo Footage. Pakpak na ang imong kamot, katawan na sugod karon, singgit na og kusog. I love Manolo Footage. Pakpak na ang imong kamot, katawan na sugod karon, singgit na og kusog. I love Manolo Footage. Kung gusto ka ma-Superman, zipline tas dahilayan, anicycle sa kampuhan, oh, oh. Kung gusto ka mag-chill, maligo tag spring, tanaw tag pine trees. Kung gusto ka mag-picture taking, dili ka mabiyaan, di ka mapasagdan sa imong laag diri sa Manolo Footage. Pakpak na ang imong kamot, katawan na sugod karon, singgit na og kusog. I love Manolo Footage. Pakpak na ang imong kamot, katawan na sugod karon, singgit na og kusog. I love Manolo Footage. Daghan pa kay ta pwede maadtuan, kay kining tanan grasya sa kahitasan. Ipakpak na ang imong kamot, katawan na sugod karon, singgit na og kusog. I love Manolo Footage. Ipakpak na ang imong kamot, katawan na sugod karon, singgit na og kusog. I love Manolo Footage. Ipakpak na ang imong kamot, katawan na sugod karon, singgit na og kusog. I love Manolo Footage. Ipakpak na ang imong kamot, katawan na sugod karon, singgit na So I love Manolo Fortich. I love Manolo I love Manolo
Okay, that's the part of the presentation of Engineer Galicia because she's from that place. It's Cebuano, no? Cebuano jingle promoting or Bisaya promoting the Manolo Portich. I think it's a province, no? Manolo Portich, and it's a wonderful thing. Kung wala pa lang itong tawag nito, pandemya ngayon, ang ganda sana magpunta doon. Kasi ang daming experiences mong makikita doon. So, we will merong dalawang questions. Sige, pwede natin we will answer the two questions anyway. Engineer Erwin is still here. So, makita ni mo, Sir Erwin.
Okay, so Bisaya na pagka-question ha. Unsay cause sa voltage fluctuation sa 250 kVA Y connected secondary, especially rainy season? From 220 volts fluctuate siya sa 260. Okay, so I don't know the reason sa imong system. Probably sa akin lang, probably the primary, there's something wrong with the primary during that time, then it reflected to the secondary. Or perhaps ang muang system, there's something di kasi di kay clear ang question ba. So what's the cause, no? So any of my friend can also add.
So we'll attempt to evaluate or to analyze the probable causes. So as we all know, voltages are dependent of a lot of factors, load characteristics, power supply from distribution utility, and sometimes faulty connections. So we cannot really say if it's caused by the rain, Perhaps that's what we can call anecdotal, testimonies or observations na just so happen that nagkataon na yung voltahe natin tumataas, during that period. But perhaps there's some other causes that may have caused that overvoltage, So our answers may not be that exact, or can explain the relationship between overvoltages and the rain, because there is no in principle or in our engineering theories, we cannot, there's no really any relationship regarding the rain and the voltage. But perhaps siguro if there's any abnormalities experienced during rainy season, perhaps siguro kung may loose connection yung kuha natin, yung service connections natin, it might even cause a voltage failure, So there's no explanation in relationship. So we just have to be prudent in our observations. Na we cannot conclude immediately if the overvoltage was caused by the rain, So we have to look further, we have to observe further what are our load characteristics and our utility supply voltage are during those periods. Perhaps siguro nagkataon na hindi loaded yung kuha natin, no? Yung system natin, so tumataas yung voltahe natin, no? That might be one of the causes. Okay, so as far as we are concerned, those are the most probable causes of overvoltages, no? Okay, I hope it's our best attempt in answering that question. Thank you very much.
There's another question, or that's the...
And also in addition, ang question is it all the phases ang nisaka ang voltahe? Because if only one, so then there's an unsymmetrical situation. There might be a line to ground arc fault. So three phase man ni siya, so wala man may state dire o ang tanan ba nga phase ang nisaka 260. Most likely ang nisaka ni only one phase. Okay. Yeah. Okay, next question. GFCI breaker 40 ampere trip to full 220 volts. Here in Cebu City, the utility voltage, I think 220 volts, VECO supplied is line to line. The said GFCI will turn on. Is okay, no problem, but I installed it to Sebeco utility, which is line to ground, no, in the same voltage, but line to ground. So if you turn on the GFCI without load, will trip off. Please, how to solve this? Thanks. Kung line to line, the GFCI vehicle supply on, no problem. But when he installed it to Sebeco's franchise, which is line to ground, off. Okay. Engineer Brian will enlighten you.
So for those systems in Sebeco, which is line to neutral, no, or line to ground, there's a different wiring connection, no, for GFCI, and you have to look for that GFCI which has a line, hot, and the neutral, no. So NEMA has a wiring diagram standards recommended for line to neutral connections. So yeah, it perhaps you've wired that for a line to line system. So you have to reconfigure your wiring for a line to neutral for the GFCI. So there's I have a material for that, but that will be for a different topic. But yeah, it's true. You have to rewire it for a line to neutral configuration.
Sa chat box, there's a comment from Philip Dilaw. How about varying the resistance, sir, during rain? Isn't it cause voltage to raise up? Varying the sa chat kuha na siya. Which resistance? Ayun pasabot. Varying the resistance during rain. Isn't it cause voltage to raise up? So what is this resistance? The load resistance? The contact resistance? Okay. Yeah, I know. It's related to the question earlier regarding the raising up the voltage from 220 to 260. Sorry, but I cannot really relate the question. Varying the resistance. Varying the resistance. You mean the resistance of what? Yeah. When conductor is wet, the resistance is less. True. Tara. Hindi ko na. Nasa chat group. Yeah. I think ang akong pangagpas ani ang katong ni-register sa imuhang panel measuring meter dili tanan ang nito 60 siguro. I don't think so. I think usara ka kuan. Anyway, so normally ang katong iyang system nga tulo ka 250 kVA if mag-grounding man sad ta solidly grounding raman po to, then it has nothing to do with the reflected voltage during the rainy season. Resistance of conductor decrease when the temperature so it rain it cause drop. Tara po check ano. Resistance of conductor decreases when temperature. So if it rains, causing a drop in temperature, conductor resistance will decrease. But yeah, very insignificant change. Sir Ed, no? Very significant. Very little significant. Not only that, most probably your conductor are also insulated. Ang terminal na siguro mabasa. Okay, so thank you so much. So we need to conclude today's activity because tomorrow will be the opening, right? So I give back to the MC.
Yeah. So let's call this day, no? So I hope you have learned so much. But before we conclude, the Sports Fest, Virtual Chess and Virtual Mobile Legend will still be go push through, no? 6:30 to 8:30. So you can stay with the Zoom. Then while waiting, we will be playing some fillers or some video while waiting. So for those who are, I think you already have registered, no, for the Sports Fest, Virtual Chess and Virtual Mobile Legend. Muna gitawag og ML, no? ML. So this will be hosted by the Virtual Chess Tournament will be hosted by Engineer Edmar Chiaranti, and the Mobile Legend will be hosted by Engineer Eugene Araco. So by 6:30 to 8:30. So wait and relax. So Mar James, take it away. So daghang salamat, maraming salamat, and thank you for all the participants for today's event.
Hello, good evening. Afternoon. Kung gusto pang humabol sa pag-register ng Mobile Legend, pwede pa ha? While may naglaro na, pwede pa kayong humabol para ma-insert pa kayo sa kwan. Yung solo, huwag mag-alala kung pwede pa kayo ma-insert ng gawin naming isang team. Pwede. Ang link nasa chat. Pwede pa kayo magka-register doon. Thank you.